Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
I felt like that was extra, appropriate given the stock market crash impending. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello. Riding the train to the bottom with everyone.
Okay, Anne Reese.
Hi, I'm eating a cookie.
Oh, wow. That's a gassy cookie.
I'm very jealous.
And Footnote.
Hello.
All right, so
how do you do, fellow weebs?
So it's kind of an interesting time for a stream. I know. I work from home today and tomorrow, so it was doable. Anyway, Green Line may join us at some point, and Lance is sick. Reese is also sick, but he wasn't so much of a pussy to not show up. Although he sounds way healthier than Lance did on the phone. Anyway, good job, me, starting right down there. First and foremost, I would like to wish a happy birthday to King Style 96. And if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can do so via the OCA podcast Patreon. This is becoming a more necessary way to support us. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, but it's necessary now because Amazon has shut down my affiliate thing. So we're in the process of figuring that out. So we are we have not heard anything back yet, and I don't think we will. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to start one for the OCA podcast. But I don't know. It's very strange. I'm not sure what's going on with it. The .ca one still works. So if you're in Canada, you can still support us that way. And also I disabled the code for the Rape Us thing while Amazon is reviewing our case. Of course, it still says for the victims of the penetration penitentiary in the code. So good job, me. All right. So there's a couple things I want to talk to you guys about today. Quite a few things actually, but starting things off, I just want to note something I meant to bring up last podcast and forgot to. But Anime Outsiders tweeted this. Apparently, MarzGurl got let go from Funimation. Hey, you know what's also not cool? Having a coworker vague tweet at you about how you're about to lose your job due to the company downsizing a day or two before you officially get told by the company that's happening. Probably one of my least favorite things, actually. Really? Is that worse than actually getting downsized? It is infuriating to know that my dad is actually a wildly talented and incredible musician, but that he uses his gift to push extremely far-right ideology that is genuinely harmful to people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with your help, I would like to employ MarzGurl's dad to write us a theme
song. After you know you're still in your job.
Who needs AI when you just have other humans?
MarzGurl also said, yeah, I could go digital and play right away, which would be good. I really just wanted to zone out after a crap Friday, but I have a huge preference for physically owning my media, and I'm not going to buy this game twice. So, a fellow collector, apparently. Putting out feelers, going to be looking for new full-time employment in the very near future. If you are aware of any positions within localization, requiring closed captions, subtitles, editing/video editing, and either located within Los Angeles or remote, please let me know. While I'm still going to be working within anime as a contract worker, I'm not confident I will be able to actually make ends meet without guaranteed full-time hours. Thus, the need to be on the lookout for something else. Yeah, so it seems like seems as though she was working possibly for Funimation and got downsized with Crunchyroll, or maybe I don't know. I don't remember where I read this. Seems like she might have worked for Crunchyroll, and then when they merged and they got rid of all the Crunchyroll staff, she may have gotten yeeted.
Yeah, because she says LA, and that's usually where.
Right. That's what I was getting at.
All she had as background character 43 is her first.
That's true. Yeah. Well, she had some dubbing credit we covered, and then more importantly than that, though, she's gone. That's the important news. Anyway, I put this in the doc like as soon as last podcast ended and forgot everything I was going to say about it. So anyway, moving on to this. Kaylee McKee says, hey, folks, Sean Chiplock has been permanently suspended from Twitter for entirely unknown reasons. So you guys will remember Sean Chiplock was the one who had the profile picture of Falco, right? That's his name? From
Attack on Titan?
Star Fox?
Oh, Star Fox.
Anyway, so we had talked about him previously in many capacities. I thought probably it was, union stuff that we had brought him up before. So I searched the Wayback Machine and whatnot for the tweets, and then I should have opened this one. Sorry. And I don't know, it wasn't so important, but I did find this one. I think this might have been like, I have no fucking idea. But I don't know what this tweet said, but they're like, they were talking about Sean Chiplock, right? You remember the furry guy? They said nothing. He said the N-word 12 years ago, apologized, and did never again. So one more voice actor in the industry who is being given a pass for throwing around the N-word. And then apparently he also said in a Smash or Pass that he would smash Sayu from Super Smash Bros. Genshin Impact, is that what it is?
Who's the lolly character?
A lolly character. But meant it as a joke. He apologized for that as well. He also likes furry. It's like anyway, so apparently I don't know why he got suspended. It was probably a brigade, but
honestly, it's probably because he's a furry. I don't blame him. No.
it's more funny than anything else. But that's the news about that front. Moving on, let's jump into some real news here. So let's talk about some things.
Oh.
I'm going to try not to read anything from possibly the worst article I've ever read in terms of research and spitting out facts like it was true and completely missing the mark. But more importantly, Corridor Digital put out a video where they used Stable Diffusion to frame by frame turn live action footage into anime, quote unquote. And they did it sort of like as a proof of concept. You know, they put a lot of effort into actually producing the skit that they were doing and you know, how they were actually generating, you know, what they were producing. And I'll play just like a little bit of it. So it was they trained a Stable Diffusion model on Kawajiri's Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And then they they actually recorded the footage on a green screen of themselves in costume, and basically they had a system through DaVinci Resolve to normalize the noise that was used to generate the stable diffusion so that it didn't jump around as much. Right?
As you can tell, though, it still jumps around.
It's still a little jank, right? For sure. Anyway, the purpose of doing it, as any proof of concept, is to put it out there, to entertain, and then somebody else will pick up the mantle. Should have been us. I agree. Should have started a custom intro here. Didn't think about it until there was no time left. But as you can imagine, people have had some thoughts. So Justin Savakis said, not going to retweet the Garbo AI anime clip, just going to theorize that this tech will give rise to even more absolute bottom barrel faux anime from American producers that nobody will want. Shabes, who I will also look at his thoughts on it here, says, at least this one took from a good movie, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, and promoted unofficial uploads of it on YouTube. And Random 11, you brought this up. Of the two, which do you think is worse? AI rotoscoped anime or 3D CG anime? Both of them are stupid. It's like, it amazes me that not a single person looked at this and said, wow, this is even better than regular anime. It's like, nobody needed to say this. No, but that's the point. No, these are
evidently
takes,
not that great.
These are takes that nobody needed to verbalize, right?
But no. By doing it, you're putting out the virtue that, look, I'm a true anime. I am anime, and this is not anime.
So the point is that
I'm saving anime, everyone.
They produced something that was sort of a proof of concept, and the grumpy old guys have all come around and said, this is Garbo. This is I don't know why Twitter is lazily resorting to dunking on the one clip when the short itself is rich with baffling choices. The AI isn't even the worst part. It's the weird directing decisions that are apparently inspired from anime. LMAO! Anyway, Kamajiri wouldn't be caught dead using this shot.
Every single shot I saw of this looks JoJo inspired.
So I just want to say, obviously, big fan of Savakis's discs and stuff. Love Shabes. If you guys are new to the channel, a couple of years ago, there was an incident where Mr. Nice Guy put together the Anituber Expo, where myself and a bunch of other people were brought together to record a review of each individual short from Animator Expo, right? The Studio Kara thing. And long story short, we had Nino kept saying every day up until the deadline, like, oh, it's coming along great, it's so good, it's going to be the best one, and then day of that it was due, is like, bro, I gotta level with you, I haven't started it yet, right? So in the 11th hour, we reached out to Shabes, and in like a fucking day, he knocked out of the park the review on the Ultraman. So nothing but respect for the guy. But let me take what we've looked at here and now juxtapose that to Brady's take. The only actual artist among the people talking here, and he says, there's been a lot of discourse on this. I think some of the language used in the video is really stupid. It's intended to be. But the technique behind
the dialogue?
He means the dialogue.
Okay.
But the technique behind it, have you watched the actual thing? I haven't been able to sit through it.
I watched the whole
It's like 7 minutes long, and I'm like, oh.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
plot-wise and
Yeah,
cheesy.
like I enjoy Corridor Crew more than I do the actual content that they make. You know, I
Yeah.
love the behind the scenes stuff. But anyway, he says, but the technique behind it is interesting. What I think is good about this is that they're exploring new technology and what it can do. The only one who has seen the point so far, but the onus is to use it ethically.
Well, it's not even ethically. What the heck?
Well, because in this particular case, it's being trained on an art style that a bunch of artists weren't.
Fucking Lord.
Yeah. So exactly. So the whining.
My one friend was talking about like, oh man, maybe Kawajiri should sue them, and I responded, well, it has to look like any good to be even worth suing over.
Right.
I think that they should use CG 3D anime ethically, all right? And then by that I mean not use it because it looks like trash and it hurts my feelings.
Well,
every time
so
I use
I'll just say this. I was thinking what we could do to push this to the next level. Right? Like take what they did, but instead of making a cringe short, put it to good use, right? So we had talked about training a stable diffusion model on Berserk 97, right? How about this though? What if we replaced the CG Colossal Titan in season 2 and beyond of Attack on Titan with a stable diffusion model that was trained on the non-CG one? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
like what if we put it to good use?
You mean like how Corridor deep faked Dwayne the Rock Johnson into the Mummy to look better?
Yeah, so sort of. I'm not sure that I agree. I don't think they really I don't think they nailed that one. But anyway, they say heavily, I might say, given their reach, the ethics are important. Or referring to the reach of AI artwork and stuff. It doesn't look like animation with specific direction. Also, because they're at the whim of AI, it really lacks that art direction real anime has, since it looks all over the place. Okay, so
just quickly, I think they meant the reach of Corridor Digital. Like they're worried about the reach of Corridor Digital, so they want to make sure that Corridor Digital gets the ethics right, because they're going to be the example.
Yeah, I suppose. I think that I'll be honest. I don't think they're going to do this again. I think this was literally let's do it once so we could do it, and then they're already on to the next thing. Personally.
I mean, I don't think they're going to turn into an anime studio. That's for sure.
But looking at it from this other perspective here, let's talk about how
they might do it again though. There are new AI tools that are coming out that are like refining this process to make it easier, because their process is like very involved. And so over the next year or two, you're going to see a bunch of better processes that are way simpler that'll get roughly the same effect. So and they might show those and do another a sequel or something. I could see them doing that.
We've talked about AI on this channel a lot, going all the way back to Paint's Chainer when they were coloring manga with an AI. And I've been talking at work and amongst people I know about this a lot. Literally, I'm working from home today and tomorrow because my boss is in London, and he and my coworker are going to be in London and then immediately go from their London event to the Florida event. So they're gone for like a full 11 days. And right before he left, I sat him down for a second and said, hey, I just want to let you know, one of your competitors, because now that I'm running their Facebook ads, I'm getting all these ads for their competitors showing up on my personal Facebook. And I was just saying, one of your competitors, somebody who's training people to do what you do, is running a program that is advertised as grow your practice with Chat GPT, right? And I sat him down and I tried to explain to him, you know, what that means and like how far reaching that's going to be in the next couple of years. And then he didn't grasp it. but then during the trip, he texts me daily, like screenshots of Facebook things that he sees that he wants me to know about, either because he wants me to look at an ad that was catchy enough that he clicked on it so that we will start incorporating that or stuff like that. And he sent me the literal ad that I was telling him about. And I was like, he's like, can we do this? And I'm like, I do this literally every day. like this is the one I was telling you about, you know? But I've been trying to really impart in people that this is going, like in the next 5 years, probably less than 5 years, the world is going to change in ways that we haven't seen since the internet became mainstream. And I think it's going to change at least 10 to 100-fold more than the internet changed it. Because the internet brought things online and created a new playground for people to interact, so to speak. And there's, you know, certainly things you can do on the internet, like shopping and whatnot, that previously you couldn't. But AI is going to get into every single industry that there is, without exception, like including like illicit, illegal things, you know, like sex trafficking and whatnot. And then also in combating it, you know, and we're going to look at some stuff tonight, even where they're using AI to combat crime. And so, long story short, I think that things are going to start to really ramp up quickly. Like we've reached the tipping point where people have had ChatGPT available for a few months now, and already entire businesses are launching using it as their tool, you know, like the core of their business. So I'm apprehensive about this because on the one hand, covering this stuff is something I really want to do. But it also is going to make it extremely difficult to keep things in the proper scope, because something like this is like, yes, it's sort of anime related, but it's clearly not anime. But the point is the topics that I want to take this to in our discussions is how can this be used in anime? And we're going to be looking at that a little bit tonight as well. But coming sort of back to this, I'll just say that one of the ways, as I sort of said, like if we could utilize AI to fix bad CGI in anime, then who's to say that those breakneck production schedules where they're using, you know, 3D for background characters can't clean those up? You know what I mean? Make them more, and the question is going to be, is it going to be more or less tolerable, you know, once you see it? But
yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I want to see them use it as a filter to correct or render like a base a 3D render, you know. They probably don't even have to go fully, like they don't have to render out a full 3D model either. Like they could render out a shitty 3D model and have stable diffusion pull the weight of like filling in the shadows, filling in the color and all that kind of stuff. Instead of like they could fully render it as well and just have stable diffusion maybe correct the style a little bit more. But to save time, I wonder how effective a pipeline they could make in that scenario.
Yeah. I'm going to catch up on some of the chat. I can't guarantee. Oh, they're looking for artists in China. To take over. This is for the MarzGurl discussion too. For the fact that anime is being brought to its knees because people in their outsourcing country are getting sick. Art is a creative expression made by a human. Jim Morrison never used AI to create the Doors music, and people still love the music. Well, once again, I'll say that I think he used an AI. What do we call it? The fungal network, the fungal neural network, mushrooms and drugs. Yeah, in the wrong hands. Yeah, I definitely think, as with anything, we have yet to see the extent of how bad it will be when it's used in the wrong hands, but we've also have yet to see the extent of how good it will be, you know.
But I mean, it's just a tool, and like we've seen, I mean, as much as I hate CG 3D anime, I think it all looks shit, but there's definitely some that look good.
Yeah.
And there's definitely some that,
Is that
has
confession?
been in the wrong hands and looks absolutely terrible. And that person
That's what
should
I
be
was gonna
fired,
say.
and the anime should be burned and never see the light of day.
Heard of the Third Reich Watch Club when?
So that's what I was gonna say. Is that what do they mean by in the wrong hands? I feel like in the wrong hands, it would look like ass, and it would be very evident. Like, no, it wouldn't be a problem. People would just be like, "That looks like ass."
So
and
here's
move
an
on.
interesting concept. You know how people like have become legendarily good animators using Source Filmmaker to just make porn of video games? Like when are they going to throw the stable diffusion models that just are trained on the actual like once you can actually put the 3D model data into the stable diffusion stuff or like any type of AI generative thing, it'll be crazy because then it'll be able to actually it'll have full reference for all the detail. You know what I mean? It's not guessing based on what it thinks this pixel looked like in another of the source images. You know what I mean? You'll be putting high detail ZBrush models. You know what I mean? And that's like, I think that's right around the corner. I think that movies, like, it is a damn shame that movies have gotten to be so woke, because in the hands of like Steven Spielberg from like 30 years ago, like, holy shit, just imagine the kind of stuff that could be coming out. Luigi Mel 64 says replacing people with AI should be dishonorable. It is also putting people out of their jobs. So I do agree that this is putting people out of their jobs, but at the same time, this is also creating opportunities. And at the end of the day, this is the scary thing about this, is that we have this thing called the Pareto distribution, right? The idea that only 1% of the songs that get recorded are played on the radio, right? And 1% of the athletes play in, you know, the all-star games, right? And all of just in nature, to those who have more will be given, and to those who have nothing more will be taken, so to speak. They call that the Matthew principle, I think. But the concept of this is that there's going to be an explosion in production, more and more stuff coming out to the point where you won't be able to keep up with it. It'll fracture society because we won't have as much to one of the benefits of popular culture is that it creates a shared I don't want to say origin story, but like it creates a shared history with people. You know what I mean? Like each one of us grew up and watched, for example, Dexter's Lab, right? You know, or Cat Dog or something, you know, like there are certain cartoons that everybody knows, like SpongeBob, you know what I mean? And for better or for worse, you know, because popular culture, a lot of it's pretty shitty, but for those sort of formative years, being able to bond with people in your neighborhood who also saw the same TV programming or played the same Game Boy games or whatever as you, is kind of important for life, you know, sort of in the physical realm versus on the internet, right? And on top of that, up with these weird online clicks, so to speak, where, for example, Tumblr, no matter what the subject is, there is some form of fan community that exists, right? And so it creates this very fractured civilization that is only probably going to get worse as time goes on when the explosion in production happens, right? When there's 10, 20, 30 times as much stuff getting made because it can be produced that much faster, right? And of course, again, this is a race to the bottom in terms of quality, right? And this is also why, you know, Scorsese and them are lamenting the existence of Marvel, because it's changed what movies are to people, and especially to studios, because everybody wants to create a cinematic universe because they're more profitable than letting Scorsese make an actual masterpiece, right? So anyway, there's a lot going on here.
I think
before
something
you move
about
on,
oh,
Sure.
FTDM, if you wanted to say what you were gonna say,
Go ahead.
yeah. So the one way I also look at it is how in Japan, you know how everyone talks about like, oh my god, they're overworked, underpaid, they're like sleeping in the office and stuff. In a way, it could actually get, in some cases, an equilibrium where they're able to actually, I don't know, go home like a regular human being because they can.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think what will happen instead is that more and more studios will get created and people will just be working on more projects, right? You might be working less on the individual project, but you'll probably just be splitting your time between more things. Or what you used to do, let's say you work all week and you only work on one episode. Maybe now you work on all week and you finish the whole series. You know what I mean?
There's a supply and demand aspect to how much the people are willing to work versus how much they want to make. And it's kind of like how like a liquid will always take the form of its container. So like if you have time, it's going to get filled, right? Like a hard drive, it's always you're always going to fill that hard drive.
Isn't it amazing how when I was a child, we used floppy disks. The USB hadn't been invented yet, you know? And then the USB drive came out and 128 megabytes was like, holy shit, that's like 40
and now we have
floppy
micro
disks, you know?
SDs that are up to a terabyte. And
exactly.
more.
Yeah. So it's and yet the increase in computing power also increase what you ask the computer to do, you know? So the more
increase in resolution increases the storage you need, so you're basically always the same debt of storage.
What's up, buddy? How's it going, Greenlight?
Okay.
So what I was saying with the thing, it might help them work through more stuff, but yeah, I think they'll probably still just work a lot because that's kind of
so their 5-year backlog of like being booked to the brim with projects is just going to still be 5 years. Just they're going to have 5 times the amount of projects.
So
they might have more output. Yeah.
At the end of the day, the goal, and this is where it gets tricky. By the way, Greenline, are you with us?
Yeah, at least I hear you. I don't know if you hear me clearly or not.
We didn't at first, but now we do. So are you familiar with this?
AI.
Are you familiar with Corridor Digital produced?
Oh yeah, I am.
Corridor AI based anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think I saw their video at some point.
So we're talking about the where this will go, and sort of the far-reaching effects
Future,
of
AI.
Within
10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Or maybe less.
Before we get too far away from it, I wanted to point out something about this comment specifically, though. So you're worried about AI replacing people, but like that is technology. AI is just a new technology. It's happened before. 3D artists replaced 2D artists. CG replaced.
I mean, during the Renaissance and the technological, what do you call it? The Industrial Revolution. You opened up new careers and new pathways.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking like ignore the new paths. Like, yes, obviously there is going to be new jobs, and that's where that's going to go. And there's always going to be someone is going to be able to find a job by doing some new thing. But and you can use that as a way to make it feel better about the old people losing their jobs. But I'm just saying, like, if you have an issue with AI replacing people, it's happened like 1,000 times before. You know, the people that made guitars out of wood and crafted a unique thing, now it's like manufactured in a factory somewhere
with a CNC machine or something.
Yeah, and so will there still be a market for 2D animation? Yes, people like 2D animation, just like there are still the odd stop motion movies that come out once in a while.
And sometimes really shitty ones.
Unfortunately, well, yes, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter what you like. It matters on what the market likes, right? If there's a market, people will still make it. If people like 2D animation, it will still get, and that's what they pay for, then it will still get made. But in terms of like, oh, it's bad because it replaces people, that's literally everything. And so if you have an issue with that, you literally have to stop using everything, because anything you're using today is made by technology that replaced someone's job last century. You know, that's my point with that.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You know, it's not AI so to speak that's replacing people. It's new technology in general, and that's always been the case, as you said.
And like I like the look of physical props, right? Like the in Star Wars, how everything's practical props. And do they still occasionally do it? Still occasionally, but is it way cheaper to do it CG?
Occasionally use film.
And so here's the interesting thing about that too. I'm going to come back to this this concept about AI replacing people in a moment, but what's interesting about the concept of what you're talking about is the idea that practical effects are inherently better than digital effects, right? And there's always going to be a course correction where we go full CG and the industry starts moving in this direction and technology develops and everything. And then because they know, and it becomes apparent that the global zeitgeist is conveying to the market, we like practical effects, then they start to incorporate practical effects into the CG, right? There's some pretty famous scenes in The Mist where they used practical effects merged with CGI for some gore effects and whatnot. In the latest season of Stranger Things, the villain character is largely practical effects, you know, and they merge the character with the set photography of them in prosthetics with the CGI, and it's the best of both worlds, and they learn how to make it work together, right? Now, on top of that, we have what are the new Unreal Engine 5 or whatever that can use like the Quixel scans or whatever they're called, where the size of the polygon is literally the size of the pixel on screen, like it's that tiny. Where now the data can be scanned in at practical effects levels, and you can create everything practically and photo scan it and have a 3D object that literally has every ounce of detail that was there in the practical effect, right? Now, so there's that, right? And it's the course correction is sort of where I'm getting with this, is that if, for example, just since we don't have more to talk about here, for example, if this was the standard, right, and people will look at this, by the way, this is a lot of this is 2D smoke drawings, right? Like the effects of the what do you call these? The dynamic effects, like the smoke and the particles and stuff, are still drawn 2D elements, right? But
they definitely like composited in a bunch of stuff, like the when the glass breaks on the castle. That all looks like extra. It's all clearly composited, added in after. But yeah, I mean,
the point is that if this is what we're getting, right? But the market is yearning for something else, something old, right? Cell drawn animation, dubs by Ocean Group, right? Hopefully, then that means that the effort will be made to hone the new thing or the next project back towards what people actually like, right? The course correction. Now, I do want to address here the concept of AI replacing people. I agree with the sentiment that all technology has always put people out of their work, right? It is the It's the standard rule of technology. It's going to happen, right? But when it comes to AI in particular, there is the sort of singularity concept that makes it much more threatening than other things, because it is capable of doing, like I said, the leap in technology we're going to see going from the world a year ago to the world in 5 years will be unrecognizable in terms of how much industry is going to change because of the implementation of AI. And I use the internet, the invention of the internet, because it's the literal only thing that has had such a large jump before. And this will be 10 to 1,000 times bigger than that, right? And the idea is that because AI is going to be able to do that, and this is the thing that I'm terrified of. We've talked in the past on this channel about trucking, long haul trucking. It is the largest occupation for people who, I can't remember if the statistic is only have a high school diploma or didn't, or dropped out of high school. I forget what I think it might be a high school diploma. But basically, if you didn't go to college, it is the biggest industry. And if overnight, for the sake of argument, you were able to replace all of those trucks that have people who get paid to drive from point A to point B, and you replace them with self-driving trucks, if the technology got there and you were able to do that, let's just say overnight, then you're going to take, what would that be? Like 20% of the country's population, and all of a sudden they don't have a career at all, right? And the people who get hurt the most by automation of this type are low-skilled individuals. And some people are low-skilled because they didn't try, but most people are low-skilled because they've been dealt, a bad hand in life. Some people are in Flint, Michigan, where the water stunts your IQ. Some people are in different places for different reasons that put them at the low end of the hierarchy on ability. And if you create, like, up until this point, new technology, the next generation has always been able to come up into whatever the thing is and start to produce the next industry and become proficient in using the tools. Like when I was in college, I was in a graphic design class where we learned how to use Adobe Illustrator. And the guy who taught it was talking about how there was a time when the people you hired to do your logo would physically actually paint it. You know what I mean? Like they actually designed it on paper, and they would do the design, and then that would get transferred over to other places, and they would create like the whole brand identity for the company, right? And he was talking about how there came a time, and you'll notice this in movies and everywhere else as well, there came a time when all of a sudden logos got really low effort and shit. And the reason why, he said, is because companies started to hire the younger kids who knew how to use the programs that let them do things digitally, instead of hiring the masters who had the talent and the sort of know-how behind, the artistry of creating a font or a logo or whatever, right? And so this is sort of when the technology is created, there's always going to be those people leapfrogging back up towards utilizing it, right? But the problem here with AI is that the advancements may happen so rapidly that people get left completely in the dust. You know what I mean? Or in the case of, the low-skilled individuals who maybe they're long-haul truckers, and which is not to say that it's easy. Low skill doesn't mean it's easy. It just means that the skill you have is not as technically proficient as somebody else, right? Like it's still not easy to drive for 12 hours a day, but it's not the same thing as, there's less thinking involved in some respect than, solving very complicated problems hour by hour. You know what I mean? So anyway, but people in those positions, the low skilled positions who are going to lose the work, aren't going to be able to leapfrog to the new work without tremendous effort, and for humanity, that's a good thing. You want people to be pushed to have to work harder to sort of evolve into a stronger, more proficient version of themselves. But there is an IQ barrier that prevents people from actually being able to do that. In one of the episodes of Joe Rogan's podcast, where he interviewed Jordan Peterson, Jordan Peterson talked about a concept called McNamara's 88s. Have you guys heard this story?
Nope.
So I can't remember what war it was. I think it might have been the Vietnam War. Somebody in the U.S. military. I'm going to butcher this, but hopefully you ignore like all the fine details I get wrong and just kind of get the principle of it. Somebody in the military named McNamara was in charge of a test they did where they lowered the bar for drafting people. So previously, there was like a 90 or whatever was like the lowest IQ you could have, to where babysitting you became like there was diminishing returns on getting anybody who was lower than that. And they lowered it to 88. And they were just trying to see what would happen if they could, because they needed men on the front lines, And what ended up happening is that these individuals who were easily entertained thought it was quite funny to throw grenades into like the mess hall and yell "fire in the hole" without pulling the pin, so that everybody would scramble for their lives to duck and cover. And then the grenade wouldn't explode, right? And they would be laughing their asses off watching all these people, scrambling for their lives. But it didn't take long before one of these idiots actually pulled the pin, because the muscle memory of being trained to pull the pin and throw it and stuff, it fucks with, how you perform the joke. And a bunch of people died, right? And that's sort of an idea of where, like, when you look at society and you look at the people who are on such a low end of the spectrum, either due to poor nutrition, lead poisoning, whatever it is that holds them down in that level of the hierarchy, you see, the guy on the street who appears to be homeless and talks to himself and swings at the air, and what I'm sort of getting at here is that maybe not the truckers themselves, but there are going to be parts of society that won't be able to keep up with an AI advancement. And we're going to find them in a situation like that, where literally nothing can be done by them that will be a contribution to society, because everything has become too complex for their comprehension. You know what I mean?
They can type words into Stable Diffusion and become modern artists.
Dude, Jordan Peterson talks about in his stuff with Joe Rogan, he talks about people in his clinical practice whose IQ is so low that, part of his job is to help them get work. And the work that he ends up getting them is something that to a child is easy, such as folding paper into thirds and sticking it in an envelope. Right. And he describes the difficulty that certain individuals have when the IQ is so low that it takes every ounce of effort, and they sweat profusely. They're focusing so hard at just trying to fold the paper into thirds.
It's taking no offense, but it is taking a lot of effort for me to stay focused on this. Okay, I don't know if we can.
Do you understand the? It's been quite verbose, but do you understand what I'm getting at? That what we will run into, and just to put it plain and
I
simple.
understand what you mean. Like,
So
these people are going to be out of work, and then we don't know what to do with them. There's going to be.
Well, it's not about us not knowing what to do with them. It's about how
Well,
society collapses when all of a sudden they no longer have purpose and they still need to pay the bills.
Society, that would be society not knowing what to do with them, and then they still need to do.
Well,
functions.
so I guess you could look at it that way, but I'm sort of looking at it from the perspective of imagine what it was like during the Summer of Love when people walked into communities, just mobs of people protesting for George Floyd and burned them to the ground, right? Imagine what it will be like when people get displaced from their careers and they all take to the streets because they no longer have a home. Because they lost it because they couldn't keep up with society. This is what I'm talking about. It's like it is going to become dystopian quickly. So this is all going back to this
how badly
I'm just saying that
in terms of AI anyway.
So this is all going back to the
apocalypse might be coming with the banks and shit.
Well, this is all going back to the concept here of technology has always put people out of their jobs, right? And I'm just saying, like, to not completely dismiss the point, AI is different, right? Because it is creating a rapid effect that will continue to advance in a perpetual
I mean, technology is also rapidly making things easier so that those people that can't do X job will be able to do Y job because it's that much easier because technology has made it so that you push a button and it finishes doing whatever.
So I suppose the hope here is that the advancements in AI will also be able to project forward and advance education to the point where the generations that are growing through it will be prepared. Because, for example, my cousin is a sound engineer, like an audio engineer, and he went to school for 4+ years to learn how to professionally record musicians and whatnot, and with equipment that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then the year he graduated, GarageBand came out, and he I don't know specifically what all the tools he was talking about, but he basically said, like, the second I graduated, the entire career that I had spent all that time preparing for, where the equipment costs all this money, was available to everybody. And sure, maybe he'll be better at it than somebody else because he has that technical training, but it's just sort of the idea that we're sort of, we don't want people to be raised into a career that doesn't exist like that, and especially if it's a whole generation, you know what I mean? Anyway, pushing on from here. Digital can never be archived. Physical will still rule. History should be preserved. Saying otherwise would mean we should have digital clothes. Most of us should not have digital clothes.
Digital is basically the way you archive things.
Yeah.
Your physical disc has a digital file.
Your physical disc is literally a 1 and a 0 put through the pits and lands of the DVD. Mixed live action and CG is more expensive than 2D cartoons.
I mean, depends on how many frames you have.
Yeah, not for the mileage you get out of it. Definitely not. I don't know what this is a reference to. Agreed, it's here. Oh, yeah. Mirage says, glad to talk to us. We have become more active in the voice chat on the Discord, if you haven't joined yet.
Yeah, if you guys want to talk to us, join our Discord.
Stan referred to this was when we were talking about Attack on Titan, and sort of utilizing the Stable Diffusion model trained on the 2D artwork from season 1 to improve the other seasons. It was more about the whole concept rather than specifically the Attack on Titan thing when he brought this up. That's all. For me, it depends on the series. The Netflix Ultraman CGI anime was actually done really well in terms of the fight scenes. Pacific Rim, the black was pretty good too. So this is, I think,
still looked like crap though.
Yeah, but this is when you were talking about that. So something I found kind of interesting, again, is that people are resistant to change, right? There's a famous story about eBay where
Yeah, the one you
eBay,
said
when
in
it
like
started,
episode 1 of the podcast.
eBay when it started had a yellow splash page or whatever, like the front end of eBay was yellow, and then one day they changed it to white, which is what it is today, and the user base basically rioted. Right, they complained so severely, so they changed it back to yellow, and then every day for a whole year they changed it one shade closer to white until it was white, and everybody didn't even notice because it happened so gradually. Right, and I remember when they first replaced and updated all the sound effects in Minecraft, everybody hated it so fucking much. Same thing when they finally updated, the original textures. The only one they left was the dirt texture, which was like sort of the iconic Minecraft block. But they updated all of them, and people did not like it. And then over time, it just becomes almost like it's always been this way, and it's always kind of funny when you go back and you watch something like a YouTube series from ages ago, and then you remember like, oh man, I totally forgot, or like you watch an old Let's Play for Minecraft, for example. Oh, I forgot that was even in the game. That's crazy, all that stuff. So, but the point is, when I was recording, or I guess editing the video for my first impression of Kengan Ashura, I talked about in that video, I talked about how Polygon Pictures did Ajin and Knights of Sidonia, and I talked about the CG looking a little off compared to Kengan Ashura, which nails it like really well. And when I was looking for B-roll, I fucking couldn't find anything. I'm like, why does none of this look as off as I remember it? You know what I mean? And it took me a very long time to find a shot that I felt I could use there, because I got used to the CG in anime, and I could no longer look at it as being as off-putting because I had gotten used to it,
Remember that one time where you said, look how far we've come with CG? And I said, no, it still looks the same. They're still having choppy issues. How can you say, look how far we've come?
Because choppy issues aside, the actual like graphical, display has improved tremendously from where it used to be. The integration into the 2D, environment is better as well,
But there's still tells, right? Like,
that definitely tells. I'm not saying there isn't, but that's you can't say that Breath of the Wild doesn't look any better than Ocarina of Time in terms of visual fidelity.
It looks way better. What do you mean?
It looks way better, right? Likewise, CGI in anime looks way better than it did.
Oh yeah, like if you compare CG, like
it does, but like there's
if
some
you compare
Western
anything
animation, like
to
was
CG,
it? That
I mean, if you just look
engine?
at Toy Story 4 versus Toy Story 1,
you compare it to Reboot or the Beast Wars shows, fine. But my point is that even in the new CG, and I mean they might eventually get this worked out, but there are weird artifacts that come into play with CG animation that they can deal with, but it probably just costs too much money and it's too annoying to deal with, where they're bending models to make the animation look good, to like squash and stretch things, so they have to bend the model, or they're animating something and they forget to animate the cape or something like that, because when you're modeling things by hand, you forget that. But if you were to draw it in 2D, you'd never forget to like animate the cape, right? So there's weird.
Let's be real. How often does that really happen, though?
But it happens all the time. When that in the trailer for the Vash Stampede, whatever the fuck, he leans forward as a kid. He's leaning forward, and there's a scene where he's like in a seatbelt. And like you can tell that seatbelt is getting like the physical, like you can see the model behind the seatbelt, and you can see it getting stretched, right, to fit the animation of him leaning forward. But in a normal animation, that seatbelt is getting pulled from the back of the chair, right?
Sure.
There's more seatbelt coming out of that chair. And usually there's texture in the paint or in the line work that like pulls down. And so it brings your eye down and you can see the motion of the thing instead of just a weird texture being stretched or a vertex being stretched.
But that's not like they forgot it. That's just a technical limitation.
No, this is all encompassing in the artifacts of CG animation. So
to clarify,
similarly, similarly with what Corridor Digital did with their anime thing, right? It's basically rotoscoped anime, right? It's film that they've put through some filter to make look like anime. And I mean, I would argue it doesn't really look like anime, but it's kind of close. But there are artifacts in the fact that they've changed it from film to a drawing, in quotes, right? I was watching a video about this Disney animator commenting on this, and he was talking about how there's like micro movements when you're filming any person. They're gonna, they can't hold their hand perfectly still. So when he does the like, I'm gonna go scissors, like that was a still frame of the guy. But when when the two guys go and he's like, oh, I got scissors, his hand is wiggling a little bit because he can't hold it perfectly still. But in an anime, they would draw that one frame of the scissors and it would be stuck there. It would be frozen.
Yeah, like this is what you're sort of talking about, like how much jittering there is right here.
Yeah, and that's not like Stable Diffusion's putting in a jitter of a shadow.
Yeah, that is legitimately the input of the rotoscope is looking bad because the people are moving.
Yeah, and you're never going to be able to solve for that without like
there are ways to, but
like a massive amount of post-processing to correct all of those issues, right? Like the hair is going to be constantly moving, and in anime we're used to the hair
I disagree
in one spot.
It's not no. A better example is the shading. Like it's jumping around constantly. But
the shading that's just an artifact of Stable Diffusion. That's not an artifact of the process.
You're talking about this jumping right here?
The process
on the head?
Yeah, so that is just
I can tell you precisely what's happening here.
Stable Diffusion has a different input and output every time.
What's happening in this moment is that Nico has a little bit of a highlight on his head here. He is losing way more hair than I was. But he has a bit of a highlight on his head here, and it is right at the threshold of whether or not Stable Diffusion is going to decide it's going to be like a highlight or it's going to be dark. And
that's fair.
In his movement, it is parts of it are dipping just past the threshold.
So that's fair, but what I'm talking about with shading is like, look at his like the line on his to the left of his nose or whatever. It's constantly just jumping around, and like in real life, the lighting would just smoothly like go in and out of wherever it's going.
Well, that's the Kawajiri input for that, because that's how
No. That's straight.
You're talking about this
You're
line?
missing what I'm saying. It's Stable Diffusion.
Yes,
has
I am agreeing.
every frame.
I'm agreeing. This is Stable Diffusion doing that, because the input from Kawajiri, all of the characters that have this sort of nose have that sort of hard line drawn around
I
the
meant
bridge.
the one next to the nose. So like the I don't know what to call that.
This
no,
part?
the other side. The other side.
The other side.
Yeah.
This part.
Yeah, so something like that line.
Even in the
it's
forehead,
every single shadow, but that
Yeah.
one in particular is just like, you see it jumping around. Yeah, and on him you see his cheek shadow like combines itself and uncombines itself.
So ironically, I think the shadows could be probably the easiest to for post-processing wise to nail down, or even in Stable Diffusion to somehow nail down and have a consistency. But
honestly,
I don't think you're gonna fix like hair moving and
I think in a year and a half
wiggling.
Okay, hair would probably, depending on the hair, it would probably be a little bit more difficult for sure. But within a year and a half, like for example, if we ignore Nico's hair and just look at Dean, within a year and a half, I bet you there will be an AI in between the footage and Stable Diffusion, for example, whatever they even use within a year and a half, that will normalize the movement that has been trained on whatever, motion you're training it on. Why is it not showing now? So that you no longer have the jitter that we were looking at.
I think the shadow jitter is actually
no, but I'm not talking about shadow jitter. I'm talking about the fact that a person cannot hold their hand perfectly still. And I'm saying that I would be willing to bet that would be a relatively easy fix for an AI to correct for that
I'd just manually freeze frame it or something like that. And
and that's effectively what they're going to be able to train the AI to do. To basically not
keyframe with AI and then have it somehow fill in the blanks to give that.
And we're going to talk about that later on tonight if we ever get there.
If we get to the next article.
But we'll talk about that in a little bit, about the concept of using it as in between animation and stuff like that. So basically, I just want to point out that Brady has, I think, the most level-headed take in the sense that on the one hand, he wants to acknowledge that it doesn't look all that great, but on the other hand, he acknowledges the purpose behind doing it is that it is proof of concept of look at where we can stretch this new technology, So anyway, Luigi Mel 64 says, I may digitally draw only to practice the basics and easily dispose of the work before being ready to draw on paper. Your fingers are round and you cannot see the cursor on a touch screen cell phone. Well, nobody's telling you to draw on a touch screen cell phone. Only sometimes you can see people draw concepts on paper and stacking tools. Well, the reason I like to use a computer is there's an undo button. I can get ballsy. I can get ballsy with my artistic creativity because I'm not going to fuck it up.
Also, Luigi, they do make styluses that are compatible with your tablets and phones.
Stan says, with these new tools, there will always be that one person who creates a blockbuster movie themselves and make the studios look bad. We looked at that guy like 2 weeks ago. That guy who's doing his own thing. Like, fuck, that was goddamn incredible. And he's doing it just all by himself in Blender. Luigi 64 says, any corporate industry is a problem where they lie about supporting their demographic and their people despite claiming to support them. Literally every industry ever. I'm all for alternatives, but they have to be good, no matter if they are new or old.
If they're bad, they're not going to succeed.
Yeah, right. The market is going to decide. Practical effects are great because even though they are fake, they are believable in the work. They offer interaction with the actors. True. And there's a value to practical that isn't even seen on the screen in that actors are interacting with something, in fact, they started to, we can fully CG this prop, but they found out that it doesn't, once you pair it with the live action footage, it doesn't work unless they're actually looking at something. So they started they integrated that into the pipeline.
Only person in the Avengers for a lot of the shots.
Yeah. So they integrated into the pipeline that there needs to be something so they could track the eye levels, so that people are actually looking where the CG creature is going to be, right? And there's all sorts of things they developed with, like the holding the pipes with the balls on the end, so they're looking at where the head of the creature is going to be and stuff. So yeah, I mean, this is just naturally right now. What we're looking at is the introduction of CGI before figuring out all that other stuff I was just explaining, but for a different technology here, right?
Wow, okay. That's
Drax the Clown says, how do you do, fellow kids? Hajime Mashite to you as well. Stay says, I did that work before computers were able to do the same job via software from Adobe. Did this job at a print shop. Oh, cool. Nice. Another reason that traditional cartoons are great is that they can be worked when the power goes out. damn, that happens so often. And if the power goes out
I'm sure
forever,
the lights will work.
I'm sure that the 2D artists are going to have so much work in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's just not a practical thing anymore.
Making so many flip books.
Yeah.
I heard that they already do some Genga, non-digital.
So, this is, like going back to this topic real quick. When my teacher was talking about this concept, he said that, well, I don't know, we'll leave it there, but basically the bottom line is that speed, embracing the speed and for a creative individual, especially being able to iterate ideas quickly is the bread and butter of what we do. Anyway, so I'm going to leave it here for this topic because we've got more AI topics to cover tonight, and I'm glad I left a couple of them out. Because let us switch gears real quick to talk about California is proposing withholding tax credits from Hollywood productions unless they set ethnic, racial, and gender diversity goals and develop a plan to achieve them. Check this text message.
Oh, that's gross.
Ask the Silicon Valley Bank how the ESG shit went for them.
I'm going to step away for 1 second.
No.
I'll be right
Have
back.
you guys heard about the Silicon Valley Bank situation?
Very briefly, but
No, I haven't.
free to regale us.
Basically, it's just that there's a bank in the States. It's the 16th largest bank or whatever. I don't know, something like that. And they failed because they had a bank run, right? Everyone wanted their money out of the bank, and they didn't have enough money to cover it. And so the government basically took over their bank and is now using insurance. And just this morning they announced that they're also gonna so they have an insurance to cover everyone that had deposits of $200,000 or less. So if you had that much, like that little of money in your bank, you're fine. But anything over that, which was 97% of their business, all those people were fucked, lost all their money. But apparently there's some like fund that all the banks pay into that Biden is now going to use to give out, basically insure those other funds so that they're not all fucked. But the bank is still basically dead, and everyone that had shares in the bank is gone. But it came out today that they were one of these companies that was worried about diversity, and they were investing in companies that only had ESG scores and all this shit. So they didn't give a shit about the companies that actually had marketability and sustainability. They just were doing their woke bullshit, and then they went under. So big surprise.
So regarding Hollywood, I've talked about this in the past. Hollywood chases tax incentives, right? And this is a dastardly attempt by California to cram further politicized things into entertainment. But interestingly, I think it could go one of two ways. Well, I think it's going to go one specific way, and that is that Hollywood is going to crash and burn, right? Because the way I look at it, you're either going to double down on the woke shit in Hollywood and create more and more shit that nobody wants to see, or you're going to leave California and build the new Hollywood somewhere else, and you're going to produce content that isn't shit, and the content that is shit is going to have to compete with, like, it's one thing if you're constantly producing shit content, but that's all anybody gets to have, right? But once you have a competitor who's producing content that people will easily choose over going to see your shit movie, then it's the writing's on the wall. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. The only problem with that is the potentiality of, let's say that the next Hollywood, for example, gets opened up in Austin, Texas, and then all the wokies from Los Angeles move to Texas and shift that demographic pretty hardcore. That could be disastrous. Fortunately, Texas has snakes and all sorts of wonderful things that make people have to be rather hardened have to be hardened individuals. So
They gotta be hardened
perhaps
individuals.
perhaps
they,
it will.
they force them to embrace that Second Amendment right.
Yeah,
to shoot the snakes.
So anyway, I think but it does seem like the logical, progression of where things are. You know what I mean? That we would expect this. So I don't know. I missed the rest of your conversations, but are we all sort of in agreement here? Do we have any other thoughts?
No, we're all in agreement.
Well, I think was it Tim Pool had a take that's like, if they actually follow through with this, then they're gonna have to accurately represent like white people, so it's gonna have an opposite effect of what they're trying to get. So it's like there'll be in Africa with an all black crew, but they incorporate like 60% white people or whatever.
Something tells me there's going to be a little stipulation in the thing about white people can be left out. So Funimation was a great company until recently. Like, legitimately, fucking Gen Fukunaga was handling it extremely well. It was only when the Vic scenario happened and it turned out that all the people in there ran their mouths without any oversight that everything sort of span out of control there. I mean, I guess there was a little bit before that with the Gamergate line in prison school, but that, again, it was these very few individuals at the company.
It was few and far between versus like
it was not what it is now with Sony owning them and everything. But anyway, let's see. We got to catch up for some lost time here. So I saw this. Now, I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is fake. But have you guys seen this? So this is an article about the meme, the image, the fake image or whatever that's been going around. I don't know. Maybe I should have looked up this person's name, Danielle Starlight, to see if I could actually find this thing.
That sounds like a porn star.
It says Black History Month in anime. Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama fires back at haters criticizing lack of black characters in the series. Quote, "This is a Japanese franchise made by Japanese people for Japanese people. It's not your show, it's ours. The things people complain about continue to change over time, but Japan's racial demographics do not. They, black people, do not live here," Toriyama said in a highly controversial interview earlier this month. When questioned about the decision to include Mr. Popo, a racist depiction of a black individual in the show, Toriyama responded, quote, "I love Mr. Popo. He's a hilarious character. But maybe you're right. If I could go back in time, I would write 3 of him into the story to avoid all this drama. Mr. Popo isn't going anywhere." As Black History Month draws to a close, it's important to reflect on the impact and influence of black culture across all facets of society. While anime may not be the first thing that comes to mind when considering Black History Month, it cuts off there in that image. Oh, anyway, so that was pretty funny. I would include 3. But this one's real. Probably fake, but this one's real. No Game No Life creator fires back after Western readers criticize series' lack of dark-skinned characters. Hot off the heels of Final Fantasy 16 director Yoshi P facing criticism for his upcoming game's lack of medieval European diversity, No Game No Life creator Yu Kamiya has found himself in a similar situation. And like the esteemed Square Enix producer, he's not backing down from his creative decision. So I would like to point out real quick how fucking popular Dragon Ball is in the actual Black community. I mean, it might be one of the, aside from the Hispanic community, where they actually produced, like boxing poster. How they do like the two different boxers posters. Mm-hmm. They would produce those week to week for the characters in the show for Dragon Ball Super and promote them and show them in bars and stuff. So perhaps the Hispanic community has a little bit more fervor for it, but the Black community, like they fucking eat that shit up. And until recently, there wasn't really, like, first of all, the characters are alien, the vast majority of them. I don't think any of the Black individuals are be like, how come Yamcha's not Black?
Right. I've also seen them never complain about Mr. Pogo all that much, to be honest.
I never even thought about it until like maybe 5 years ago. It just didn't even cross my mind. A comedic light novel series, No Game No Life, follows the exploits of we already know this, we've seen it. One day, the two are challenged in online game, blah, 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 games. Despite the game taking place in a fully fictional country, a Western reader unsurprisingly took issue with the fact that Disboard did not exactly parallel real-world history. On March 2nd, Kamiya took to Twitter to reveal that they had recently received a scolding DM from a foreign reader who said there were brown-skinned people in medieval and early modern Europe. Why don't they appear in your work? Responding directly to this accusation, the Brazilian-Japanese creator declared, first of all, Disboard is not in Europe.
I'm not sure where they're getting that whole idea.
Yeah.
Were there furry ears or elves in medieval Europe? He added, before noting also, there are usually brown-skinned characters. It should be noted that one of the 16 different sentient races who have a seat at the table of Disboard politics are the dwarves, all of whom are noticeably more tan than their peers. However, as they did not appear in the series anime adaptation, nor have they made their debut in its manga version, it seems that this fan had not fully engaged with Kamiya's work before attempting to rake him over the coals. Moving right past that.
Wow.
Ultimately, the entire interaction left Kamiya wondering if they would have a better understanding of the fans' mentality if, instead of leaving for Japan with his parents at the age of 7, he had lived out his life in the United States. Quote, I wonder if I wouldn't understand it because I am now completely close to the Japanese. Anyway, apparently cultural colonizers still out and about trying to completely change the cultures they don't agree with.
Yeah.
Season
also,
2
I'd like to point out, like I did before, like this supposed fan heavy, quotes around that with underlines.
Just want a season 2.
Oh, fuck me. Hey, who wants to do some pickups while I log in?
I mean, I've got pickups.
Discord has it.
Pickups me while
Mine
I
are
go
on
back
Discord.
to log in. So I actually had some pickups last podcast that I forgot to showcase. There he is.
Nice shirt.
So a part of my pickups does not include a backlight. Sorry, I'll fix that later.
A black light?
Backlight.
A backlight. But in
I
the
heard
meantime,
you, buddy. FDDM needs to clean out his ears.
Yeah.
No, I intentionally said that.
In the meantime, I picked up a glass plate on eBay.
I missed
for
it.
like $20. So the whole box set, brand new too. It was still sealed.
Are they Blu-rays or DVDs?
DVDs. It never came out on Blu-ray.
So there's that. They also came with like booklets where you get to see the prices of like Funimation's old titles, and I'm reminded of how good we have it now. It's like $30 for a DVD set that's like 6 episodes, and it's like, dear fucking lord, like the people who complain nowadays on how expensive some of this stuff is. It's like, did you know how expensive it was back in the day? Anyways, Cardcaptor Sakura movie. Is this movie? Yeah, movie 1 and movie 2. So I finally picked those up.
And you'll notice they both have slip cases.
They do indeed, the old style.
Oh, square edge ones too. Nice.
Yeah, because the first one, the preview image looks like it doesn't have one, but they later reprinted it with one. So.
And then the Duke of Death and His Maid on Blu-ray. And then Love After World Domination.
I sure am glad that that imagery on the right.
Why'd you point it out? There's a reason.
All right, what is it, Greenland? Oh.
Let's here. Don't worry. I will hold it. You can talk about it.
I am sorry. Like it was good last podcast, but then this podcast is like, no, fuck you. Fuck
I was waiting for you to come back and so we could go onto Discord like quickly, and then you bring attention to it right away.
I'm sorry, okay? I apologize. You know, bill me later.
That character identifies as a man, or I don't know, legal, or I don't know, whatever will get me away with this.
She is a mother, for the record. She is a middle-aged housewife in the series. Reese can.
She was breastfeeding. She was breastfeeding there.
Yeah, Ascendance of a Bookworm, season 3, and then finally, before I traumatize the podcast even more, I have a pickup that I mentioned on Twitter that you guys may have seen this morning, which is my paperweights, which includes Teasing Master Takagi-san. And I say that they're paperweights because I was so looking forward to Aaron Dismuke and Sarah Whitenhef coming back. And Sarah Whitenhef is back, but Aaron Dismuke is nowhere to be heard in the dub. So
did he die?
And guess what? Fun fact. He actually was in the dub for the first 6 episodes.
For the first 6, yes. Excuse me. But
so they
he
actually
nowhere
took him away from us.
Yeah, I don't know why. So I'm really miffed at that, to say the least. So,
God damn it, Aaron Dismuke, why'd you have to swallow that cactus?
I don't know. Hopefully he's better now, but I'm never getting over it. I was hoping we'd finish up the series with him in it. So
I don't think you showed off the movie, or maybe you did, and my connection was ass.
So I picked up. This arrived today. Super shitto.
Why didn't you wait for the 4K one?
I bought both.
The 4K one isn't out yet.
Yeah. Well, I'll buy both then. All right, but more importantly than that.
So you just lied.
I just assumed I would have bought it if it was available. So I got this. I'm sure I just doxed somebody's address there. This is from a Kickstarter. I don't know which one. I had this last podcast and totally forgot to show. Oh yeah, the Brush of the God, the Keizo Murase brush of. Oh fuck.
That's a show.
That's gonna increase. So say
yeah. Oh, good thing he gave me 2.
Yeah, so now one's not bent.
No, they're both bent now. All right, and then so there you go. I thought it would be something else. It's not. All right, so.
Whoa.
Don't worry, son. I'm a professional. All right, so and then I don't know if I showed that, but yeah, I did pick up Love After World Domination before.
I think you showed that at the podcast before.
Yeah, you should.
Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I've started it.
And your super box from Right Stuff.
Yeah.
So
all right, cool.
Are we
so
ready for?
Let's go to Discord.
Let me pull that shit up.
Oh, it was cut off.
You fucking idiot. If you're gonna be doing that shit, you have to turn off the loop and you have to go through each and every one before the podcast starts.
No. This one wasn't like it's cut off, right?
Jamie, pull that shit up.
No, it's not. It starts in the middle.
Who played it?
It's not about who played it. It's when you first upload them. Sometimes they're like that. In fact, god damn it, there's one that I put in there that I was supposed to do. Fuck it. God damn it. All right, anyway. So let's go through. Let me bring my screen share back up because apparently I closed it. All right.
Are we still
Ian,
monetized?
that's a good question. I did play the China Smash Face intro, so I'm probably not.
Okay. Well, if you played the China Smash Face intro, then I'm not necessarily to blame for.
I'm not worried about monetization. It's all the more reason.
I'm not worried about making
support
money.
us through Discord or no through Patreon and Super Chats. So Lance picked up Princess Tutu from Reese. And apparently the Akira Steelbook has an etching
embossed.
It's the entire thing is embossed. Like the crack, the bike.
The crack is way too overly embossed. That was a poor choice. It draws so much. It's the first thing my eye goes to.
Is that the DVD Steelbook?
It's Blu-ray. It's the Blu-ray DVDs. It's the steel collector's case. It's not a Steelbook.
Yeah, it's like a jank. A bootleg steelbook.
We have a steelbook at home, honey. The steelbook at home.
Did it come with a red sleeve?
No. We're about to see that later.
Oh.
Anyway, he also got Weathering with You.
Got the Blu-ray DVD Steelbook.
I got the Pokemon first 3 movies exclusively because it has the third movie with 5.1 audio. I mean, it has all of them with 5.1 audio, and it has the shorts on it, which I don't have technically.
And we needed
Blu-ray doesn't have the shorts, and it has only 2.1 audio or 2.0 audio.
I see you picked up the waffle edition of 1.11.
Well, I'll finish with Pokemon first, and apparently the shorts also have 5.1 audio, so that's cool. But like I think I said it in a different podcast, the Australian version has 5.1 audio on the first and second movie, but not the third one. So that's why I bought this, because it's the only place that has the 5.1 on the third.
So
it's dumb that they never released the shorts on the Blu-ray.
You know how we ran Tomo-chan's Japanese voice through 11 Labs and got her to speak English?
Yeah.
I'm dying to hear what Pika P is gonna sound.
Oh
like.
no! 1,000 hours of Pika P's for the sample. Oh Jesus Christ!
Pika.
But I didn't. What? I'm not finished. And also.
All right.
I don't think we need the
he
AI.
does speak in that one
doing
movie.
A banger job.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that they use the Japanese voice actor of Pikachu for the American show because he's only saying Pika P, right?
And Chew.
Yeah.
Except that one movie where he actually speaks English.
I know, and they have an American voice actor for that
now. So anyway, so the Australian version also has a collector's edition, which has the shorts on it. So I do plan to get that, but once again, doesn't have the third movie with 5.1. And then Evangelion 1.11, I got just because I saw it in my recommended and was cheap as balls, the UK version. Because if you want to get the Region A version with the fancy slipcover, it's like $90 at least. I'm just like, screw it. I just want it for the Funimation dub. So then when
you just want that ass shot of the Evangelion there.
Yes, absolutely.
The Tosatsu of the Tokusatsu.
So when G Kids re-releases all 4 of the movies, I can have the Funimation dub like my own copy. And fun fact, this has 6.1 audio for some reason, and that means apparently it has an extra center channel at the back. I don't know why, but it has it.
Is that where the Shinji jerking off sounds go?
Yes. Indeed.
Just a quick side sidetrack story here. When I was a kid, my parents had
I would
a
also
surround
jack off in the center channel.
my parents had a surround sound setup, and we were watching but we never used it really all that often, except one time when we were watching fucking the basketball movie.
Space Jam?
Space Jam, yeah.
Yes!
And there's
Yes! Called it, right.
there's
Pikachu, calm down.
There's a scene where they're in the house and they're it's like Daffy and Sylvester, I want to say, going through Michael Jordan's house.
Daffy and Bugs.
Was it Daffy and Bugs?
Daffy
Whatever.
and Bugs Bunny.
I haven't seen the movie in forever. Anyway, they see the dog and
Really?
like the dog is gonna attack them or something. And there's a point where Daffy talks, and when you're listening to it in surround sound, it was coming from like behind you. And as a kid, I was like, oh my god! It was like the first time I'd heard like weird surround
Daffy's
sound.
in
Like,
the house!
I'm like, whoa, man! Whoa. And then the next time we watched the movie, I'm like, oh, when's this part of the movie gonna come up where Daffy's like behind us? And it didn't happen. I was like, well, why didn't it happen? And my mom's like, oh, well, we didn't have it on surround sound right then. It was just
watching it on
stereo.
2.0.
Like, why'd we even watch it then?
Speaking of which, I have another pickup.
You know,
I agree
Space Jam
with
is on
Mini
YouTube for free on premium.
So
That's
that's great.
1.0. No.
I've got here a
We should look
30-foot
for the watch
8K HDMI cable because
Not active.
for people who are watching, there are these things we do called watch parties. And if you missed the last one, because most people did, shame on you, because it was a lot of fun. And I realized I could connect HDMI, mirror the screen, and plug this into the TV in the living room, so my wife doesn't have to sit on a stool next time. So that's my next pickup. Anyway, great story about Space Jam. I wish I had a story about surround sound, but I never got one. Anyway, so in Mirage Leonardo pickups news, can we not linked roles? Go away. Dismiss. All right. Not for sale. Okay.
I think you got that.
Oh, this is what. Okay. All right. You happy to finally own this. All right. So maybe it's still coming. No, but the signed Last Ronin figure, it's cool. Before you started watching the show, the podcast, I brought up the Last Ronin. I don't give a shit about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at all, but the concept behind the Last Ronin is so fucking cool.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about it, but it sounds awesome.
Yeah. So for anybody who isn't aware, the concept, if I'm not mistaken, it was something else, is that 3 of the Ninja Turtles are dead, and you don't know which one is still alive throughout the series, but he's avenging them, and he uses all of the weapons instead of just one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty fucking cool.
And
All
then
right,
the
and then
remainder
you
of my
picked up
Christmas.
the waffle. This looks like a bootleg. Like, it looks so shittily printed.
It has a reverse art that's full screen. But
I don't think that's going to help it.
Well, it goes in an art box anyway. I actually have the UK art box version, which doesn't have like an age thing on the spine. But anyway, so this is the remainder of my
does the
Christmas
art box fit on your
sale
shelf?
order. That
Is this
does.
double Zeta?
It's beautiful.
Or is that a drop shadow?
It's ZZ Gundam.
Okay, so it is double Zeta.
But yeah, it's the remainder of my Christmas order. It finally arrives because they had to reprint it with Gurren Lagann, apparently.
So here's another example of where Stable
Valentine's Day
Diffusion
present.
trained on drawings of robots could make the 3D robots look better.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. So maybe I should wait and talk about this when we actually cover it, because it is, I think, next. Oh, no, it's not next on the agenda because I'm an idiot. All right. So the Godshard books. We'll talk about the Godshard Kickstarter again, even though it hasn't actually started yet. I would just like to note the characters are not wearing ugly leotards. like they are in the game for some reason. And then, how did you pronounce this? The Goraptor? It's the...
Isn't that a C?
It is, but he
Goraptor?
pronounced it. We talked to him in the voice chat the other day. He told us all about it. So this is the Hiroshi Kanatani guy that is doing the manga version of Godshard as well, which that's not what these are. These are the books. Actual book, no pictures. See, I read. Anyway, but he also made this this manga, Kyoraptor, that's what it was. Thank you. About a Native American and his like Godzilla bird.
Okay.
Pretty cool. And then this one that's based on
Queen Saga.
Tiger Mask, right? No. It actually does look like Queen Saga because he's like a full body leopard man. Anyway, the Hyoman one shot, and then Electroid Zaborger. That's quite a stance.
He's a stand user. No.
Another
Rawr.
furries were a
That's
mistake.
Is there something you're not telling us? Perhaps you have a bit of a fur thing going on.
Affinity. You have a fur affinity account.
Ouch.
He said, alienating undoubtedly at least one more audience member.
That's for the best.
Boy, I sure wish there was a button I could hit that would, that would go to the next one.
It only does that if you upload all of them all at once.
Yep. So Tokusatsu merch when? Or is it funny or Tokusatsu? Tosatsu is the Japanese word for like voyeur photography, like upskirts. Yeah, so I think it could be funny.
Oh. Now this was it. He hasn't shown like the Ultraman I'm speaking of, but the Ultraman manga, which is what the Ultraman Netflix show is based off of, is made by the tag team that made one of my favorite anime, Line Barrels, which I guess is their current gig, is that they just do that stuff. But I'd love them to make a new original IP sometime. Is that the censorship nipple?
So Tokusatsu, like who's the best upskirtable person? Is it going to be one of like the Ultraman mom, or is it going to be Godzilla?
It's the Ultra
Godzilla in panties.
It's gotta be Godzilla in a sailor uniform.
If I had Stable Diffusion running right now, I would totally type in Godzilla upskirt. Guy Gilchrist signed artwork. Nice. From the movie. Playmates? Oh, it's a print of the... It's just like the back of the box that it would... Like the print would be on or whatever. Oh, is this you? Yes. That's you. This is Mirage Leonardo beneath the mask.
Face reveal.
As a ghost busting Ninja Turtle. Right on, right on. And then continuing this segment. Oh, Reese got...
I got the Akira limited edition 4K release.
Is that the one you were
come with
thinking
a
of?
red slip cover?
Yes.
It's
a slip case.
It's
No, it's an art box.
It's an art box. I was just about to correct you on that one.
Fuck.
And it has the SDR disc. I contacted Funimation the same way I got the replacement for FTM's copy. They contacted me back saying since the merger, they're not doing that anymore. So I contacted Crunchyroll.
Fuck
to
them.
To see if like, and I still haven't gotten a response yet from Crunchyroll about it.
You heard it here first, folks. They hate you.
Yeah. So I got it off of eBay for about the same price that I got FTM. So
that's fucked, man.
Brand new, and I think mine was in a better condition because yours was a little bit dinged in one of the ends.
I'm glad I got the worst one.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Go back.
Yes, you are. God damn it.
I also got Hibernate Remy on Blu-ray.
Hibernate
Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1 Part 1 on Blu-ray. Mushoku Tensei Season 1 Part 2 on Blu-ray, and I upgraded Weathering with You to the standard 4K Blu-ray combo pack. Now I'm done. And I also picked up a Switch. The OLED... the OLED white power version.
Oh no!
And then I also picked up a traveling case and another AC adapter.
An anime collector adapter.
Games.
And I got a bunch of games. I got Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Lego Harry Potter collection, Metroid Prime, Sonic Mania, Team Sonic Racing, Steins Gate Elite, which came with a digital code for 8-bit Adventure Steins Gate, which is like a completely different story, I guess. But but it looks all 8-bit instead of like the retro TV frame around it. So because it's in 4x3. And then Smash Brothers and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. And I also picked up digitally.
So, are you able to play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 levels with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 soundtrack?
I haven't played with it too much yet.
Or does
How much
whole
does it have the same soundtrack? You don't think it's been nerfed from licensing?
I think that there's no point in buying it if it's just the first game without the soundtrack.
It's the first 2 games, first of all, but either way.
Second game sucks.
What? That's the one. That was the first one I played. Second one on PlayStation.
You can be wrong, but anyway, the soundtrack is like 80%, 70% there.
I think we talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about this.
There's definitely new tracks and there's definitely old tracks. How much did you pay for
Police Truck, Superman, and I can't think of any of the other ones on there.
And Blood Brothers on the second one.
Okay. No, those are the 3 that matter.
How much did you pay for Tony Hawk?
$24, $25, something like that.
Okay.
So 100 CAD.
Just went on sale for $19 in Canada.
Well, that's
jeez.
Great.
Damn. So you could have gotten it for $1 up here.
So there may be a way that you could do like a Amazon.
You should ask Funimation if they're going to honor.
Not do that. But anyway, I also picked up digitally. I got Hue, and I also got a Hat in Time Ultimate Edition. Also, I got the Breath of the Wild DLC.
You didn't include the picture, so I'm skipping.
Well,
all right. Happy Science founder and anime producer Ryuho Okawa has passed away. I'll remember. You guys know this guy, right? It's the guy who started that cult. So the Mainichi news outlet reported on Thursday that Ryuho Okawa, the founder of the Happy Science religious organization, passed away on Thursday. He was 66. He was born in 1956, blah, 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 blah. He founded the Happy Science in 1986. He served as the controversial organization's CEO until his death. The organization has more than 700 branches and temples and 10,000 missionary houses in more than 166 countries, according to his website. Okawa was also the founder and leader of Japan's conservative Happiness Realization political party, which Happy Science supports. Okawa, under the religious title El Cantar, claims to channel spirits from various religions such as Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Confucianism. He's basically the Captain Planet of religion.
Okawa also, by your powers combined, I will take your money.
Captain Grifter, right? Okawa also authored dozens of books. Happy Science has also sponsored a number of animated films. Those include Hermes, Winds of Love, which I own, The Laws of the Sun, which never came out over here, The Golden Laws, The Laws of Eternity, The Rebirth of Buddha, The Mystical Laws, and The Laws of the Universe Part 0. Also, The Laws of the Universe, Age of Elohim. Only the first and last one actually got a physical release over here, and the last one came out from the same company that released Jeff Nimoy's Famish.
Right.
Okawa is credited as the original creator for all of these films and also served as the chief production supervisor and executive producer on some of them. May the grifter in chief rest in peace. His animes were all trash. This one, holy fuck, it's like it's like the stakes are so high and all of the gods appear at the summit for climate change and the world is ending and there's so much CGI and like Wonder Woman happening and like you just like what the fuck is happening? How strong are the drugs in Japan? Anyway, moving right along. Let's talk about these real quick. So just a reminder, Godshard Chronicles is going to get a Kickstarter at some point. I'm just leaving it in the dock until then. Madaraushi's crowdfunded Naked Peak Climb the Mountains of Madness pilot anime film is debuting on YouTube. So this is based on... It's a full-length movie based on Cthulhu-themed Japanese tabletop RPG Mountains of Madness. So it says, a flight to Antarctica turns into a frantic rescue mission after the plane mysteriously vanishes. Efforts to locate the missing passengers lead rescuers to discover the plane's course set for a never-before-seen mountain range, the largest on Earth. Towering over 10,000 feet above sea level, the Everest eclipsing eighth wonder of the world, officially nicknamed the Mountains of Madness, draws attention from the world's best climbers and thrill seekers. Although they have conquered the tallest peaks in the past, Earth's new vertigo-inducing heights are surpassed only by the dreadful horrors awaiting at the top. So I just have to ask, how many Cthulhu realm things actually feature Cthulhu and shit? Because like I feel like I'm gonna get bait and switched here when you tell me based on Cthulhu themed thing. I'm just saying. So anyway, that's coming. Look forward to that. Let's see if we can cram through all this shit. All right. So Netflix is adding Mononoke with the English dub and sub, so you can now hear the new dub on Netflix. It is coming out sometime. I don't know. Who cares? It's not really even worth watching. Moving on. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Disney Plus's Heavenly Delusion anime confirms an April 1st premiere. So Disney Plus got Heavenly Delusions. So look forward to not watching it because I'm not going to buy that shit. Netflix is producing a stop-motion Pokemon series starring a human concierge at a resort for Pokemon. So yeah, it sounds as bad as it looks. Seems very cringe, sadly. I mean, they're sort of directionless now that Ash is gone, don't you think?
Well, this seems like it was very distinctly separate from the anime.
Wouldn't it be funny if Ash left the main series and just showed up on this shit? he's the main like cook or whatever.
I assume this is going to be like
it's all his Pokemon.
I assume it's going to be there's not going to be any humans talking. It's going to be a silent thing.
No, sadly, there are humans talking.
He's going to be
sure.
Ash is going to show up in the next installment of Pokemon ASMR.
When I saw it, I assumed it was going to be a short, like silent video.
No,
thing.
I'm pretty sure that the girl was talking, but maybe that's just the narrator. I'm gonna. Come on, full screen. There we go.
because they've done like Pokemon companies has done a few different like experimental short animation things before.
I don't know. I don't see a point in even having the human guest take care or whatever if you're not going to actually use it. Anyway, skipping because I don't care. Perhaps the biggest news we have ever covered on the podcast right here. Just leaving it here. The original theatrical dub for Evangelion 3.0 that we previously talked about on the podcast where Funimation showed it at Otakon or whatever, and a Studio Kara exec was in the room, and their localization choices were so on the nose, and they took the experience of watching it from basically like every double entendre became fully explicit, everything else, like just they cranked it up to 11, and the audience ate it up to the point where they were literally crying. You know, they were laughing so hard. And the studio exec from Kara was like, what the fuck? This scene is serious. Why is everyone laughing? He basically took that news back to Studio Kara, and they forced Funimation to redub the whole thing before it got a physical release. So that dub is now available on the internet. You can download it. The link is in the doc. OCApodcast.com/OCA-216. You can get it from Mega NZ. It's also on Archive, Wayback Machine. You can get it in FLAC, Wave, basically anything you could possibly want. Sadly, it is only stereo. It's not a 5.1 treatment.
Or
but
6.1.
fucking A. Like, who cares at this point? You know? Like, holy shit, incredible. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing. Evangelion Watch Club when? Other than that, like, I don't know. I'm pretty thrilled about this. I didn't think we'd ever get access to it.
Yeah.
All right. So, in other news loosely related to streaming, the Japanese Self-Defense Force and Tokyo Police have been holding anti-nuisance YouTuber drills. So basically, this happens every once in a while. Japan realizes that, or at least in their mind, they think, oh no, the foreign world is going to come to us, and it would be embarrassing if they noticed just how much pornography we have in our 7-Elevens. So they get rid of all of it, right? For like the Olympics and stuff. Well, now they're hosting the G7 summit. And so they're like, well, fuck, I can't have any of our nuisance YouTubers running up and asking world leaders embarrassing questions about their corruption and shit. So yeah, they're stamping that out with the Self-Defense Force. So, quote, "It was just a prank, bro. Won't get intruders off with just a warning." Japan will be hosting the G7 summit. Japan will be hosting a G7 summit later this spring, and in preparation for the gathering of world leaders, the Japan Self-Defense Forces are conducting special training sessions with local police departments, drilling response tactics for a variety of potentially dangerous situations.
That's some selfie stick.
Right. But is it because they think that the YouTubers are actually going to be a cover for the bomb? Drilling response tactics for a variety of potentially dangerous situations. For example, on Tuesday in Kodaira City in West Tokyo, members of the Ground Self-Defense Forces and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police coordinated on a training exercise for how to deal with a very modern problem: YouTuber pranksters. Specifically, the scenario for the exercise was nuisance-style YouTubers attempting to force their way onto a JSDF base, you know, as they do. What are they going to do? Shoot me? Like, as shown in the video, the SDF members stop the intruding car and instruct its occupants to leave the vehicle. positioning themselves so that the YouTubers can neither make their way deeper into the restricted area nor escape. Meanwhile, the SDF contacts the police, who rush to the scene and take the YouTubers into custody. Once the area is secured, the SDF members perform a search of the car, where they discover an explosive device, which has to be dealt with by the bomb. You're just LARPing. All right, for today, YouTubers, like, you're just making it up. There's a bomb. Oh, it's not clear if the training scenarios were constructed under the theory that terrorists might pose as YouTubers while trying to approach their targets. I mean, they didn't have to pose as anybody in particular to shoot Shinzo Abe. Or if the exercise simply combined two different situations. Detainment of intruders and bomb disposal for the sake of expediency. Either way, YouTube commenters see the drill as a strange but necessary sign of the times. We've entered the era where the country and its people need protection from YouTubers. Try as they might, YouTube couldn't protect the world from us. Weird world we're living in. Terrorists disguising themselves as YouTubers definitely seems like something that could happen. I think we're going to need more training like this, where the real threat someone poses isn't apparent right away, said the statist. But the people in the video are way too well behaved. Real YouTube pranksters are a lot worse. If only we could get similar protection from video pranksters at revolving sushi restaurants. I want to see this again, but I want there to be like, like at shooting range. Like, remember in Men in Black when they have like the test where all the aliens start coming out, and then he shoots the little girl with the quantum physics books or whatever. Yeah. I want to see like them have things related to YouTubers printed on like wooden cutouts that like pop in front of the obstacle course. Yes, so like a Suicide Forest guy like drops. It's just like a body drops from the off stage somewhere while they're running in to deal with the YouTubers. Like, oh no, a dead body. I don't know. That would tickle my hilarious bone. All right. Okay, in theater release news.
Did you skip live action anime news?
I sure fucking did.
Glad our somebody's paying attention.
All right, oh no, come on. Yes. So Ninja versus Shark has a trailer and a poster. It's a special kind of ridiculous that I can't decide is better or worse than I wanted it to be. But I'll still watch it. So I guess that's okay. Also, I have a video here. Should Michael B. Jordan direct Dragon Ball Z? Don't worry. For your viewing pleasure, I have included it right here.
The opportunity presented itself. Michael, would you want to direct Dragon Ball Z? Because I'm going to tell you this. After I saw Creed 3, your name shot to the top of the list of people I thought could pull it off. Truly. We were born the same year. We have we love the same. This is it.
The same thing.
It's the same
we
thing.
Ate the same cereal.
Would you do it? Would you want to direct and act in it? Are you trying to be Goku, Vegeta, or Piccolo? Let's make this happen. Who's your guy?
I don't know. That's so I love challenges. You know what I'm saying? And that would probably be the ultimate challenge. I think it's almost like a catch-22. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's gonna be the first one to really like roll the dice and try to test that one in a real way? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't have the answers yet.
I think you could do it, and between those three characters I mentioned too, Goku, Vegeta, or Piccolo, I feel like Vegeta's got to be a short king. No offense, you can't do it. You're too tall.
So that was perhaps the most awkward interview moment.
His eyes when he says, "We eat the same cereal." Like, oh my lord! It's almost like he's like, okay, this guy's a weirdo.
These eyes?
Yeah. He's almost like he's like, this interviewer is a weirdo and like trying to be like one-on-one with me. Like,
this interviewer is, I feel, subtly trying to get him to agree to be Piccolo. Like, well, Vegeta's out, you're too tall. And then the next line is going to be like, and Goku's too stupid. You can't be him. You have to be Piccolo. Just say you'll be Piccolo so I can masturbate later. Like, you know.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, that's IGN, right?
Yeah, well, I just want to,
it's Nerdist.
Nerdist, yeah, but I just want to point out, so Mirage Leonardo shared this as the comic book article, and I just thought, fuck it, we'll just go straight to the source and play the stupid thing, because comic book has never written anything that was actually worth reading, so I went straight here, but the fact that comic book wrote an entire fucking article about, will Michael B. Jordan direct the live-action Dragon Ball Z? So yeah, no, it's pretty terrible, but yeah, I had to share this. Turns out there was an entire other segment of things that were supposed to be included in this podcast that aren't relating to Creed 3. So forgive me for haphazardly attempting to throw them in now. No, it's not a good time. Let's do it next time. Okay. But yeah, so apparently there are scenes in Creed 3 that were inspired by Hajime no Ippo. So there's a scene in here I think is partially referencing.
Oh my lord.
Just say it. Just say you'll paint yourself green. This part right here from Hajime no Ippo, kind of looking.
But that would be Namekian face.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
he could be the guy. They should do a Dragon Ball movie, and he can.
They
play
did.
A live action one.
But why?
I think Brandon was thinking to have a depiction of Goku's
right.
penis.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain, like, I completely forgot that Dragon Ball Evolution was Dragon Ball. Okay,
No.
Anyway,
but even that. First of all, yes, but also the magic begins. And then there's like 2 other Chinese ones.
What?
There are 3 at least live action Dragon Ball movies.
Okay, I've not seen them, but what I was gonna say is he can play the guy from the Red Ribbon Army.
Tao?
General Black?
Yeah.
That's racist, my friend. Here, let me just bring it up here for you, since you apparently have no taste.
General Black is like beastly. Like he's ripped, is what I mean.
The ultimate battle for the universe.
This
You've never seen
like
this?
Dragon Ball? No, I have not seen it, or at least I don't remember seeing it.
Because it's on YouTube.
Is that supposed to be Piccolo? The thing in
no,
the sky?
So it is so funny how bad it is. Let me see if I can find. There's another live action one. I think it's called Dragon Ball Zero.
No.
Yes, I got it. So this is my favorite thing that exists, because there's a secondary live action, and it is a unofficial. Yes. It is an unofficial release. Like, it's an unofficial. They didn't have the rights to it when they made it. Number one,
hey,
when they filmed it.
There's an actual.
There's an actual plushie of Poir that is in the movie, right? And Oolong over here.
On point.
Yeah. So
I want to watch this now.
I can provide it to you. Believe it or not, I physically own it.
No, we're not watching this for the watch club. Please, no. Don't do it. Please don't.
Not only was it an unauthorized production, but the DVD didn't get the rights to the movie that was also an unauthorized production. And in the backdrop behind it are pictures from Dragon Ball AF.
Oh no.
So yeah, just like everything about it is funny. It does have like a pseudo official release from Trashorama, which is in Spain. There's a release in Spain. I've been looking for it. I have a bootleg of the Spain release. So yeah, I've been looking for it for a while. And then watch this. Oh, add to old duck. Where is it? And then boom. That's how I do that from now on. So I can not lose track of those. Anyway. All right. Back to thank you for making sure I didn't skip live action news. Even though I did already. All right, here we go. So, HIDIVE is screening Tsurune.
The first shot
The movie. Yeah, the first shot movie. Sorry, I was
recap movie of season 1, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is coming out in Japan. That opened in August 2022 in Japan. It's coming out April 9th and 10th in a limited special engagement, which just seems like not a good idea considering other things we'll talk about shortly. Also, Demon Slayer Swordsmith Village movie faces scam claims after U.S. debut. So, Reese, remind people what this was.
No. Let Greenline, because he's seen it.
Oh, fine. Greenline, go ahead and tell us what you got to go see.
Oh, I got to go see hot garbage. This was, unbeknownst to me, some people knew about it, but this was mostly recap. I was not aware of that. I thought it was just a little bit of recap with some story in there. It's like 80% recap. And
let me explain. It is the final 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Of what has already aired, and then the first episode of the new season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what you got to sit through was 60% shit you've already seen.
Yeah.
Right. And now look, I saw Attack on Titan: Roar of the Awakening with Duo, and we got to watch the recap movie of season 2, and then the first episode of season 3. Okay. At least in that situation, you get the entirety of the season because you're watching the recap movie, and it's not like you're sitting through the thing you already saw because you're getting, a new entry on my anime list to check off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess people thought that because Mugen Train was a movie, right, originally, that they were going to go see a movie of the next part, right? And instead they just got 1 episode of the new season.
That's why I was so confused. My buddies were like, hey, let's go out and see the new Demon Slayer. And I'm like, huh? Why have I never heard of this? Like, we would have covered it in theatrical news. Like, why?
Yeah.
We did, and we explained what it was when we covered it.
Believe it or not, I also forgot.
Because I figured, it's got to be like, like a little bit of recap. But I didn't expect the amount of recap. That was just
people are saying the new Demon Slayer movie is an actual scam. I can't believe what I just paid to watch. Do not do it. I'm mind blown right now. They tricked me with that Demon Slayer movie, had me watching 2 recap episodes and 1 new episode, bruh. Like, it's sad when motherfuckers just do shit as a cash grab. That's exactly what the new Demon Slayer movie is.
Almost like people
basically the movie is a re-showing of episode 10 and 11 of season 2. Then you get a sneak peek of the first episode of the new season. Don't waste your time with this to save your money.
Right. So
where does it say Kimetsu no Yaiba Demon Slayer the movie to the Swordsmith?
Right.
It says only in theaters, though. That's kind of It's not only in theaters.
And it's the first episode you're gonna see at the start of April anyway.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. the one Hashira in the little picture that they got was naked for one scene, so that was a plus.
You know what?
To be fair, Brad, it is on my anime list, so you can check it off. I think because it says Swordsmith Village Park of
these fuckers got a freaking entry on my anime list somehow. Somehow they convinced those bastards to put and I'm like, we'll only add it if there's new stuff. Like, there's nothing new here.
Look, I got some more garbage on my list.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm still bitter that
It sounds
Anime
like weird
Planet
people trying to
Doesn't have the recap.
No, that Anime Planet had Robotech as a separate entry from Macross and all those, and then retroactively took away my watch time by merging them, even though they are completely different things.
So I'd also like to point out during this recap film,
PlayStation trophies.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I cut off Random 11. I was saying that they didn't even bother to like cut it together properly, and I'm wondering if that's due to like.
Does it have like the ending theme?
Yeah, it's got the endings and the and the eye catches in the middle of the episode.
For each episode?
Like they didn't even bother to.
When I saw the Yuri on Ice binge, I could not fucking believe they played the entirety of the credits and opening song every episode. Holy shit!
Yeah, I gotta hand it to Funimation. I don't.
You don't gotta
seen...
hand it to anybody.
Well, I don't think I've seen any other DVD do this. Now, mind you, I haven't watched that many long form anime on
I have
DVD,
not been raped by a show so hard in so long. With the DVD heights and the Blu-ray heights.
So the orange box over here. The orange box Dragon Ball Z release had what was on the release as marathon mode.
Yeah.
Where it would play the opening once and then skip it from then on.
Yeah.
Like
One Piece too, right? Like
no,
Marathon,
One Piece doesn't
I'm
do
a
that.
huge
Attack on
Snip
Titan
for.
has it too.
One Piece does not do that, or at least
Pretty sure the collections had marathon modes.
It is pretty fantastic.
I'm a massive simp for it. I don't know why every anime doesn't have that feature.
Yeah, every release should. I mean, it's been a while since I watched One Piece. Maybe I'm misremembering. But anyway, they should have done that for this theatrical release thing. Like at least like put one opening at the beginning and then that's it, you know. At least do that for the people instead of making them watch it like mid movie, like, oh okay, now we gotta watch a 2-minute opening.
Look, they got their intern son to edit it together, okay?
So I'm realizing that I have neglected the chat hardcore. I'm gonna try to speed through it. First of all, here's a cat. Skipping. Where were we? Okay. Yes, important comment. All right. Luigi Metal 64 says, effing anime addict. Even I know Pokemon HGSS are far from perfect, even in Japanese, because Chris and the roulette card flip were scrapped. Damn. Okay. The Japanese theatrical, this is the one I was trying to get to. The Japanese theatrical Mewtwo's Counterattack got a rental DVD release in 2019. However, the home DVDs still use the Kanzenban.
What is
got a rental DVD release.
Is he talking about the CG remake, or is he talking about the actual like Mewtwo's Return?
I have no fucking idea what he is trying to say here.
Dude, I think we need to English adapt his comments.
I need an AI to translate Luigi the Metal 64's comments. So the last
Reese,
Ronin
can you put your phone off your table?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, nice. Oh, the last okay, yeah. See, when I read the last Ronin Playmates, as soon as I saw Playmates, everything else went out the window. And I thought, oh, some Playboy figure.
The Playboy Ninja Turtle spread, I see.
What's up, Mega Mug? Yes, the watch party. We have to differentiate it some way. The watch parties are different from the watch club. The watch club was all right. The watch party was awesome. Okay. Finally, Gundam ZZ. I swear the chest of the bird looks like an axe. Oh, why not? I'm pretty sure that was a kaiju thing. Being a Netflix series is bound to fail. There will be censorship. Yep. That
If he's talking
Cthulhu
about
one, for
Pokemon,
sure.
there's censorship
Yeah,
universally.
Pokemon.
Like on Netflix, this is the thing.
Yeah. I can't. The second I saw it, yeah. We're gonna hear. We won't be able to hear Shinji crying behind us. Even that Skate the Infinity line that Funimation did is ADV Ghost Story stupid, non-binary hoes, nonsensical.
You're preaching to the choir here.
I don't have a promo code. Skipping. I gotta catch up. I'm like so far behind. Okay, thumbnail looked like he was nutting to Vegeta. Oh, all right. He could play Akira Toriyama's favorite character. The real reason they'll never make a live action Dragon Ball Z. Who would they get?
I think they need to make the next Super movie, Mr. Popo's Great Adventure, and it's going to be all CG, and he's the main character.
I'm so glad I went back for comments. Do you think he'll be a full CG?
It'll be like the one character they actually race swap from black to something else.
He'd be a purple alien in the live action if they do it, right?
Fuck, they're just
or
not
blue.
They're just
what color
omit
did
him from the series. He's not that important.
What color did they make him in the Kai version on Kids WB? It was either blue or purple.
Was it blue?
I think it was blue. Yeah,
It was
Yeah, blue.
Oh my god, that was so good, man. Oh,
Blue Dabadiah, that one.
Out from retirement, Eiffel 65 to play Mr. Popo. Oh, fuck. Whew. All right, we're caught up. The movie I was talking about was the original, not the CG one. All right. Explain to me the rental DVD thing. I'm not following it. Kanjamon translates to full version. The version has the mute. Oh, okay, so this is going back to the pickups. All right, awesome. Oh my god. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, fuck. I do not want to be in charge of putting Michael B. Jordan in the thumbnail as Mr. Popo. All right. So this was another example of the amazing reporting by comicbook.com. Super Mario Brothers movie to release in China ahead of the US. This came out February 27th. The next day, woohoo, the Super Mario Brothers movie is moving from April 7th to April 5th in the US. So yeah, apparently everywhere it's moving to the 5th. What day is the 7th?
It's a Wednesday.
Is that a Friday?
The 5th is a Wednesday.
Yeah, so originally it was a Friday. They moved it to originally the 7th was a Friday. So they moved it to the 5th so that they could take advantage of the long weekend for the reporting on box office numbers and all that shit. So it looks like it's doing better than it is. It's an old strategy. So anyway,
I got my ticket pre-ordered.
Yeah, I honestly am not looking forward to going to see it, but it's funny. My new job, I don't actually have to fly around as much as I used to, because now that I've done all of the events, only the major event that I have to help put on is going to require me to go to it. And we do it 3 times a year. We did it once in January, and then we're doing it in April and September, both of them on my kids' birthdays. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, I guess I have to go see this because this is my son's birthday when it's opening in Japan, and I will be in Dallas. So,
I mean, it's better to see it after opening week, so it's not as packed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, we'll see. But the point is that I'm going to go see it with my son. Anyway, moving on. All right, the movie. Close your eyes if you don't want to be spoiled. Random 11 is focusing on Rainbow Road Rage. That's not the egregious part. First of all, who the fuck is this? God damn it! Why did I think I could click on that? So, the thing that I wonder the most,
I think they should have kept that. Like, they didn't need to put this in a trailer.
Why the fuck is Donkey Kong in this movie at all? Dude, what the fuck
He was
is
the
going
first
on?
villain turned good.
Is this a composite? Do you see this? The fucking.
It's got to be like a reflection. It's got to be like glass and reflecting.
I gotta watch the stupid trailer. Hold on, camera off of me for a minute. No, well, it looks jankily cut out and everything.
It has to be like glass in front, and it's just reflecting like a sky.
All right. Well, we get to watch. We get to watch the part of the movie that I look forward to seeing the least. God damn it!
Unless they made the glass like opaque, they might have.
Dude, what the fuck?
This is great. A lamppost tangent. What is the rest of the story again?
I am going to be looking for this in the actual movie.
In IMAX, so you can see it. It'll be
my eyes are going to be glued to that thing. Yeah, so the point is that fucking apparently... Wait, hold up. Are we seeing what happens when... He's going to become Big Mario. Oh, he's so big now. He looks exactly the same. Is he bigger? He's bigger.
As big as Donkey Kong now.
My god, that's crazy. I want him to turn into a little kid. Not get bigger.
Oh, he's Sonic Naruto running.
He is Naruto. Anyway, so yeah, kind of derailed here, but yeah, this is I'm not looking forward to the fact that DK's in it at all, let alone the fact that apparently he gets a power up and is going to be like shooting fireballs at shit. Why? Why is he in it? What I really want to know is who these characters were in the thumbnail for the video here. That look like they came out of Crash Bandicoot over on the right here. God damn it, where'd it go here? Oh, it's Cranky Kong. Oh, okay.
Dank Kong with those green leaves.
Kong, yeah. Anyway, so also, the Super Mario Brothers director says that they cast Hollywood stars as voice actors because, quote, they could bring these video game characters who really don't have much of a personality to life.
Oh, you're right. Like, those voice actors never do that. Like, they just suck at giving personality.
It's amazing that these video games are popular to begin with, since they've got zero personality and don't have, like, you know, a long history, a track record of you know, developing a connection with the player or anything. Anyway, I'm not going to read this. They give a very thorough rebuttal to the directors in this article. All right, now somebody had seen this. The Mario plumbing van was at London Film and Comic-Con. So just as like, you know, like a way to promote the movie, they put the a van that they just put a decal on, right? So I couldn't help but notice the smbplumbing.com. And in my head, I cringed super hard. Like, oh, no, the Super Mario Brothers have a website. So then I went to the website. And yes, it's what you expect. It's just an ad for the movie. And fortunately, oh, no, wait. No, it actually is in the fucking movie, smbplumbing.com. So I couldn't help but notice the testimonials. Drip drop be gone. 5-star rating. Never seen a plumber actually go inside a pipe while on the job, but I gotta say, I love the thoroughness. 4 out of 5 stars from another casserole. Saw the plumber's flyer hanging up at Punch Out Pizzeria. These guys turned out to be fantastic. Spike is cool. He's their boss. There's no loyalty with Mario and Luigi. The subpar Mario Bros used to work for me until they decided to break off and start their own business. They'll learn their lesson someday.
Personally, I would be pretty disturbed if my plumber went inside the pipes while I was there.
Even my building's broken elevator couldn't stop these guys. The two just started jumping floor to floor to reach the sink of our skyscraper to fix our sink. Sorry, the top of our skyscraper. The M and L on their hats should also stand for marvelous and legendary. These are like the fake reviews that they write themselves. Jump man. These guys showed up to tackle an emergency job. They showed up in no time. But as soon as they got underground to investigate, we didn't hear from them again. From Dana. This is so fucking great. Amazing looking water courtesy of the brothers from Pipe Dreams. Bro's mom. Oh dear. The bros are the very best in the business. They're polite, professional, adorable, and treated me like family. Oh, what the fuck? Two people? The Brooklyn couple says SMBP left my house an absolute mess. I would have given them only 1 star, but my sweet angel of a dog absolutely loved them. He just wouldn't leave them alone. Right,
have we read enough yet?
Never seen a plumber actually go inside a pipe. We are done. Believe it or not. I like this. They've got like a broken JPEG on their website. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Let's jump back into the old AI news. So, Tonari Animation CEO on which innovations will help the anime industry. Now, when you look at this guy, you may notice something. He doesn't look very Japanese.
Are you sure?
If there's one thing, he looks like he might be the lawyer for Smosh.
Okay, come on. This guy clearly just got the surgery to have eyelids added, okay? Like
So, if there's one thing Tonari Animation CEO Jarrett Martin wants anime fans to know about the Japanese animation industry, it's how long it takes to make anime. So Tonari is Japanese for neighbor. Like Tonari no Totoro, my neighbor Totoro. Tonari no Seki-kun, my neighbor Seki, right? Probably countless others I can't come up with off the top of my head.
Tonari no Netsan. Oh.
For one episode of anime, it takes about 6 months with a team of people, and they're all working from sun up to sundown, he told ANN. So you take 100 people, they're working for 6 months, and then you're somehow creating a weekly release schedule out of that, which means we're basically producing an entire season of anime simultaneously. The reason such intense schedules can even work is because studios regularly support each other. One of the niches Tonari Animation fills is as an outsourcing company, providing animation for select episodes of Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Blue Lock, Zombieland Saga, and a host of other series.
Yeah, they did that one Boruto episode with the Boruto sad face. That's what they were.
Although the studio is headquartered in the United States, it hires animators from across the globe. Its very existence is one of the consequences of anime's globalized production pipeline. As Japan's aging population struggles to keep up with the global demand for anime, the industry is increasingly looking to overseas talent. Tonari Animation employs many animators in Southeast Asia, a region the Japanese animation industry has traditionally relied upon heavily for outsourcing, making it uniquely attuned to the nuances in the anime production pipeline. It is a brutal industry, and it's not for everybody, said Martin. People don't realize generally how low the pay is. If you just look at it on its face, it sounds exploitive because it's like, oh, these animators are making $4 an hour. If you're in the Philippines, you're making $1 an hour. So what can help? Martin suggests that new technology trends like AI and NFTs could be a boon if implemented carefully. The problem with the AI stuff right now is that all of the data sets are stolen art. You don't know that. It's basically just scrubbing the internet, stealing everyone's art. And then you can even type in any artist into these generative AIs, and then it will just steal a bunch of their images and make a new version of that, he cautioned. On the other hand, studios using internal data sets to train their AI train their AI programs shouldn't be a problem from a rights owner perspective. Martin said that Toei Animation is in the best position to exploit this trend, being the largest anime studio with access to a private server. Oh, yeah.
Didn't they get hacked?
Let's talk about that private server. Artists are in a position now where it's like they can't keep up with the demand of the anime industry, and we can only train people so fast. I don't see us being able to keep up with the demand unless we're open-minded to new tools. I think it might be similar to when anime went digital. We were able to save a lot of money and time by digitally doing cell painting. There is, of course, the fear that AI could outright replace jobs. Current applications still leave a lot of room for human intervention. However, like Netflix and Wit Studios' recent anime short that uses AI-generated background. Oh, wait, hold on. I read that horribly for how it's supposed to be read. Current applications still leave a lot of room for human intervention, though, like Netflix and Wit Studios' recent anime short that uses AI-generated backgrounds. According to Martin, AI would have saved the production team around 30 minutes per background. That's it? That's fucking it? Are you serious?
They are just Giga Chads when they can spit out backgrounds, apparently.
For fuck's sake. That's the difference on getting, like, waking up before your alarm by accident and being off all day. You know, like, holy shit. They basically drew the background layout and AI did the first pass and then a human did the second pass. So I think that saves you time on texturing. That's all. It does not do very much for them. Oh, they're fucking using it wrong.
You have to use it for every pass.
But, he continued, that adds up over time. So if you're making backgrounds for a whole series, 30 minutes per background is a lot. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are an even fuzzier case, especially in the context of consumer backlash. Martin argued that NFTs have a place as a supplementary funding source, and anime production companies are increasingly taking an interest in them. No, you are missing the point again. Holy shit, how is nobody able to understand that NFT's value is in the smart contract? As in, if you have, let's say, a stable diffusion model trained on artwork by a specific artist, and let's say that there's an amalgamation of like 30 different artists in there, and then it's generating production using that artwork, an NFT, the smart contract in it, could theoretically fund them based on the proceeds earned from the anime generating stuff with their work as the base model. You have completely missed the point once again to just make them a little digital trinket you can sell to people for which no fucking reasonable person would want, because it's just a JPEG at the stage where you get to show it off.
It's a link to a JPEG.
Oh, it's fucking retarded. There are actually a lot of artists making good money producing NFTs based on their illustrations and auctioning them online. It gets a little bit more value than just posting something on ArtStation or something. It allows people to own digital art, which is kind of interesting. Not a single person has ever bought an NFT and thought, I actually this piece of code says I own that. And that means I can, well, I don't know what I can do with it, but it's cool. You know, let's see. Selling digital art can be a cost-effective way for anime studios to raise money separately from the production committee system. It is more efficient, for instance, than direct crowdfunding, which requires the organizers to expend extra money and labor on backer rewards. Fucking you have completely lost my support, Smosh's lawyer. Let's see. I think I've seen productions raise $300,000 through crowdfunding, but that's only enough to show a network that there's interest in it. So when they see like Bored Ape or Azuki or people like that making hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars off of just a PNG that they could produce in an afternoon, everyone's like, okay, well, if we could do something like that, then we could produce anything we wanted to make. Dear Lord. I mean, to be fair, Trump did like make, what was it, like $100 million in an afternoon selling their NFTs. The artist could create anything, and there's no backer thing you have to worry about. But see, there's no value in it for us. Tonari Animation itself owes part of its existence to NFTs. One of its biggest early clients was an NFT anime project called Second Self. Although Martin said he was initially skeptical about the project's relevance to anime, he saw it as a good opportunity to develop an original IP, something that many fledgling animation studios struggled to get off the ground. But you sell the IP as an NFT! What the fuck? My thought was we could go from doing odd jobs and subcontracting for anime and then moving over to being able to create original IPs. So that was the goal. So we tried it. We didn't make as much as we were hoping to. Wow. Isn't that the American dream? Tonari Animation no longer owns the IP to Second Self.
So we're getting this unsuccessful person to explain what the industry should do.
No, literally, they just A&N got to interview a guy who said, "Damn, you don't understand how long it takes to make anime." But if you buy my NFT, it might take less time magically. Oh my god. We raised enough money to develop a pilot. Let's see. No, they no longer own the IP to Second Self. Martin said that they spun it into a new company called Kurogane Corp, Black Steel, which develops the IP separately from Tonari. Oh, yeah, I don't own that anymore. My alter ego does. Like, Bruce, do you still have stock in that company? No, I gave that stock to Batman. Like, what the fuck? Basically, what happened was we raised enough money to develop a pilot, and in the development process of the pilot, we learned that even more than money, you need to have people around you willing to work on your project, your idea.
No shit.
I cannot believe that they learned that lesson after getting money. Like, we had a lot of artists in Tonari protest the whole NFT thing. They were like, we don't want to be associated with this. Oh my god.
Man, how the Answer Man segment has fallen since Justin Savakis' departure.
This isn't Hey Answer Man, though.
I know. I'm making a joke that this guy's supposed to be an authority of some sort.
Oh, Lindsay Loveridge and Kim Morrissey. Holy shit. Despite Tonari's own mixed history with NFTs, Martin said that he hopes people can be more open-minded about the topic. Now, I just want to, given everything I've just read, when you look at this picture, do you not see somebody who looks like he would grift the pants off of you with NFTs if he had the chance? Like, he just looks untrustworthy. Despite Tonari's own, I think maybe the problem right now is that people are just talking about the technology too much. Maybe every image online in 10 years is an NFT, and we don't care about the fact that it's an NFT. Bro, that's how it is now. Like, nobody fucking cares. Oh, it's an NFT. It's like, that little piece of that meme you shared, I own that. It's like, great. That didn't stop me from sharing it. That's just like, oh, they're the verified owner of this digital artwork. That's all it is. It's like a receipt. It's like getting excited about receipts. It's like a receipt of the Beanie Babies you bought instead of the Beanie Babies themselves. For now, Martin said that hiring global talent is the right way to go when it comes to addressing the anime industry's immediate problems. All the experienced staff are aging out, and there's only two answers right now. One, either Japanese people need to start having more kids so that we get more artists from inside Japan, or we're going to have to be looking outside Japan. And I think that's what's been happening in order to meet the labor shortage. Isn't it so funny that it's incredibly obvious that what made anime have its appeal was its uniquely Japanese properties, that people who were disillusioned with Western productions, Western books, Western cartoons, Western movies, flocked to anime because it was different. And now they're like, there's not enough black people in here and all that shit. And they're like, we need to get in there and change it. And then it just becomes the shit we left. Not to say that we left Western stuff because it was all black people, but just arguing that the thing that made it special was its uniquely Japanese thing. And he's basically saying, turns out the Japanese aspect of it's not important. They will all die off because they aren't having kids, and we will continue, and anime will continue. It's like, no, anime won't continue. You will. It's like how like that you'll continue to call it anime, and everybody's like, man, I don't like anime anymore. And it's like, that's because it's not anime anymore. Like if you were to take, you know, every person from Japan, like, and poof, they disappeared, and you replace them with people from Mexico, it ceases to be Japan. Physically, the location stays the same, but culturally, everything will change overnight, right? How do people not see this? How does he actually think, man, we just got to get one hot NFT and we'll be millionaires? Like, that's not how it fucking works. That ship sailed months ago. Maybe perhaps a year ago now. Oh my God. We're going to have to be looking outside Japan, blah, blah, blah. Low pay is a problem, although it can scale well in countries with favorable exchange rates to the yen and a low cost of living. No fucking duh. If you're working in the richer countries, you're going to have a hard time affording anything. But $1,200 a month working on anime is actually a really decent paying job in the Philippines. I think it's created the perception in Southeast Asia that animation is a really good, high-paying career to pursue. One of the interesting things about this kind of globalization is that people can get a lot of buying power even if the pay is low. After establishing a Tokyo studio late last year, Martin's biggest goal for Tonari Animation is to create more full anime episodes, further establishing the studio's reliability in the Japanese production pipeline. Anime is a global phenomenon, inspiring so many people all over the world, and it's been attracting a lot of artists. Everyone knows that kid in their high school that all they were doing all day was drawing anime in their sketchbook. Those are the people that are making up the kind of new workforce in the anime industry. I would just like to point out, everybody knew that kid, and everybody remembers their artwork sucking and being the trash that's coming out now. Just pointing that out. Back then, it was like, you're never going to draw anime for a living. Okay, well, now they are. Yeah, if you're in the Philippines. Great. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Here's my business card. Wow. Anyway, I could have sworn there was something in here about them saying, like, training data sets on in order to do in-between animation, all that stuff. But apparently it was just a big grift to sell me NFTs. Any thoughts, or shall I? Based great replacement. America also has an aging population too. More people will be age 60 than kids age 5. CNN made a YouTube video panicking about this. You know, I think there's died suddenly events that will be happening that'll even that out. Oh my God. If they knew how that worked, I don't think the misconception on how to implement NFTs would be so widespread. Totally agree. The issue is that no one knows what a smart contract is. Yeah, because the infrastructure to use it hasn't been fully built yet, and everything will need to run on the blockchain. It's just gonna be a shit show. Anyway, I'm just gonna move right on from here because we are almost 3 hours in. For fuck's sake, I hate Crunchyroll. All right, so the Marginal Service. Just gotta say, now that the characters aren't all naked and covered in caution tape, there goes my desire to even give it a 1 episode watch.
Well, it's just the Middle Eastern release that's this way.
So also the Surgeon Elise manhwa is getting a TV anime. So Blackjack in Victorian England. I don't know. All right. Okay. Boruto has ended. Boruto Part II announced. Original Naruto anime gets 4 new episodes. So how long is the original Naruto?
220.
So even Boruto beat it. 293 episodes for Boruto Part 1. I thought maybe they were going to do 4 more episodes of Naruto just so that it's not beat out by
Dude,
by
just kill it already. Just mercy kill it. Don't even have the Part 2. No.
Anyway, so that's the thing. The official Naruto website announced that Part 1 of the Boruto Naruto Next Generations anime will end, and that the original Naruto anime will get new episodes. The Boruto Part 1 anime will end on its 293rd episode, which will air on March 26th. Even if that is the case, Part 2 of the Boruto anime is currently in the works. The current arc of the anime adapts the manga's ongoing Codes Assault arc, which starts with Chapter 56, blah, 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 blah. Okay, the Naruto anime will still continue as the original Naruto anime will get 4 brand new episodes starting this September to celebrate the anime's 20th anniversary. In addition, select episodes of Naruto will have reruns. Wow. Amazing. So Mr. Beast came through. No.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
only
the
4
theories
more
go out,
episodes.
Like they might do like a remake of the Naruto series.
I think they're just going to, in the new OVAs, have the secret arc where Naruto and Sasuke have their little lovers spat before they break it off because we can't. It's forbidden. And then they have Ufotable animate a love-making scene.
Yeah, we were joking when we were behind the scenes when we were making the decisions on what we were going to cover for this podcast. We were joking that they would have to train the AI to do the episodes. And that some of the AI, like it would be insufficient for the amount of artwork they needed. So they would throw in accidentally some of the dojins or whatever. And then in the background of the fight scenes, like Sasuke and Naruto are like making out. It's like, what did the creators mean by this? It's just some, okay. So, what's up, Unkono? Reborn as a vending machine, I Now Wander the Dungeon has a vending machine protagonist. I just remind you, though, this isn't the first isekai vending machine. There was also Coffee Samurai. That also exists. But, this guy, one of the isekai genre's most ridiculous premises is being brought to life as an anime, where a man who gets killed in an unfortunate accident with a vending machine gets turned into a vending machine himself in a fantasy world. As a vending machine, the main character can only dispense drinks and other food goods and can only speak in stock phrases. However, thanks to meeting a girl with abnormal strength named Lammies, who enjoys the drinks he now dispenses, he's brought back into town where he amazes the fantasy world with modern conveniences.
Like,
I guess he has infinite
hit the
stock.
bottom of the barrel yet?
Yeah, so about that.
Something about the eyes makes me think of
Brave Little
Flint the
Toaster?
Time Detective.
Oh.
And the big stone, like his dad or whatever.
That's your
the
favorite anime,
stone.
isn't
it? I think Reese is right. This is Brave Little Toaster energy.
Right.
Yeah, so
but it's a Japanese vending machine, right? So he's gonna have like panties in there and shit.
Oh no, Gachapon.
So I just got to say, I'm not sure how he's dispensing these and never running out like you like.
That's what I said. Where's your infinite stock coming from?
I don't know that I would enjoy the flavors.
No, he runs out, and then the minute he runs out, he starts screaming
Hold
like,
on.
"Oh, bloody murder! Oh god, I can feel it! Oh, they're coming back
I need
in."
more time.
I just want to say that the isekai creep of things that you're getting reincarnated as is like, okay, you're slime, but okay, you can make yourself a humanoid, so it's like whatever. And then you're a dog and that can talk, and then you're a dog that can't talk. You're getting so far up the chain of being unable to relate to this character and this character being unable to interact, and now we're at a goddamn vending machine.
Okay,
where does it stop?
Look, you've missed the point of most of the isekais you just described. They aren't intended for you to relate. It's for the erotic opportunities.
Well, I'm just saying, narratively speaking, that I am not satisfied.
Does not pass the cuteness check for
So Inugami Korone is going to be voicing a character in Yokai Watch. So another VTuber has made the jump to No Name Bitch number 84 in an anime. I forgot to double check
No, I think she
the
voices
master
herself.
list.
Like her avatar, I believe, is in the.
Oh, she's cameoing.
No way. That's even cooler.
Okay, she's named
The
bitch
real
number
person
84.
behind the avatar will be a guest as a bit part. The real person that nobody knows because she's what? Okay.
Just watch, it's actually a neckbeard with a voice changer, and you have
Korone's
live action footage of him.
Role will be as a little girl. It is unknown how many lines she'll have. Okay. I don't remember if Korone was one of the VTubers who got trapped by the GTA N-word line.
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
Luigi, isekai doesn't necessarily mean you're dead. It's just from another world, right?
Yeah. You can just be summoned from another world.
Something is missing. Oh, there it is. Whatever. All right. Viz Media's English localizers force mansplaining reference in the latest Twin Star Exorcist chapter. Here's another article I forgot I included and wish I had not wasted so much time already. Outside of those who have taken to believing they know better than the original artist, manga fans unanimously want accurate translations for the content they enjoy. Unfortunately for Twin Star Exorcist fans, it seems that the Viz Media team behind the series' English localization has found themselves firmly in the former camp. We sure this is for straight guys?
Right.
This has an anime, right?
Yeah, but they don't look even remotely like
I was
that.
gonna say I own this anime, and I just it
As
doesn't
do
look
I. I've never
familiar at
watched
all.
The two main characters.
Did she
Created-
transition her skin color too? No, down there.
Created by mangaka Yoshiaki Sukeno, Twin Star Exorcists centers on the war between the exorcist of Tsuchimikado and the Kagare. Wow, these are some incredible, enticing words. A species of monsters created from the negative energy of the human populace. I can't believe I've never watched it. The titular Twin Stars refers to a great prophecy which claims that series protagonists Benio Adashino and Rokuro Enmato will give birth to a child who will put an end to the centuries-long conflict. That is, if they can survive long enough to make it happen. Oh, so the great conflict of the story is they have to live long enough to fuck. Is that what's happening here? Because this,
Yes.
Okay.
I can confirm. It's the.
I see the draw.
Oh, will they, won't they type of one of those, yeah.
But according, so they will they do it before she's barren? Find out next time. But according to the series' latest chapter, it seems their greatest enemy may not be humanity's sins given form, but rather ideologically motivated localizers. Upon its publication on March 2nd, we discovered that the series' 117th chapter features a particularly questionable line of dialogue that sounds less like something Sueno. That's not the name you wrote before? Sukeino, Jesus Christ. I don't even know. I haven't even seen the show to know which one is right, but I'm guessing it's Sukeino. Would never write, and more like the tired screeds of your average Twitter feminist. Mansplainers aren't popular with the ladies, you know. Golden Snake Crystal Talisman. Wow, neither are card players. Holy shit.
Is this Yu-Gi-Oh on crack? No.
The moment in question occurs during Shizuru Ioroi, Hibari and Tsukumo Z's continuing encounter with the villainous Gabu. Oh, dear Lord, these names are fucking unbelievable. I want to watch this show just to find out how badly they fucked up the pronunciation. However, thanks to being heavily traumatized by a ghost from his past, Gabura has been reduced to a pitiful husk of his former self, who is sworn off fighting for the foreseeable future. Is that why he's talking about mansplainers? Were they? This proves particularly frustrating for Shizuru, as ever since she watched Gabura brutally slaughter her entire family. Who the fuck am I talking about? Okay. So this character brutally slaughtered her entire family, and now he's a former husk of his past. Okay. Of his former self.
I will be a husk.
She has dedicated her life for the day she could exact vengeance upon him and finally exorcise him from this plane. Okay. Wow, this sounds fucking awful. Tell me everything you know about me. In turn, Shizuru finds her own spirits lifted, snapping back to form by announcing to her companions, "This is for keeps." Before issuing the pointed call, "Better gird your loins, Hibari." Well, that's not what it says here. Okay. Oh my god. As Gabura responds by lashing out wildly and Shizuru easily dodges his attacks, the scarred fighter calls out to Hibari, "I told you to gird your loins, didn't I? Or would you rather curl into the fetal position and suck your thumb while we put on a show for you?" Surprised by her sudden change in attitude, an annoyed Hibari points out that Shizuru was whining just now because Gabura was ignoring you, to which their ever-literal teammate Tsukumo follows up with an explanation as to the physical health consequences that would occur should someone actually perform the action suggested. Dear Lord, this is so cringe. It is here in Shizuru's subsequent refusal to admit to her less than cool behavior that the series' English localizers made their eye-rolling alteration. In the original Japanese text, Shizuru brushes off her friend's criticisms by declaring Japanese. According to multiple sources, including Japanese Twitter user Rayforce Gamer and professional Japanese to English translator Ban-sama, Shizuru's dialogue can be accurately translated as, "A guy fixated on the past ain't popular with the ladies, you know," or alternatively, "Men who dwell in the past are not popular." So is this character supposed to be extremely unlikable? Because the line doesn't actually bother me if that's the case.
Yeah.
But in the chapter's English localization, as uploaded to both Manga Plus and Viz Media's official website, Shizuru instead responds to Hibari and Tsukumo by dismissively declaring mansplainers aren't private the ladies, you know. As of writing, neither Sukeno, Shueisha, nor Viz have the fictional character? Am I missing something? What is this article? Can we get like Chat GPT in the voice of Sukeno to tell me a response?
Is Sukeno the author? Maybe they're referring
is
to
that
not the character?
Oh my god!
A self-insert.
Oh, you're right. Okay, See, I couldn't fucking know because they also call this person Squino or whatever the fuck they said.
Yeah, it's there's a billion names and it's like who, what,
okay.
huh?
All right,
But from what I remember from the show, it wasn't that great. I can only watch like 13, 14 episodes.
It gets good on episode 38. Okay,
I legitimately.
Okay.
Okay. This is what you're talking about. The color of the skin change. Whatever.
Yeah, I think those are the two leads, but I'm really confused.
All right. I have no comment. I'll be honest. If you were I give people the benefit of the doubt, and if the line is, men who dwell in the past are not popular, or whatever. I don't see this as a terribly egregious translation. It is cringe, but I hate everything I just read. And if I'm supposed to hate this character, then job well done. You've accomplished it. So I'm just saying.
Now,
also, in significantly more important news, One Punch Man manga kills off Tatsumaki no Pawn Dreams. Apparently, there has been a belief amongst fans of One Punch Man that she's been going commando the whole time. After years of suggestive poses from the seemingly no Pawn hero, the latest chapter of the One Punch Man manga has dealt the final blow to a decade-long debate on whether Tatsumaki was no Pawn or wore pantsu. Pages from chapter 226 confirmed Tatsumaki's pantsu, which King also witnessed. That's where it's important. Now, I don't know. I've not seen enough detail to confirm when you're in chibi form. Those could just be the creases in your legs.
Yeah.
I am not of the no pawn beliefs with Tatsumaki. This was news to me.
You're a non-believer?
Oh, yeah. King saw pantsu. Yeah.
Kingu. That's
not what that says. It says mieta pantsu, as in to see panties. Based on what fans have seen from the tsundere hero in official artwork and manga, it was perfectly reasonable to assume that she was going command. I don't know why. I mean, I guess because she's got the skin tight like clothing and stuff. Maybe.
No, because if you look at the crotch, if you scroll up,
they're just super high. Yeah.
There's that gap.
Yeah, way up here. Well, all right. Anyway, yeah, and then the anime.
Holy.
One Punch Man illustrator Yusuke Murata has previously mentioned that Madhouse staff that worked on the anime asked whether Tatsumaki was wearing panties, to which he replied that she did.
However, they went on their own headcanon anyway.
All right. Hopefully the last AI topic. Let's go through. What the fuck? All right. Mario was the main character. For what is this? The first Donkey Kong game? Yeah. Mr.
It was answering why Donkey Kong was in the thing.
Well, Donkey Kong's in the thing because he's in Mario Party. Damn it.
Can't get excited about more Boruto? Well, have you considered buying an NFT?
An NFT of Boruto's first chapter?
Oh, man. I bought the last of the bleach soda. Oh. Wow. I mean, it's a consumable. Are you going to drink it or does it devalue it? All right, so One Piece creator asked AI to write a new manga chapter. Were you aware of this, Random Lemon? Or Green Line? The One Piece staff described Eiichiro Oda's inquiry as him asking ChatGPT the taboo question. Last week, the official One Piece staff Twitter account posted a video of creator Eiichiro Oda diving completely off the deep end by asking ChatGPT, the world's most popular AI chat software, to write a new One Piece chapter for him. The tweet described the bold request as Oda asking the taboo question, according to Anime News Network.
But its database is only from 2021 and before.
Should have asked Bing Chat. According to a translation by Anime Hunch, Oda told the AI, quote, "I can't think of what to do with next week's One Piece. So can you come up with a story for me? I'd like a very funny one." Oh, that's the problem. You asked it to write a joke. Doing its best to oblige, ChatGPT's One Piece chapter pitted Nico Robin against a new villain called the King of Shadows. The newly imagined baddie, as his name suggests, can control shadows because they're a devil fruit user. Oh, and the King of Shadows has kidnapped the crew's doctor and mascot, Tony Chopper. Okay. I'm learning a lot about the series now. But hark, the moment the Straw Hats found themselves on the back foot against the King of Shadows, Robin, god damn it, these ads. Robin just so happened to remember that she'd previously encountered a legendary shadow tribe, so she seeks them out again. With their help, the Straw Hats defeat the King of Shadows and save Chopper. The end. When ChatGPT asked Oda what he thought of the chapter, Oda said it was boring and asked the AI to try writing another story.
So wait, she ex machina was like, "Oh, I'm actually familiar with the Shadow Tribe, and let's go save them."
Hey, wait a minute. This is like that time I fought the Shadow Tribe.
So as someone who has tried to get ChatGPT to write a story, and initially it was I tried to get it to write a short screenplay, and then I tried to make it expand on things. That sounds exactly like what it told me for story-wise. And then, they found the solution to the problem and they won, and that was the end of the story. Like, that's what ChatGPT does. It just, find a solution, insert, it does the thing, and then, story's over.
Well, guys, I'm about to break records with this one. What is the One Piece in the One Piece manga?
The taboo question. This time around, ChatGPT went full Studio Trigger by crafting a storyline about the Straw Hats helping an alien, fighting an evil witch, and restoring the star of the alien's home planet. Oda found ChatGPT's fantastical storyline to be so fresh that he replied to the AI saying, "Thank you. That's exactly what I'll do. Lord Eneru, have mercy on us." This isn't the first time Oda has messed around with AI. Last December, Oda had an AI draw an illustration of Cypher Pole agent Rob Lucci. Hilariously, the AI reimagined Lucci as a cute anime girl. This tickled Oda's funny bone so hard that he drew an illustration of protagonist Monkey D. Luffy reacting to the new Lucci. Oh, with his elastic boner? Well, anyway, I guess that article went very far the other direction from what I expected. But all right, at least it didn't waste a lot of time. So Sonic co-creator Yuji Naka pleads guilty to the insider trading charges. He says, and I quote, "There is no mistake. I did have foreknowledge of the companies before buying the stock. I knew the facts about the game before it was made public and bought the stocks." Anyway, moving on. Overwatch 2, One Punch Man collab, uncanny in appearance. So do you think she's no pun?
I think she's the worst out of all of the characters. I get
regards to what, the skin?
Yeah, in regards to how well she looks like the character, that looks disgusting. The rest of them.
So
are
what
all
you're
fine.
saying is you're repulsed by her no longer being a lolly. I hear you.
I don't need it to be a lolly, but Tracer would have made a better look. I think it would have fit the character better.
True.
The reason they did,
Who is
Kiro or whatever.
I don't know.
It's one of the new characters from Overwatch 2.
Well, of course they're gonna do the. Isn't the black guy one of the new characters too?
No, he's old.
I thought he was quote unquote the first black male in the. I clearly played this game. Who's Moomin Rider then?
That's Soldier 76.
That's Moomin Rider. That's Moomin Rider.
No, I'm saying which. Fucking hell. All right, moving on.
What are you talking about?
What I was gonna say,
I'm asking which character from
my
Overwatch
God,
is wearing his skin.
Oh.
what I was gonna say is, I think Tracer fits the body of her
Tatsumaki
character better, but Kiro, I think that's her name, is better for the moveset. Like she has more like telekinesis style, so that's why they made her that character. I get that, but I just don't like the body. I don't think it's
Random 11. I'm
very well.
inclined to agree with you because I thought that was supposed to be her sister initially.
The older or the younger sister that looks more like
Older. Yeah.
No, the
The
first
hot
black
sister?
man in Overwatch was Lucio. I don't even literally my brain searches the word Lucio and it says error file not found. I don't know who that fucking is.
He's
Lucario?
the DJ one. No,
Still,
Lucio.
Still not found. It's The Rock as One Punch Man. Japanese companies need to stop changing the designs when making 2D characters into 3D characters. The Pokemon character figures look fine and much like their 3D. So, I don't know what are you thinking that that's what they're doing here? Because that's not what they're doing here. Clearly. However, Attack on Titan Fortnite collab previewed as Chapter 4 Season 2 launches. So, whoa. Wow. That's a thing. Moving on. All right, hold on. Resident Evil 4 Remake's actually potentially not censored after all. Jaw hits floor because I don't know how the fuck you figure that. Resident Evil 4 Remake is upping the ante in action thanks to a more involved melee system and more complex dodge mechanics. I did notice you can now move while shooting. A revolutionary new mechanic to Resident Evil games.
It's been in the last couple gens, but yes.
And main heroine Ashley's outfit from the original game also does, in fact, show up, as demonstrated by the new trailer. Really, Arno, is that so? Because nobody gave a fuck that she's wearing a jacket. It's the skirt, damn you. Yeah, so they talked about how the developers had always thought it was weird that she wasn't dressed for the environment, you know. So they gave her a jacket, which at one point in the game she takes off, or it is taken off of her for one reason or another. Still censored the ballistics line, still gave her a score. Your headline is bullshit. It does not quell my rage one bit. Also, Little Rocks commented on the last podcast where we talked about this, that this character okay.
I'll finish what you're saying.
When
that looks like he's holding a little thing with his head on a stick. Like the perspective
the Leon
of the
head on his stick.
Okay. Okay. Anyway,
he's
so when
holding a Leon action figure. That's
when
Leon Pez dispenser.
when we showed the sequence where they took out the ballistics line, Leon asks like, "Who are you?" or whatever, but he actually in the original game knows who this character is by that point in the game. So big failures. Anyway, totally remember this from Resident Evil 4. I kind of do. I think it was in the game. Anyway, so yeah, I've made my point. There she is, not wearing the jacket, as you can see. That means pantsu confirmed, I guess. Oh, also, Ada looks fucking awful. What is up with this hair? Awful. Get the double eyelid surgery already.
No.
Apparently, Leon is also infected with something.
Spoiler.
If it's anything like
Blood and dirt.
if it's anything like Resident Evil Vendetta, at the last second, right before before it's too late, they get the vaccine or whatever. Anyway. All right. Also, I don't think they've shown the regenerators yet. Moving on. However,
Pause.
Yes. Hey, Danny.
Danny wants to know what's the next movie night.
Next movie night, if we're lucky, will be this Friday, and we will watch From Dusk Till Dawn.
All night.
All night long. You're absolutely Capcom went as far as shutting down Resident Evil fan games. Oh, how dare they? Anime graphics are better. Not everything needs to be realistic. He was infected. I don't remember. Nope, it's been a long time. In other Capcom news, Street Fighter 6 covers up Cammy's classic thighs and butt. Is there even a reason to play these games anymore?
Only on PC Master Race, where you can hot swap out the model.
Anyway, Cammy, come on.
Wow, they really made her masculine this game.
That's the problem. This is in-game. Wow, that's an outfit.
You don't like the denim suspenders?
He looks like, remember when we covered that in China they were censoring unmasculine men by putting like emojis over if men had earrings and stuff? It looks like a boy band from that episode.
Overalls. That's whatever. You knew what I meant.
All right, here's Cammy. So when you think of Cammy and you remember fondly your memories of Cammy, what does she look like?
Doesn't she wear the green leotard or something?
Green one piece, leggings or tattoos of camo on the legs, right? Extremely long pigtails, right? Braided, right? All of that's gone.
And the hat. Didn't she have a hat?
Yes, the beret. Now she's got a butch lesbian haircut. Ugly as sin. Yeah. And she's wearing yoga pants now. And instead of her pigtails, she's got like jeans from her jean jacket or leather or whatever. I don't know. Anyway. Wow, you can almost see the Michelle Obama bulge. Let's really emphasize the lack of tits. No, anyway, so okay, well, I'll come back to that in a minute. So before we jump back to that, also Street Fighter V Champion Edition's Juri Han was supposedly meant to be skimpier.
That skimpy?
Well, I guess I think this is just fan art, but apparently she was supposed to be exposed here and here.
That's an interesting choice, the lower half.
And instead, she's just hideous.
She got the 4Kids treatment.
Like, honestly, the thing that I feel about these is that Mortal Kombat.
Look at those sausage fingers.
Yeah,
damn.
Seriously, they went to a fidelity with their graphics that they ceased to be hot at all. Like, they are just hideous. Everything about them is disgusting now. Like, I don't even think, like, you take away the like under, whatever. I don't think it's better. I don't think it's still barf inducing. Anyway, back to Cammy here real quick. So this move she does here is a reference to the Street Fighter II anime.
Where she backsidedly rapes the guy.
I'm trying to figure out where his head's going.
She just pegs him like.
How does she end up? Okay, it's underneath her arm. Like, wait a minute. There's a face sitting situation going on here. Anyway, I just one more time for it. Was hot, not hot anymore. All right, looked great.
Well, it was so simple too. Now your eyes just have way too much to process as well.
It's the opposite of old and or new hotness, old and busted.
Right. Who's the best Street Fighter female? And don't say Chun-Li. I'll boot you.
I don't know any Street Fighter.
Honestly, none of them are that appealing to me. Sakura is like the most like basic.
Right stuff.
What?
I got right stuff.
You got right stuff? Okay, I'll skip right stuff. All right. So distribution solutions to distribute Sentai Filmworks / Section 23's home video releases. So if you guys will recall, previously,
AMC.
if you bought
sorry.
If you bought a Sentai thing off of Sentai's website, it would ship from Right Stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Sony bought Right Stuff. Now it just doesn't seem like such a great idea to have excellent customer service and all that for your competitor's store, right? So Right Stuff will still probably have Sentai products in them.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
But Sentai is going to need to have their own warehouse to ship things, which actually
might be a good thing.
Might be a good thing, yeah. If they start it in Texas, where you don't have sales tax, right? International.
You'd have to deal with sales. You'd have to deal with sales tax for me. I mean, I guess that was for me from Iowa, but
yeah. But now we do have to pay the sales tax at Right Stuff.
Yeah.
Welcome to Canada.
Yeah, but which is weird.
Texas,
which was weird because you did have to. For me, living in Iowa, had to pay sales tax for Right Stuff, but not for Sentai for some reason.
Which is in Texas. Texas and Iowa both have the same sales tax quirk, where if you're outside of the state, you do not have to pay the state sales tax. So, Right Stuff, Iowa in particular, has decided to rape everyone else. But so far as I know, Texas has not. so perhaps this will be the leg up on the competition that Sentai.
I don't know about in the States, but here you pay your state or your provincial tax.
So
depending on where you live, not depending on where it's sold.
Yeah, that's
well
right.
In the United States, the Supreme Court recently, in the last year and a half or whatever, ruled on the fact that brick and mortar businesses were at an unfair advantage with online businesses because certain states had the ability to, or I guess it was up. I don't even know what the fuck they eventually ruled on, but basically some of the states determined that they couldn't charge sales tax for people who were purchasing from outside of the state because of taxation without representation or some shit like that. So if you were outside of the state, you weren't charged sales tax. And now they've left it up to the states whether or not they want to force you to pay it or not. So anyway, whatever.
But I think it would still be your own state charge, like forcing other country or other states to charge sales tax. No, like I don't see why you'd be in California paying Texas sales tax. Ever.
Well, because the sales tax
you'd be in California paying California sales tax on a Texas item.
No, because why would a Texas business have to collect sales tax? for a state that they're not represented by.
Because the government said you had to.
Fuck the government. That's how we operate in the States.
That's how this country was founded.
That's what made this country great. We said, you're going to tax us on tea? No, fuck that. I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to tar and feather your ass. All right, so Draxicon says, remember, Capcom is Crapcom. Great. All right, so Sentai Filmworks announced on Monday that Distribution Solutions, that's the fucking retarded name that they're giving their version of Right Stuff. A wholly owned subsidiary.
This is Distribution Solutions is a legitimate company that handles distribution for other other places.
All right, never mind then. Somebody else had a dumb name. It wasn't Sentai. So Distribution Solutions is a wholly owned subsidiary of Alliance Entertainment Corporation. So Alliance Entertainment is the company that made don't they own like Flatiron Filmworks or whatever? I know that Alliance is they released those pseudo bootleg Digimon sets. Yeah, right. So Alliance Entertainment owns Distribution Solutions, and they're going to be handling distribution of Blu-ray disc and home entertainment products from Sentai Filmworks in Section 23 on April 3rd. Distribution Solutions will handle sales, order processing, distribution, operational, and back office services for Sentai's products. The company will begin soliciting Sentai's new releases starting from June, at which point the pricing will shift to Distribution Solutions' pricing schedule. Well, there goes all the benefits we were just talking about. Sentai sale, 99 cents. Oh, go to checkout. Distribution Solutions pricing is going to be, $800.
Yeah.
Update regarding wholesale and distribution only. The last day to order Sentai's products from Right Stuff will be on March 24th. The last day for Right Stuff to ship Sentai's products. Oh, tomorrow is 3.14. It's Pi Day. That means pizzas at 7-Eleven are only $3.14. The last day.
Today's next year's gonna be lit. Religion's got free Pi Day on Wednesdays. Pi Day's gonna be on a Wednesday. Fuck yeah, you get like a whole pie or something.
The last day for Right Stuff ship is March 31st. Right Stuff will soon continue to sell Sentai's title. Will still continue to sell Sentai's titles, and the Transfer DS will not change this. Sentai Filmworks is a global supplier of anime and official merchandise. The company's brands include we already know all this stuff. Anyway, there you go. Let's do Right Stuff.
I gotta start screen sharing. It's not even showing. You fuck. Great, thanks. How about now?
Good job, Reese.
Well,
you want me to do it?
Sure, whatever.
All right, fine. Fine, I'll do it. You don't have to ask me. I've got it right here.
I've got one.
By the way, so far as I know, Right Stuff affiliate code still works. So if you would like to support it. Yeah, so the question is, 13 King Style says, still having a store, Sentai having a store in Texas is good. Yeah, if that's where Distribution Solutions is located. It remains to be seen. Good job, Reese.
I did that. Thank you very much.
Green Line has low storage space. This is so great. I'm so glad I opened up all of those tabs. I'm extremely tempted to jump forward, but I won't fuck up with the timestamps. I wish there was more chat. When is Sentai going to make the You're Under Arrest Blu-ray? That's a good question.
I want that so badly. I got a free trial of HIDIVE a few weeks ago because I'm like, I wonder if I can get the HD source quality because I want the meme GIF. And so I did the trial and it was 480p. So I'm like, I just wasted my time with this trial.
So Pokemon Master Journeys.
Are you fucking for real?
It finally showed up in the freaking options. So
the fucking second it pops up on my screen, you cucked me on it. Go for it.
Yes. So, Pokemon Master Journeys, a series, is coming on DVD in May.
I'm trying to put it back on screen.
Konosha completes second series.
Wait, redo it.
Read it, stop it! By the way, you have my profile image.
Let's worry about that after.
Okay, Pokemon
Give me
Master
back my
Journeys.
face.
Is that a Rotom?
Yeah, Rotom is the Pokedex.
Well, that's dumb.
But you know what's dumber is that this is on DVD still.
42 episodes.
This was the Netflix one though, right? So what was
This
their
is the one
turnaround
with
rate on that?
Go. Man, they're really catching up.
I know, but
14 hours.
What was that turnaround though? How was that?
Oh, dude, it's fast. I feel like we talk about it on the show, and then it's just fucking. It's like my kids are watching it on Netflix the next week.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean that. I'm talking about from Netflix to DVD.
From Netflix to DVD.
Yeah,
Journey's been on Netflix for like a year at least.
Master
But this
Journeys?
is Master Journeys though, because wasn't there regular Journeys and now Master Journeys is like the second one, and the last one's like Ultra Giga Chad Journeys.
Okay, maybe.
5-disc set, 42 episodes.
Reese, I'm going to stop you when you get to the next one for just a second. Unkono says, Kodosha, the Kenosha shooter. So that merch must get made. Who is going to be Grosskreutz in the image, though?
This is FDM right here for sure.
I mean, it has to. What's her name? Saya? Is that her name? That's her. Sana. Sana has to be Kyle Rittenhouse, of course. That is too fucking funny.
Alright, so that's coming to SD Blu-ray, sub only.
It's
But
sub
hey, at
only.
least we're
Shoot,
getting
they
complete.
dubbed it. Damn, never mind.
Nope. Aim for the Ace, the movie.
Well, fuck. I guess I got to order some more shit. Wow. What in the fuck is that face next to
This one here.
There's multiple faces that are like, what the fuck? With the guy's face.
That is the worst hairline we have looked at tonight.
This one?
Yeah.
Wow. This is for the movie.
Are you sure you want the movie?
She also looks like she was standing and somebody touched the
Just rotated her legs.
Yeah, no, somebody touched the touch screen and accidentally clicked and dragged her hips to the right.
Get you, bitch.
Like, look how long these femurs are. Jesus Christ. Like, here's the knee. That's like your entire forearm and your femur. Or her entire arm and your femur. See that?
Didn't Discotech do a Street Fighter? Oh, 2V.
No, yeah.
Yeah, this is like a digest version of the TV series in a movie format.
Oh, well, screw that.
But it's not like cut and paste. They actually reanimated the entire thing.
Oh,
wow.
So they had some integrity left.
Yeah, so unscrew that. And what's with this
I like how
cat?
there's a little cat like looking up.
I hope that's not the final.
See,
art.
no. See, this is what happened. They drew the cover, and then they noticed the cat that was contractually required to be there was looking straight up her skirt, so they dragged her hips to the right.
I mean, hold on. Is that one Kill a Kill volume still on here? You reminded me of a Kill a Kill volume. If it's on here, I'm going to show it. If it's not, I'm going to forget about it. It's not. I'm going to forget about it. Anyway, moving on. Level.
The Kinnikuman Legacy. Oh, sweet.
Is
this the Art Now final cover, and that's why it looks different than I remember?
Yes, this is the Art Now final. Apparently, the manga.
Oh. I'm looking forward to the full English dub being released for once.
77 episodes coming out in May. And then the live action Go-Go 13 movie.
Gotta buy the shit out of this too.
I don't know. I like Go-Go 13, but I don't know if I want to watch this or not.
No, this is the kind of thing that I just want to make a Stable Diffusion model based on the aesthetic of like the vintage Blu-ray quality Japanese like cinema.
Just use that 80s dark fantasy filter.
I also like that filter. I want some supplemental shit getting thrown in there. We'll combine them together.
When named Amnesia Blu-ray.
Fuck, man. May I just say that the DVD cover for this is way better. Number one.
I thought it was
Is it the same thing?
It's close, but the DVD cover is way better. It oversells the shit out of the movie. And I completely forgot there's mechs in it. It's that forgettable.
Oh, that's a mech back here. I thought it was like a rock formation or something.
Well, why do we care? Why do we care if the cover's good if it sucks ass anyway?
At least it'll look good on your shelf, maybe. I don't know. And then also, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei without the booklet version now available.
Marcel Leonardo says there was actually a Kickstarter that failed to do an English dub of Kinnikuman Nisei, the prequel to Ultimate Muscle. That's sad. Should have shared it in the Discord. It's probably long ago. So this is the one without the liner notes?
Yeah, without the liner notes.
Is it other than that the exact same shit?
It's just the same
So
Blu-ray
glad I
case.
overspent. Oh, man.
But how
that gets my dick hard.
Do we at least get a discount now, or was it effectively
I think it's
a
the
gift
same
with purchase?
price.
Flaccid
Wow.
as fuck over here. All right. Anyway.
By the way, there was a Kawajiri Spotlight pack from US Manga Corp or whatever, and in that pack there was A Wind Named Amnesia, Demon City Shinjuku, and now all we need on Blu-ray is a re-release of Birdie the Mighty, the OVAs.
Mm-hmm. You mean Dragon Ball Season 4?
Oh my god. No. This isn't Birdie the Mighty.
I thought it was Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
There's a difference between Decode and the OVA.
Wow, I am shocked at what I am seeing in the brand. What the fuck is that?
You're seeing where?
What?
I was gonna upload an image into the brand and saw something one of you guys uploaded.
Which one is that?
Bread and honey.
What
is this?
I've explained it on the podcast before. I tried to upload it in time, and then it was too late, so I didn't bring it up. But when you're talking about how anime, how Westerners want to like interfere with anime and fuck it up, it reminded me of the Bread and Honey book that I read as a kid. And the basic story, again, I've explained it, but just quickly, a bear paints a picture of his mother, and on his way home, he meets all these animals that tell him, "Oh, it looks good, but it just needs this."
Right.
And eventually, at the end of the book, yeah, it's like, "Oh, he runs into a rabbit. Oh, it's good, but it just needs longer ears." The elephant, "Oh, it's good, but it just needs longer nose." And then this is the end result of his original painting of his mother. So yeah, okay, you can have your opinions, but you're gonna fuck up what you want.
That's
Make the movie for one person. All right, so for anybody who didn't get that joke, watch podcast 74, where Foodum bought a used copy of Birdie the Mighty Decode, and it turns out that Funimation printed the discs. It says Birdie the Mighty, but it's literally season 4 of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, just one of the discs. And luckily to my rescue, Lishansky, the guardian angel he is, had a copy without the Dragon Ball Z disc that I bought off him.
All right. So if you guys are interested in supporting this shit show of a podcast that I definitely shouldn't haphazardly try to throw together and do in the middle of a Monday again, there is Stealth Weeb. And I just want to say I am producing this merch for the OCA podcast store. Cockslayer will be available soon. I just haven't quite decided how I'm going to take out the background. Like I've got it removed already, but like, how am I going to print it? Do I print it without the background? Do I put like a little stroke around it? Still figuring that shit out. Other than that, it's golden. Also, here's me as MODOK from last podcast. Anyway, there are more amazing things available. I am going to run this through Stable Diffusion at some point. And then I will eventually, in 10 years or so, finally show you the results and the way things are going. But funding us will make that happen significantly faster. All right. In random merch news, Star Trek Vulcan Science Officer Bishojo statue. So in a rare form of not this. I don't remember them having high heels, but it was a good choice. Anyway, Jeff Nimoy never looked so fine. Or wait, not Jeff Nimoy.
Leonard Nimoy.
Leonard Nimoy.
That's the wrong Nimoy.
Jeff Nimoy also never looked so fine. Arc Knight Scotty the Corrupting Heart summons Eldritch creature with new figure. This is more about the look at how fucking awesome this looks.
Oh, damn.
Holy shit.
All right, the splash arts are usually like ginormous and has all this extra stuff in it, I guess.
Turns out, if your legs are long enough, you can even control beasts. All right. And then Transformers 10 Street Fighter 2 reissue.
No. Transformers X.
You cannot pronounce that fucking X.
Fucking
okay?
God damn it.
It's Transformers Street Fighter 2 reissue.
Look,
yeah.
So
Hunter call.
I'm just saying, I'm remembering why I don't usually do the podcast after work, and it's because I've already used up all my brain juice for the day. All right. And usually I do the podcast after I've crammed the doc full and I've familiarized myself with everything I'm going to talk about.
I just want to be clear. Everyone else can pronounce the X except Reese.
Yeah,
he's the only one that can't.
It's Transformers Street Fighter 2. All right. So anyway, the real thing you're supposed to be paying attention to. This is an actual thing, and the most incredible part about this is the fact that it transforms not only into a shitty version of Ken, but a non-shitty version of 2 additional things. A car and a car with guns.
I need
okay,
to...
this was a bad example. Let me show you a different one. A car and a car with guns. God damn it. A jet. A spaceship with a sword.
Brad, I need to enlighten you of the nightmares of my childhood.
Oh, what the fuck?
A transforming Han Solo and Chewbacca that turn into the Millennium Falcon. Oh, God.
They combine?
Yes.
Oh,
look how horrific they look at the top. Like,
that's kind of cool, not gonna lie.
I don't want to meet the person who developed a weird fetish.
These look great in comparison, is all I'm saying.
I think that's going to be a great addition to our So, yeah, I was telling Reese, you know, in Transformers they have that that little like beat that they play is like da, 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 like between different parts of the episode. And the first thing that popped into my head when I read this and looked down at this was Shoryuken. Like, all right, and even more strange, the new Oreo Xbox Series S looks absolutely crazy in person. This is a real product.
No, it's not. It's a one-off.
What did you do to the Xbox? I'm sorry.
It's not an actual like.
It's
retail
literally an
product.
Xbox sitting inside of an Oreo.
Yeah, but it's like it's a stunt thing. Oh,
Really?
Or is it? Oh, okay.
Oh, great job. Brave couldn't handle the Oreo.
I thought it was a stunt thing, but no, it's just like a cover for the Xbox.
Yeah.
Okay. This
So you
might
put this
actually
on.
be a real-
It's like a.
No, there's more.
They should
There's
make
more.
a Switch dock like this.
Why would
Dude.
you put that on it though? That doesn't
That's
look
probably
like
just
cream.
That's probably just the foam that it comes in.
Yeah.
To like
To keep it from
packing.
crushing.
Oh
on
yeah,
itself.
in the
Yeah. They could easily make a freaking Switch dock like that.
But why though?
Because why?
Oh,
not?
or that might have been the chocolate filling one because it looks like there's two versions. Because there's this black one and that one looks more brown, right?
No, it's just
Or is that
the
just the
photos.
lighting? You
It's
think?
different lighting. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's how it looked in the box.
Yeah.
And then they took it out and they got some sun on it. All right. Anyway, so
I thought this too.
all right. I'm glad we're rubbing off on everybody. That probably would have worked better with a PS5. Yeah, probably. Because they're white or whatever.
White with the black on the inside.
Revolving sushi chain Choshimaru's Sushi will no longer revolve in response to sushi terrorism.
Well, they better take revolving out of his name.
It's a sad day. You know, the U.S. had the Summer of Love.
Terrorist one.
Yeah.
The terrorist one.
But wait, sushi terrorists arrested for chugging soy sauce from dispenser.
Terrorist lost.
Counter terrorists have won.
Japanese conveyor belt sushi chains continue to be victims of sushi terrorists. Imagine. Remember when we covered that they were going to do a 24 set in Japan? And the response is like, it sure is going to seem believable with all the explosions and gunfire in Tokyo, right? And it's like, no, this is what Jack Bauer is like CTU.
He's going to start stalking the...
He's going to be fucking Kiefer Sutherland, like drop kicking some sushi terrorists. You know?
Doing a stakeout in a sushi restaurant for half the episode.
Just getting progressively heavier until he's a sumo wrestler. Then the whole season just completely loses the plot and goes a different route.
And he proceeds to pursue his career in sumo wrestling.
Remember, it has to take place within 24-hour periods. Let's not get too crazy. So Japanese conveyor belt sushi chains continue to be victims of sushi terrorist attacks after a 21-year-old degenerate was arrested for chugging soy sauce straight out of the dispenser at a Kara sushi restaurant. And the laughter, remember when the guys scraped up the manhole covers that had the Love Life characters on it? And they're like, and they had that cringe laugh. Same thing here. Same energy.
Can you do that again? Do
No.
that again.
Oh my god. Oh,
Where'd FDM go?
He saved himself from the cringe.
So little do they know, or little do they report to us, but the real reason that the cops arrested them is because it's actually illegal to put that much soy sauce on your sushi in Japan. The incident occurred at Kura Sushi in Nagoya in Aichi Prefecture. Unemployed Ryomasa Yoshino, who doesn't have an address, uploaded a video of himself savagely eating. What? Didn't the Sora News 24 one report that it was a woman? Upload a video of himself.
I can't even tell, not gonna lie. Either way, they look like a bitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either an ugly woman or an ugly man. Oh yeah. That's on the thumbnail. In a second video posted by the sushi terrorist, he giggled while apologizing for how he handled the sushi. He was arrested and sent to prison. No, I'm sorry. Sent to the prosecutors on March 9th for the suspicion of interfering with business. According to the police report, Yoshino admitted to the allegation, saying, "There is no mistake. I chugged that soy sauce. I apologize for causing trouble to Kura Sushi."
Oh, he's back.
Wow, we're all in blackface and my face tonight, huh?
Stolen my face. I am the only one with the check mark, though.
I was just wearing the uniform.
According to the police report, Yoshino admitted, saying, "I apologize for causing trouble to Kura Sushi." A 15-year-old girl and a 19-year-old man were also arrested for the same incident. The police believe the three belong to a group of troubled youth known as the Don Yoko Kids that hang out around Nagoya's downtown area. Imagine living in a place where a 15-year-old, a 15-year-old girl, and a 19-year-old man can be a part of the same gang, getting up to no good. News reports on the latest sushi chart, so you can watch the news reports. Wait a minute. Was that a wig? Oh man. All right. Anyway, so that's basically it. But wait, there's more. This same place is using AI camera networks to prevent gross pranks at their revolving sushi restaurants. So there was another AI article. I was wrong. So the sushi is revolving and the AI is watching. Kaiten sushi restaurants as revolving. What?
He said
I'll be
he'll
back.
be back.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know because you're me. Wrong button. The Kaiten sushi restaurants, as revolving or conveyor belt sushi restaurants are called in Japanese, are facing a crisis in Japan right now. Over the last few weeks, a number of disgusting videos have surfaced online showing giggling pranksters treating utensils and other items in unsanitary ways, then leaving them for the next unsuspecting customer to use. Honestly, the most disgusting thing about it is the giggling, the cringe giggling, and that look on that person's face for a second. The entire revolving sushi industry is built on the foundation of faith that the restaurants are safe to eat at. And Japan's major kaiten sushi chains have been scrambling to try to restore public trust. In the latest such effort, revolving sushi chain Kura Sushi is turning to the power of AI. Now, with NFTs, right? Putting extra effort into cleanliness isn't entirely new for the Kura Sushi. For Kura Sushi. Since 2011, it's been placing covers over its sushi plates that make their way around the restaurant, which isn't a widespread policy among kaiten sushi chains in Japan. In these times of heightened concern, though, Kura wants to go one step further by using networks of in-restaurant AI cameras to catch pranksters before the items they tamper with go in anyone else's mouth. So really, they're just gonna. Oh, Ukono says, "What the fuck? I just ate it, Kura Sushi. I hope you didn't have any soy sauce." So, I feel as though all it really has to look for is somebody who's having too good of a time. You know what I mean? Like if it sees you and you're smiling doofusly like that other image we were looking at, that's how they know you're up to no good or drunk. The cameras themselves have actually been in place for a while. As of 2021, all Kurasushi branches in Japan are equipped with cameras along the conveyor apparatus that can automatically track how many plates a customer takes and calculate the bill at the end of their meal. For the anti-prankster initiative, the camera networks have been upgraded with AI capabilities that can spot suspicious behavior, such as someone taking a plate of sushi from the conveyor and then putting it back on, perhaps after doing something very gross to the fish or rice. Once such behavior is registered by the AI, it sends an alert to one of Kurasushi's regional operations centers. It's literally fucking CTU. Jack Bauer is on the case. Where a team confirms what happened in the recorded video and contacts the branch where the incident took place so that staff can remove the item from circulation, ask the prankster to explain themselves, and, if necessary, summon the police. Wow. Quote, "It would have been nice if we didn't need to rely on this sort of system," said a Kurasushi spokesperson. "But it's become necessary because of the inconsiderate actions of a small number of people. Diners want to be able to eat while feeling secure about the sanitary conditions of the restaurant." The AI camera system went into operation on March 2nd. Damn, they didn't waste any fucking time at all. All right. I certainly hope that Fudnum, Random 11, and Reese, who are currently muted, are actually here and ready to jump back before I go to the next fucking article that you all must be here for.
I was eating my snack.
Okay, stop eating and start kissing. China device allows users to transmit kisses electronically. So China...
I've heard of an indirect kiss before, but not quite like this.
China has developed an odd device that allows
Does it do
users...
tongue?
that allows a user to transmit a kiss to others by way of moving lips made of silicone. A strange concept, and some individuals might mistake the device for an onohole.
Who says it can't do both?
Right. The silicone lips are controlled via a smartphone application, and it can be gotten via China's Taobao at the cost of 261 or $37 US. Users can upload a kiss. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the e-thoughts or like the idols uploading kisses, but it's literally just their manager doing it? So the silicone lips are controlled via a smartphone application. Users can upload. Let's see, where did I put the video? There it is. Okay. Users can upload a kiss, and selected people can then receive the kiss via their own silicone lip device. It's going to be as ubiquitous as smartphones in the very near future. People are going to be making out with their own holes.
So, I mean, Brad, would you actually be satisfied if, like, across the world you were on a business trip and your wife digitally sent you a kiss? I mean, if it actually meant something to you, wouldn't it be like cheating at that point? Like, oh, it's another robot's lips.
I mean, it's practically a duck's bill, too.
Wow.
Well, it allows you to suck on it, okay?
Sensors in the kiss simulator imitate the actual pressure, movement, and heat of a kisser's lips. And it is said to be ideal for long-distance couples. though users can also upload their kisses to a kiss square to allow random people to feel them. Which could very well result in some painful experiences. Zhang Zhong Li, who was part of a university team in China's Jiangsu province that worked on the device, was said to be the leading inventor and was quoted as saying, quote, "In my university, I was in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend, so we only contact with each other through phone. That's where the inspiration of this device originated, along with my failed hand job device, the remote hand job." A video of the item was uploaded to Reddit, and the post acquired over 11,800 upvotes and 1,700 comments. A creation similar to this one, labeled the Kissinger. It's like kissing neocon Henry Kissinger. All right, so I'm going to play the video for you. You tell me if you notice anything interesting about it.
Why was it moving back and forth?
Well, I don't know. What about the fact that it had the Detective Conan theme playing?
Right?
I'm gonna come. Here, I got a present for you.
Thanks, Dr. Agasa. With this invention, I can finally blow myself.
All right. Well, I hope that was as good for you as it was for me. Going from bootlegs to lip mouths. Oh, okay. Do you guys follow Kineko Video? I do not. What does third base look like? It looks like a BJ machine, right? Honestly,
Brad,
like,
isn't that Femboy Films? Don't you follow them?
Oh, do I? Oh, I guess I do. Yeah, I know them by their other name. I mean, it just looks like a real kiss, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, fuck that.
The thing that I find the weirdest about it is that it registers your kiss by you kissing it instead of like kissing through like the backside or something. You know what I mean? like how does it?
You have to toss it solid first.
like it is supposedly able to recognize the pressure that you're inputting by you kissing it. It's like it's literally just the same kiss.mp5, right? that everybody's getting.
MP5.
Yeah, whatever the kiss one will be.
I just like to think that the Kiss MP5 just
Speaking
shoots
of
you
Kiss.
in the mouth.
So Mirage Leonardo shared Kiss announces final dates for End of the Road farewell tour. And I spit out my drink because I was like, what the fuck? We covered their last concert years ago when they played with Yoshiki, right? In honor, Japanese Star wanted to honor the band that once helped him. Oh, that's not the right part. I should have read. Through the Japan leg of their End of the Road World Tour. Yeah, so apparently this was in 2019, December 2019. I guess apparently COVID put a pause to their concert, and they've just decided, oh, that's wonderful. Kiss launched the End of the Road Tour in January 2019, putting the trek on pause in 2022 to the pandemic. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Kiss launched the End of the Road Tour in January 2019, putting the trek on pause in 2020 due to the coronavirus pandemic and resuming in the summer of 2021. Okay.
So it went on for
the
2 more
face-painted
years?
rockers have logged hundreds of shows on the tour, and in June 2022, Gene Simmons revealed that they wanted to add another 100 dates to the itinerary. How long are you going to drag out this farewell tour? It started in January of 2019 put on pause in 2020, and then in the summer of 2021 started up again. It's been going for what, like 2.5 years now? Fucking unbelievable. I want my money back, even though I didn't get it. So that's the thing. That was my brilliant segue from the kissing
They
machine.
better end their tour with the best friggin' pyrotechnics show ever. Like, how old are these guys?
Old.
They're literally
So
just gonna
Ghibli Park
try and hit every single country and end with North Korea.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. It's literally the plot of the interview. Like the pyrotechnics show is how they take out Kim Jong-un with their fire spitting guitars.
I meant a Blaze of Glory suicide mission, but yeah, okay.
So Ghibli Park visitors caught in lewd acts with anime character figures. Now, the Japanese, like the mayor or some shit, as we're going to read, is pretty upset about this. But as far as I'm concerned, this is the only reason to go to Ghibli Park. The silence from Studio Ghibli regarding the matter has landed it in the hot water. How dare you not disavow? So it's been just over 4 months now since the highly anticipated Ghibli Park opened its doors to the public on the 1st of November. And though the park has been receiving rave reviews for its environmentally friendly transport and the anime worlds that have been created in nature-filled areas, it has come under fire for what some have described as examples of hostile architecture. And now there's another incident creating controversy with the public. It recently became clear that a number of visitors have been posing in lewd ways with some of the park's exhibits, namely the large figurines modeled on some of the studio's most famous characters, located inside the Grand Warehouse. People online have been sharing photos of these badly behaved visitors, which show a number of young men grabbing the breast of Teru from Tales from Earthsea. Shouldn't have even had a Teru exhibit to begin with, and taking up skirt photos of Marnie from when Marnie was there. Look, all I'm saying is it just seems to me it's the purpose of having the Marnie exhibit to find out the color of the panties. They don't tell you in the show.
They should post that on their premium OnlyFans.
Zoom and enhance. Oh, see his screen. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know, just saying, you know.
That could have been fixed just by putting her feet in like a couple inches of fake water.
But then the dude would just put his feet in a couple inches of fake water, like.
No, he's saying like resin, so you can't get the phone low enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, they put her in a real dress.
With real physics.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to figure it
well,
out.
if you, it's the same guy. Well, if you didn't want me to grab her, why'd you put prosthetic boobs in?
Why are they made of silicone?
In the real world, acts like these are sex crimes that would result in an arrest. Can you imagine getting arrested for this?
For fondling a plastic
sexual assault of a
sexual assault of that statue. Like seriously,
what's the statute of limitations on that one?
Right.
I mean, if they're gonna,
He's got it.
if they're gonna
They
go
didn't,
that
they
far,
didn't blur this guy's face out. He's got a little no face thing on.
Yeah, I feel
if
like
they're gonna go
police-
that far, they better be arresting these nude portraits for public indecency.
in the real world, acts like these are sex crimes that would result in an arrest. Yeah, like in the
real
real world also,
yeah.
they wouldn't let you have the naked Greek statues. You know, like, believe it or not, better put clothes on those statues.
Yeah, better arrest
Statue of
the
David needs to be wearing some boxers, man. Jeez.
Better arrest those
Free balling it out here. Compounding the problem is the fact that both these characters are estimated to be between 14 and 17. No! Oh no, it's so awful. These fictional, not real characters are estimated
You know what's
to
even
be
more
between
disturbing?
13 and 17. No! And in the case
What's
of
even
Marnie,
more disturbing
only
is
12.
that the piece
Oh,
of plastic
and
is like a
dead.
year old.
She'll never become more than 12 either because she's a statue and fictional. Making them both minors. Oh man, if only they were 18, we could have looked the other way.
Hold up, the granite they sourced is actually 1,000 years old.
Add in the fact that many of the visitors to, Lance's argument, well, the second you draw it, just put it in a time capsule. Wait till it's 18 to beat off. That was a straw man, Lance. I know. Actually, I don't remember what your actual argument was because it was incredibly dumb.
Lance doesn't watch the podcast.
It checks out, so it's fine.
$5 says Lance brings it up because he does watch the podcast. Random Lemon.
He does not. I will, if I had any way of giving you the $5, I would. Actually, I do have a way. I will give you $5 if
you will because Lance will bring this up.
Although none of you can say anything to him about it.
I'm not going to say anything. I won't need to.
Well,
add in the
if
fact
Kat watches the chat,
Lance, if you're watching this, be sure to bring it up next podcast. Write it down right now, please.
White panties are common on anime figures.
Do you think they bothered putting panties on Marnie?
I don't know.
Yeah,
she might actually be wearing legit, actual cloth panties. Like she's probably wearing like a one-piece white suit underneath.
Right.
Anyway,
do you think they actually articulated?
Do you think that they arrested the guy who dressed her because she is underage after all, and it would be lewd and awful for him to touch the?
Actually, the way she was sculpted, there must have been a lot of touching involved, so that's pretty criminal.
I hope that guy's facing life imprisonment for sculpting that 12-year-old body.
I mean, dressing up, that's kind of like grooming, right?
Man,
oh god,
put him up against the wall already.
Sculpting is like a full body massage, so
he's practically molesting her.
That's the worst one, I think.
He's had his hands in her, man. God.
Anyway, so add in the fact that many of the visitors to Ghibli Park are families with young children, and the problem becomes one which requires some sort of response from officials. You mean the chuckling that I'm doing? That's all they should be doing. However,
I feel like the police dragging them away.
You mean like sticking your hands in front of the eyes of your children? Like, I'd like to see like photographic evidence that this guy saw kids and went, "Kids, look what I'm gonna do! Click, 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 click!
Yeah,
I'm gonna beat off to this later." Seriously,
mommy, what's that? Junichiro, that is a neat. We don't talk about them. Go over to the Totoro exhibit. They're showing the bath scene. Oh no, oh god.
Oh my god. Add in the fact that many visitors to Ghibli Park are families with young children, and the problem becomes one which requires some sort of response from officials. However, media outlets who sought comment from Studio Ghibli or from Ghibli Park about the incident were told by the public relations office that the park will not be commenting on the matter. They're accessory to molestation, accessory to child endangerments. The only heightened criticism against the park, this only heightened criticism against the park until finally, on the 9th of March, Hideaki Omura, the governor of Aichi Prefecture, where the park is located, held a press conference saying, quote, "These displays are there so that everyone from children to adults can immerse themselves in the works of Studio Ghibli. It's extremely unpleasant for photos like these to be uploaded to social media where children don't exist. It's extremely regrettable, and I sincerely want it to stop." Seriously, you think for 1 second that every single child that walks through there doesn't lift up the skirt and look? I wonder what's underneath here. It's a real dress. Wow. You know, like, If these were pictures of kids doing this, do you think that they would be getting scolded? Or do you think... No, because then it's
what
not
they need to do is make an exhibit
kids, right?
specifically for peeking under the skirt, and underneath the skirt, when you lift it up as a kid, there's a paintball gun that shoots you in the face.
Right between the eyes.
With our new AI cameras.
New AI aiming system. It finds them just between
It
your
shoots
eyes.
you with a yellow liquid right in the mouth.
Jack Bauer is on the scene.
No, it shoots you with a yellow liquid, and it aims right for your mouth.
So you literally,
funny, it's actually bear mace.
You literally lift up the skirt, and a hand with the gun comes out. And
Oh, this is going to be a lit thumbnail. He went on to reveal that a similar problem occurred in the past at the Ghibli Museum in Tokyo's Mitaka. And because of these incidents, Ghibli Park has a policy of not commenting on these matters. As the park is located in Aichi Prefecture, the governor says he has asked Ghibli Park to respond strictly to the event of malicious incidents. And he also requested that visitors alert staff immediately if they see behavior like this occurring during their visit. Wouldn't it be funny if the way that they handle it is they make an adult-only exhibit that's just a brothel?
You know, there has to be something to say about the fact that, like,
the
you
adult only
complaining
exhibit
about
has to be the
this.
Spirited Away exhibit.
I'm more annoyed by them complaining about it than I am.
Yeah, it's only going to make more people think about doing it.
Dude, I can tell you
Price
right now,
tag.
if I had not read this article and we at some point went to Japan as a podcast, it wouldn't have even crossed my mind to do this. But now I have to. I have to do it.
I have to get my souvenir upskirt.
Gotta
picture.
know what's underneath there.
That's where they keep
I
all
may
the
get
national
banned from
secrets.
Japan, but I must know if she wears the ponchos.
Dude, if they arrest me, there is no mistake. I took those photos. I know exactly what to say. He concluded by saying that people who act like this should not come to the park, and he is resolute that there will be strict repercussions for anyone acting like this in the future. Well, punish me, Daddy, because it's gonna happen. Well, oh man, what such a harsh place to end. But wait. Guest apprehended after having intercourse on Disney World attraction. But were they
Good old
of
family
age?
fun.
Suddenly it's not so bad, Ghibli Park.
At least they weren't banging on the cat bus.
Walt Disney World Resort is the most magical place on earth, where many guests celebrate romantic events like weddings, honeymoons,
Her
and
event was pretty
sex,
magical.
and engagements. But some guests like to get a little too inspired by the Disney magic. Last year, an adult film star shut down Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid at Magic Kingdom after making sexual content on the ride. Just last week, an adult content creator proudly flashed her bare chest at Epcot. But make no mistake, Walt Disney World Resort does not tolerate inappropriate behavior.
Speaking of inappropriate behavior, Seb says I came in mid-conversation. So, it's pretty naughty.
Seb, have you not watched the podcast? I have skipped a lot of articles about it. Are you aware of Super Nintendo World? So recently, this Reddit user was riding Pirates of the Caribbean in Adventureland at Magic Kingdom when they heard shocking yet familiar sounds. It was in the front. No one in the. I think you mean I was in the front. no one in the middle and a couple in the back row. And she was giving him a head and spit into the water. The guests recalled.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to say I was in the front. No one in the middle and a couple in the back row. I don't understand how you phrase this. We were dying of laughter and cringing all at once. Security was waiting for them when we got back.
I mean, if that happens,
why they have someone observing the cameras to see people
would you not
giving
just
head?
turn around and just be like, "What the fuck"? No, you just
Yeah.
let it. You just sit there and giggle to yourself while you're riding the ride. Like,
They were in the front. No one was in the middle. Okay.
okay, so that prevents them from turning around. It's too far back, 2 rows behind them.
See, when I read it at first, it was in the front. I'm like, wow, they were doing it in the front?
for all the character actors to see.
Hey man,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's pretty tame. I thought maybe he'd be like humping one of the mannequins or something.
he got a hold of the Keira Knightley stand.
Hey! You're assuming it's a he. Maybe it was a girl that wanted to get on with Jack there. Right?
Maybe. Maybe they were shibari rope bondaging with this little animatronic trio here.
We got a little kinky with Pinocchio.
More on Pirates of the Caribbean. Versions of the ride didn't. Oh wait, is this just history of it?
Expanding the.
Wow, that was the article. Damn it!
Expanding the article.
Lame.
Fuckers paid by
the
word. All right. Well, I've got some more.
I think I gotta tap out.
No. Police warn people not to engage with a man dressed as the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street due to his history of troublesome behavior. Police have warned people not to approach a potentially dangerous man dressed as the Cookie Monster. Police named the man as Adam Sandler. No relation to the actor.
Damn it.
He was previously dubbed Evil Elmo after going on an anti-Semitic rant dressed as Elmo from Sesame Street. Police and
It's just a psyop to smear Adam Sandler.
We need AI to make a speech of Elmo and his tirade of anti just to see what it sounds like.
Hey kids, you
Elmo
want any
doesn't
cookie dough?
Elmo doesn't want to see anybody.
Elmo doesn't trust the banks.
If you listen to Elmo, we never be in this business with SVP.
But remember, Elmo loves you.
Unless you're a Jew.
Jesus Christ.
I was right on the line, man. No. I think you need to step out. No. So police in California have warned people not to approach a man dressed as a Sesame Street Cookie Monster. The Santa Cruz Police Department identified the costume-clad man as Adam Sandler, who they confirm has no relation to the famous Uncut Gems actor.
Because that's the best known movie.
Yeah, I was going to say. But it actually is the Adam Sandler from 8 Crazy Nights and like what was it?
Happy Gilmore.
Because nobody had ever heard of Uncut Gems. A police statement on Facebook reads that locals have described the man as creepy and have said he's made uncomfortable comments. Santa Cruz police warn, do not engage man in Cookie Monster costume. Recently, a man dressed up as... Seriously, it's the same fucking thing over... Give me the goddamn goods.
Get doxxed.
I want this Elmo speech, damn it.
That's great. Now everybody can join the podcast. They say he's creepy and his presence and comments make them uncomfortable. Based on Adam Sandler's history across the country, the Santa Cruz Police Department advised the public not to engage this individual and steer clear of him. So far, Sandler has not committed a crime in the city of Santa Cruz. Community members have asked if it's safe for children to take photos with the Cookie Monster. The answer, it's a parent's prerogative and risk to allow their children to take a picture with this character. Remember, the Santa Cruz Police Department advises the public not to interact with this person in the Cookie Monster costume due to his history of unpredictable, vulgar comments and troublesome behavior. It is important to note he is not employed by, contracted by, or permitted by the city of Santa Cruz or any local business on the wharf or surrounding areas. This individual is exercising his First Amendment rights. However, if you are a victim or witness a crime or witness a criminal act by this individual, please file a police report immediately. We ask that you assist Santa Cruz Police Department in identifying and signing a complaint against the persons responsible. We also ask you to be willing to testify in court if necessary. I hope he goes to court in the costume.
The people versus Cookie Monster.
How do you plead? Innocent, Your Honor. I can't do a Cookie Monster. I am innocent. Like,
Innocent, Your Honor.
How do you plead? Horny, Your Honor.
What do you make of this? Pulls out like Dollhouse, the cookie dough roll, like.
If you have concerns for okay. Anyway, well, that was that's where
you found these chocolate chips in your apartment. What do you have to say for yourself?
This thumbnail's gonna be lit with anti-Semitic ML.
Man. Oh, okay, there was more. Evil Elmo, according to New York Post, it reported that Sandler was arrested at the crossroads of the World in New York City in September 2012 after dressing as the popular Sesame Street character and going on an anti-Semitic rant. According to the Post, why was he arrested for that? That's free speech, bruh. According to the Post, Sandler, 59, was trying to get tips from passersby while screaming, "The Jews are responsible for everything that's wrong in the world, and I hate the Jews." It could be anybody in there. How do they know it was Adam Sandler? Adam Sandler is Jewish, though. So I don't know. Maybe he would be one to know. I'm blowing the whistle. All right. All right. Students hospitalized after eating teachers' homemade yogurt.
Asterisk. He's actually 56, but okay. Okay, article. No.
Okay.
We're just gonna go get a cookie.
So, Random 11, if you need to bow out, I will honor your bowing out.
All right.
Students hospitalized after
Honorable
eating
decision.
teachers' homemade yogurt in Nagoya. Science lesson leads to lots of vomiting by students and school staff. It's a teacher's duty. Wait, hold on. I should have. Shit. Of course, Seb. Trust me. I've already noted it. Sean Schemmel would ejaculate on the sticks, as he said in the Funimation outtakes. On the sticks. You mean the faces? I think I remember a very different line. When he says, "Jack my off," instead of. Anyway, all right. Elmo committed no crime. Elmo just spoke. Elmo got arrested. All right. Anyway, starting over. Students hospitalized after eating teachers' homemade yogurt in Nagoya. Science lesson leads to lots of vomiting by students and school staff. It's a teacher's duty to nourish their students' minds. Providing nutritional nourishment, though, is generally something better left to the school's kitchen staff, as an incident this week in Nagoya illustrates. On Wednesday morning, as part of a science class for children with special needs, a 72-year-old male teacher at Kanare Middle School fed 6 students and 5 school staff members yogurt that he had cultivated at home. Each person consumed 2 to 4 tablespoons. And about 2.5 hours later, 2 third-year students who had partaken of the fermented foodstuff began to experience stomach pains and headaches, followed by repeated vomiting, requiring them to be taken to the hospital by ambulance. Another student, a first-year pupil, threw up on their way home from school, and 2 of the school staff members vomited after arriving home later that same day. As to why the teacher was handing out spoonfuls of yogurt, we have to go back to that same science class on February 22nd. As part of the day's lesson, the teacher mixed milk with either store-bought yogurt or some sort of starter culture. Current reports are inconsistent on that detail. Then took the mixture home to ferment for a week before bringing it back for the class to eat. Thankfully, all 5 who experienced symptoms have recovered, and the yogurt that was in their systems appears to present no further danger. The school board is currently investigating what exactly went wrong in the yogurt making process and caused the food poisoning. Quote, "I wanted them to learn about lactic acid through experiments," the teacher said following the incident, along with, "I wanted to convey to them that there are bacteria that are useful in our lives." Well, you failed. These are admirable goals. And while there's a lot to be said for learning by doing, in hindsight, it definitely seems like reading about the yogurt making process in a textbook would have been a smarter call, especially when there are other tasty things to eat in Nagoya. Come on. So, I couldn't help but notice that the article does not stipulate that the teacher also vomited. Pretty sure he jizzed in this thing and didn't eat it himself. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. I think we all know that's what happened.
He had a whole
Glad I just made applesauce. Is Adam Sandler's net worth still $420 million? That's a good question. I don't really associate him with 420. Big if true. Teacher arrested for poison curry. Quote, "I didn't want them making happy memories without me." So this is more like it, right?
Wow.
Once again, the perfect image. Just like...
Never wrong.
She looks very untrustworthy. An elementary school teacher was arrested in September 2022 on suspicion of mixing bleach into a pot of curry to be served to the kids for lunch. "I didn't want them making happy memories without me, so they won't make any memories at all."
No, it was the bleach Coke. That's got to be what it was.
They mixed bleach into a pot of curry to be served to kids for lunch, and things aren't looking great for the teacher, who explained her reason behind the heinous crime in her first trial that took place on the 10th. The 25-year-old unemployed Ayana Hanzawa was arrested for obstruction of business after it was discovered that she mixed bleach into a large pot of curry. Well, yeah, she's unemployed
More
now.
like an obstruction of life.
The woman who previously worked as the head teacher for the class for the past 2 years was dissatisfied about losing her position. You cannot just leave me without knowing why she got fired. So she put the bleach in a pot of curry meant for the 6th grade students that she used to teach. I just like, she smuggles it in like under a big dress, you know, and just kind of like pulls it out from underneath and just like uncaps it, and like, you know, like it's freaking you know how the Asian cinema is, where they have the slapstick, you know, like trying to get it all out, you know, into the pot, like looking around while the while people in the background are like distracted and walking that way. All right. Fortunately for the school children, nobody was hurt after the children serving the meals noticed a strange smell and notified the school faculty. When asked about her reasoning for the crime, she said, "I didn't want them making happy memories without me." If they had an upset stomach, it would have been a perfect way to stop them from going on their school trip. Yeah, fuck those kids. That's the perfect way. If they were dead, they couldn't even go. I'm pretty sure we covered this in September when she did it. Now we just have her saying her reasoning. So Hanzawa reportedly purchased the bleach at a pharmacy the day before the incident. The prosecutors recommend 2 years in prison for the crime. Attempted murder! Are you serious?
Attempted mass murder.
I mean,
The
you remember
prosecutors
what they
recommended
charged
2 years in
Rurouni
prison for the
Kenshin,
crime.
right?
But the defense argued that she was swamped and stressed due to the workload at school. She's unemployed! And asked for a more lenient sentence. Yeah, here, the judge says, oh yeah? I'll give you a more lenient sentence. Death sentence. You just drink this bleach curry and you're free to go.
That's been sitting here festering.
Bailiff, can you bring me Exhibit A? Eat this. All right. So a 60-year-old Japanese laundromat owner fights panty thief half his age and almost gets run over. Vid! There's a vid! Thief tells owner that he's doing in none of your concern. What he's doing. Okay. Thief tells owner what he's doing is none of your concern, but Brave Senior disagrees. Hey, those are my panties. You can't have them. I bet you that's what's happening. At around 12:20 in the morning last Sunday, a 27-year-old man walked into a laundromat in the Kasaharacho neighborhood of Mito in Ibaraki Prefecture. He wasn't carrying any clothes to wash or even a bag, but that's not all that unusual. If people in Japan are drying their clothes at a laundromat, they'll often go run errands or hit up the local convenience store while the cycle is going on, leaving their laundry bag hanging on the dryer's handle. Oh. Exhibit A. However, after the man entered, he went and stood in front of a stopped dryer with no bag on the handle. Red flag number 1. After checking over his shoulder, red flag number 2. He opened the dryer's door and began ruffling through the women's underwear inside. The man had failed, though, to notice the presence of the laundromat's owner, Takuya Yamano, masturbating in the corner. The 60-year-old Yamano walked up to the younger man and asked, "What are you doing?" To which he replied, "None of your concern, none of your concern. And I'm not stealing anything."
Elmo committed no crime.
Oh my God, come on. Please.
Of course, suspicious behavior at his place of business is of the utmost concern to Yamano, and the man himself so quickly bringing up the subject of stealing underwear didn't make him seem any less shady. Yamano said he was going to call the police, which led to a verbal altercation, which turned physical in the laundromat's parking lot, where things got especially crazy. Oh, I gotta see this. Oh, there it is. Yep, they're right. He looked over his shoulder. The fuck is this? What, they like reunited them after the incident?
Oh.
Can you reenact it for us?
Right. Yeah, I just got upset for him stealing my panties.
Wait.
Rightfully mine.
Was this the reporter who just happened to look exactly like the guy?
Oh, AC's racist. Right. Okay. Got it.
Wow.
Doesn't this kind of look like the Pokemon Go Plus?
What?
Good distraction from your racism.
Give me the panties! Give me the panties! No! Give me. Oh, it's frozen. I can't.
I have the same panties at home, I swear.
Oh, is this where the car's going to go by? The getaway vehicle? They're mine. I'll show you. I'm wearing the matching pair. Please, I need the panties. I've soiled the ones I'm wearing. Where the fuck is this car? I need to see this old timer narrowly escape death to protect a woman's panties. I feel like we missed a very crucial part of the story.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh
Here's
my
where he
God.
narrowly escapes death. Oh, he's narrowly dying.
Be real,
how narrow
every
that
one of
death
us
is.
would brave vehicular manslaughter to save some panties.
Yes.
Is there not a man among us who would do something different when panties are on the line?
Man, imagine if you're in
Wow.
traffic and then the police stop you and they're like, "What are you doing?" "I'm saving those goddamn panties."
Oh, it's like Roshi or Hopperside trying to like, no, those are my panties, damn you.
You'll die. It'll be worth it. Wow. That was something. As seen in the video above, Yamato grabs the man by the arm, attempting to prevent him from leaving the scene before the police arrive. The man then grabs Yamato before telling him, I'll give you money. So jack me off. So let me off. Come on, don't call the police. And let's keep this, let me keep this out of my court. Wait, no, let me keep this out of court. Yamato refuses, and the two continue to scuffle. About 4 minutes after the confrontation started, the younger man separates himself from Yamato and hops in his car. Yamato then stands in front of the parking lot's exit to stop him from driving off. The strategy works for a few moments until the younger man decides to hit the gas. To hit the gas, anyone. Okay. Fucking amazing proofreading. To hit the gas, resulting in Yamato clinging to the hood of the SUV as he starts driving down the street. This was the Jack Bauer all along. I just wanted to stop him, Yamato recalls. He's really going to drive off like this, I thought. It was
Stealing
startling.
my panties, damn you.
I thought things like this only happened in TV shows, but they happen in real life too, bruh. This never happens in TV. After driving a short distance, the man stopped the car and threw it into reverse, backing down the road quickly enough that Yamato slid off the hood and accelerated away. What? Why would you phrase it like that? It sounds like Yamato ran away. Luckily, his actions were caught on no less than 3 security cameras. By examining the videos, the police were able to identify the car. I was going to say, there ain't no fucking way they knew who he was based on the fucking footage where he's got the face mask on and everything. We recognize that boner bulge anywhere. They were able to identify the car and track down its owner, one Takui Tomita, who has been arrested and admitted that he is the man seen in the footage. Okay, so riddle me this. You're able to afford a car in Japan, but you go to the laundromat to get clean panties when the used panty vending machines are right around the corner. Is it the thrill of stealing them? Why? Just buy them on Amazon if you're going to get the clean ones. Yamato is being praised for his first reaction and courage. And judging from his cheerful disposition in post-incident interview featured in the above video, doesn't appear to have suffered any serious injuries. And he kept all the panties for himself. All right. Last article before our watch club. Fired city employee wiped server data in retaliation for being told to wear a mask. The city of Mito in Ibaraki fired a 44-year-old male employee who worked as the chief of the tax collection division after accusing him of deleting data from a shared server in retaliation for being instructed by his superior to wear a mask. Modern day Robin Hood deletes tax server data, saves entire prefecture. According to the city's Human Resources Division, in mid-December 2022, the city employee was disgruntled after being reminded of the guidance to wear a mask. On the 20th of the same month, he deleted data relating to tax collection from a shared server. Then, in January, he allegedly threatened the assistant section chief. Then in January, he allegedly threatened the assistant section chief responsible for personnel evaluations by saying, quote, "Consider yourself dead in my evaluation if my evaluation is poor."
Omae mo shinderu?
You're well, in threats, you get an A+. Or better yet, in the threats department, needs improvement. What's up, the cool 2T? Amazon doesn't have that right now. Shipping. Oh, so yeah, but so what you're saying, see, I noticed a noticeable lack of bulge. So he clearly wasn't in dire need. He wasn't beyond the point of he didn't require the post nut clarity. It was something else that drove him. There are people who look under boys' short pants to look at their underpants. That is a very odd thing to say. And a very odd place to say it, given that we have long passed the Studio Ghibli Park article. So anyway.
No, I think you say in comparison that there's also interest in cute boys' pants, which for the record, I hope you're not referring to yourself, but yeah. Felt unneeded to hear that, but okay.
It just seems like such personal, unique, oddly specific information to offer up at such an odd time. I think, anyway, I'm going to stop there. The now fired employee admitted he was, quote, angry that they cared so much about masks. The city filed a damage report with the Mito police station, claiming that there's been damage to official city documents. Well, I hope they stay damaged. Long live ending taxation worldwide. Hashtag taxation is theft. Okay. I'm just saying, it's a weird. We've gone through, in that time, Cookie Monster guy, world, Disney World sex. It just, a lot has happened, bro. Just, Japan is still masking the guy's modern day hero for wiping their toilet. Well, Japan is always masking. They were masking before it was cool. All right, so before we go into the Watch Club, Unkono asks, "Did you guys hear about the Scott Adams thing?" Yes, I chose not to cover it. But if you can convince me otherwise, we'll cover it next podcast. Hashtag Scott Adams did nothing wrong. It was all Rasmussen's doing. All right. So which of my fellow hosts here have watched Berserk 2017? Wow, that's a great hair there.
Me.
So
it is I.
There is no mistake. I gotta say, I put off watching Berserk 2016 and the movies for many years, and 2016 was painful, like especially right after watching, the movies and Berserk 97.
It's painful on multiple levels.
Very hard to get through, right?
Yeah.
Berserk 2017, though, and granted, if I had watched it back when I had put it off, I probably would have ended up seeing the broadcast cut. So maybe it is a good thing I put it off. But 2017 was fucking great. There were a couple parts that were a little janky, but far and away better than 2016. Like no competition whatsoever.
So are you referring to just like the presentation?
I thought that the story of it was better. I thought that the presentation.
I definitely think it's an improvement, but I feel like it should be clarified if you're just talking about the presentation versus like, oh yeah, dude, they knocked it out of the park. Like the storytelling, and everything.
Visually and audio, I thought was much better in 2017. Mostly visual. Like the thing that required the biggest improvement was the visuals, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. 2016. Remind me where 2016 ends. Is that ends at the cathedral?
That's as he gets Casca back.
Yeah. Oh fuck, man. So it's like right after the goat. It's right after the goat thing, right? The horny goat guy.
Yeah, after the horny goat guy. Right.
No, Mozgus. When they get when he fights the apostle.
After Mozgus, yes.
Yeah. So
they're like, oh yeah, we won. Then they leave.
So and then they go back to they head back to where the blacksmith was.
Yeah. Yes.
And then when they get back, he's dead at the start of 17.
I had talked about this in when we covered Berserk 97, that reading the manga, there was this thing that really kind of hit me, where Guts was raped as a child, right? He was raised by people who hated him. He by every respect, you completely understand why he does not want to be touched and why he does not want to get close to people, right? And then when he finally does get close to someone, the eclipse happens. You know? And it is like every single person, you know, because he, in the scene that we talk about a lot, the Fireside Dreams or whatever scene that they took out of the movie and put back in for the Memorial Edition, you find out that Guts has created a relationship, or at least he cares whether other people know or not. It's like, you know, when you're that like socially have a hard time with a person and you legitimately care about them, but it's hard for you to like socially, it's just, you just have trouble with some people, you know, or, you know, people who are like that, right? Who have trouble in social situations. They do care, but their behavior is undecipherable that for most people, you know what I mean? And so you see from Guts' perspective that he legitimately cares for all of these individuals and that he wants them, like he hears what their dreams are and wants them to survive and get back to, you know, whatever dream they had, to start a farm or whatever they were going to do, right? And moments later, you know, like shortly after we in the series, we watched the eclipse occur. Right now, it's been a couple of years for Guts, I think, at that point, right? Or is that after he comes back? I think that is when he comes back. Anyway, whatever. The eclipse happens. The point is that they die. All right, and then Guts goes through the Black Swordsman arc where he is just like his worst self. Right. He is far more cruel than he has been up to that point in the series, and then as time goes on, he gets his party back, so to speak, right? And I remember it being meaningful to me when I read the manga that there's a moment in which Guts realizes that he's surrounded by, you know, he has a party, you know, comrades, yeah. And so when I was watching the anime, I was extremely irritated with 2016 because it opens or whatever with the scene with Puck and they shoehorn Isidoro in there for no fucking reason. And legitimately in that opening, like part of the Black Swordsman arc, it doesn't even make sense that he's saving Puck. He is legitimately saving Isidoro to the audience perspective, and yet the person he keeps around is Puck, and not it's fucking doesn't make any sense because they skipped that one part of the thing, right? And I hated that. And Isidoro never in 2016 never got his due to feel like he was warranted being there. He was annoying through most of it, and every
oh my god, 17 was the worst because he was just opposition to everything that like the witch girl said or anything like that,
right?
And it's just like, oh, good god, just let things resolve
and
without
he's the
making
worst
a goddamn
character
comment.
of both seasons for sure, right? Because he doesn't seem necessary to have brought into the story.
2016, I was okay with him because it's like while everything's down in the dumps, he's like one of those lights, and I think that's a huge theme throughout, including Majorly 17, is like all of these other characters are a light in the darkness. Where like you said, the witch girl is like best girl, and I mean, I don't think she's a bad character, but she doesn't seem anything special. But the only thing that's special is she seems like the Giga Chad in the party that's very capable. She's able to be like, oh my god, this is the support we need, you know?
Let me put it this way. What I'm getting at is that I was feeling like that moment wasn't going to come in 2017 when I felt like Guts got his party back, and it came out of nowhere, and it did arrive, and it fucking killed me when I was watching it, because it took me right back to the feelings I had fucking 15 years ago reading the manga, and it was like, I'm glad I watched it, you know, because it just kind of reconnected me with a person I was years ago that I would say I'm not anymore. And
unfortunately, because you spoiled that party thing, I saw it coming from 17 kilometers away, so I couldn't have that sense of ooh.
Well,
but,
I mean,
17,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Watching.
When they kind of realize and they basically just verbalize it, like he's got. Oh fuck! It just like it killed me when that happened. And and going back to
that's
Shirky,
what I'm
real
saying.
quick, real quick about Shirky. This is how you know she's best girl. My wife,
because she's
had not watched any of it, right? And I was just like, I literally, because I was flying and shit when we were doing this before, I put them all on my phone, and I was watching them on my phone, you know, either on the plane or at home before I go to bed, watch an episode, right? Just on my phone. And my wife just happened to be in the room when I watched the episode where Shirky was given the prodding by, what was the grandma's name?
That hoe.
You know what I'm talking about?
The old witch.
The old witch, right? And fuck, like just like that fucking scene where the old witch basically tells her, you know, that you have to leave, and she says goodbye, you know, like I'm done here. Like it's my time is over. My wife fucking teared up at that. Like, and I'm like, what? She hasn't been here for any of it, but literally just that moment, my wife started to make like whimpering noises or, you know, like sympathetic, like she was getting into the story just from that scene, you know? And I was like, fuck, like this, they did a really goddamn amazing job. Introducing her into the story, giving her value to the party, and making the dynamic that they had created with retard Casca not as awful as it was, right? So, and then like there's also the weird bit about like her basically having a crush on Guts, you know, and fuck, man, like. When Guts
bang Guts now. No.
When Guts comes out of the Berserker armor and he's just like 1,000 years old looking, you know, like he's just fucking destroyed. I had just seen a AI, or I think it was AI. Somebody had AI write the ending to Berserk, and I don't know if they had another AI draw it or whatever. But it's a manga page of fucking Casca getting her sanity back and telling Guts that like Guts is apologizing to her over like losing control or whatever and not being able to protect her fully at all times and stuff. And like Casca tells him, like, I was conscious through all of it. I saw every person you killed, everything you did to save me every single time. And it was just like,
but you couldn't
fuck, you know, like it was the exact thing that I don't fuck it. It hit me so hard because when you really read the manga and see every single sacrifice that he makes, you know, it's like, I don't know. It resonates in this deeply masculine realm of what it means to you know, sacrifice yourself for the people you love, you know, and repeatedly, constantly, day in and day out, doing it for other people, going to work, suffering with some of the worst, you know, that can be thrown at you, and getting up and doing it again, you know. And it just, I don't know. The series really means a lot to me, as I think you can understand. So
well,
anyway,
that's the crux of the whole story of just like a guy who has quite possibly like the worst possible situations you could possibly be in. Like everything under the sun. Oh yeah, that's happened to him. But you know, and he still manages to pick himself up at the end of the day.
And honestly, that's one of the things that like, you just, some of the panels in the manga, you can feel like, it's like Guts is somewhat stoic, but there's like this underlying depression that he's dealing with every step of the way. And it's like some of the lines he had in Berserk 97, he talks about like people critiquing like they've got them all figured out, and him just acknowledging is like, there are days I'd rather fight for my life than live it, you know. Like he only feels alive when he's doing that, and you just fucking see it in the way that he's drawn. And like one of the panels in particular is when he comes out of the Berserker armor, and it's like, that is weirdly to me one of the moments where you see Guts and he both looks more beat up than you've ever seen him, but the emotion that they sort of capture in his like stoic expression is simultaneously showing you that this is like, he's dead exhausted, but it's also the most alive I think he's felt the entire series, you know, like being able to let loose and protect, you know, Casca and his other comrades. Fuck,
well,
man.
That's the part where it feels like his party's like reestablished and he's able to protect them.
Fuck,
he's able to do the thing he failed to do.
Right. And I think that's part of it, is that the only time that he has failed up until that moment, that like massively, right, was with Zod, when he first fought Zod, right? That's the only time that he was put in a situation where he felt like true, honest to goodness terror, you know? And he legitimately thought, I might not survive this, right? But in the moment when he's fighting Zod, he's fighting with Griffith, you know, alongside Griffith, right? And he's not fighting to protect Casca in that moment. You know, if Guts dies in that moment, it's like, oh, well, what does it matter? But when the eclipse happens, you know, literally every single person in his party that he gave a shit about dies except for Rickert. And Casca is brutally raped and mentally destroyed, right? And so I do agree. I feel like that moment when when the Berserker armor first comes off, it's like that was the thing that gets his mojo back. You know what I mean? And I'm killed by the fact that the series doesn't have a further continuation past that point, because the stuff that happens immediately after the eclipse, chronologically in the manga at least, not like the Black Swordsman arc, but the stuff that happens right after the eclipse is so fucking dreadfully boring that I forgot it gets good again. And I feel like it really starts to pick up when he gets the Berserker armor, and when Shirky and all them join the party, and like, you know, just like the fucking magical like Narnia tools they get, you know, to fight and stuff. But
That felt like such a modern writing thing.
Right?
It's like,
Doesn't it
here
feel
we're
so out
setting
of
you up
place?
with all these gadgets, and they even info dumped it and all that stuff in excruciating details. I'm like, okay, this feels like a completely different show, but okay.
Yeah.
But
So anyway,
I have
I
some
just
comments on the Berserker armor.
go ahead.
So obviously I've peripherally been seeing Berserk all over like Twitter and everywhere on social media. So I've seen screen caps or pictures of the statues of the Berserker armor, and every time obviously it's just like, whoa, that looks sick, that's sweet. And by the name you think, well, clearly it's got something to do with him going to some sort of rage mode, right?
Yeah. Although
And,
in the actual
technically it
series,
kind of
is it or is it not the most Deus Ex Machina plot device?
It is. That's where I was going with this. Is that it did
Aaron,
not live up to the expectations.
you must get to the basement. What is the cellar? It's like the Berserker armor.
Yeah,
Ta-da!
yeah. So like overall, I had this ginormous, especially because it's behind the anime or manga Berserk. The beloved masterpiece Berserk. I just have these huge expectations. I thought it was like his regular armor, and there was going to be some sort of weird, mystical, magical entwinement he has that is like he pushes him over the edge to his rage. That the armor just consumes him, and it's kind of like there's been other things I've seen before where it's like they have this inner demon or something, and then it possesses them, takes them over, and then his armor gets all sick and all this, and then he just goes rampage mode. But instead, it's like, oh yes, there is this piece of armor. Let us go to it and put Guts, who's unconscious, into it. I thought it would be so much cooler of a reveal.
I agree. I had forgotten that it's just kind of like thrown at you like that. But one of the things that I think kind of somewhat makes up for it is the fact that that they use the Skull Knight is
he's clearly the
into
product
the lore
of what that
right.
used to happen.
And I fucking said that. Remember we watched the movies and I said I think Skull Knight is probably Gyseric, and that the Berserker armor, which starts out as the skull-shaped one, is his armor, right? Like that's what it's going to be. I don't know that they full on came out and said that, but they kind of did, right? I mean, they didn't really connect Gyseric to it.
Yeah, they're alluding to it pretty hard with because Skull Knight's the one telling him about the mechanics. It's like, then you lose your vision, then you lose your dick.
I feel like that's been a theory in the Berserk community for a while now, though, that the Skull Knight is Gyseric and that he's.
I'd imagine. I literally just saw it and thought of that, so I'm sure over the years that's been brewing.
Yeah.
But,
I'm definitely special for having brought it up, though. So don't downplay it.
Keep going.
But what is it? The something that I don't want to forget about is one mechanic that they add to the game. So Kasuga being retained, they got her back at the start, is a huge plus over 2016. It's like, okay, we're on track again. We're on track towards where we're going.
They're actually, they're going somewhere.
Something that drove me crazy was the amount of times of Casca's being an idiot, and oh no, she's about to get killed. Oh, I gotta save her. There's the one time I thought it was actually somewhat necessary is to show Berserk himself. I love doing that. It's saying, "Oh, will you play as Zelda?" So Berserk himself went over to defeat the people, and then you saw, Casca actually had her warrior abilities again and took care of it this time. Whoa, I thought that was okay, but the other 100 times it happened, I guess it was mainly 2016. I was just so sick of it. I'm like, you can cut all of this out, and it wouldn't change the damn story. It's basically a form of filler, like a melodrama of sorts. Because it's like, oh, is she gonna die? Is she gonna die? Oh, it's just the normal. But the other thing about the Berserker armor,
I think it would have been better. I honestly feel like the story could have been better if if Guts and Casca got separated after the eclipse, and the story is him
and came back later, and we're like, "Oh my god, you're alive!"
The story is him trying to find her. You know, I just feel like it becomes an escort mission with the whole like, "Oh, she's retarded now," you know. Whereas they could have had her fighting off the cursed mark demons. She could have been fighting those off all the same time that he's fighting off. And then there could have been like stories that they're hearing of each other, like, you know, legends of the Black Swordsman and stuff. And like, oh, is that Guts? Or, you know, they could have done that, but, or I should say Kentaro Miura could have done that. But honestly, one of the things I think we forget is that when something is being serialized like this, like you're having to come up with these fucking ideas week to week. And sometimes you probably just have to write because it's how you pay your bills. And so the stories go in these weird directions, right? Where you just kind of like wrote yourself in a direction, like, I don't know what to fucking do here. I'll just do this for a little while. And then you're like, oh, we'll be
That's
fucking
why
sick.
I've always
What
advocated.
about Berserker armor? Oh, that'd be so sick. Let's just introduce it now, you know?
Well, I feel like maybe in the beginning, but I feel like Berserk has had a long, like...
It was planned up through the eclipse, at least.
Right.
You know? But when it comes to, like, the minutia of getting from one place to the next, you know, you create story beats on how you want things to go. And a lot of times, and this is fucking every movie Miyazaki's fucking ever made, he talks about he doesn't know the ending when he starts it. You know? In the process of producing it, the story reveals itself to you, you know?
Yeah.
And so I
That's
think
the exact thing that I've advocated against, like with Naruto or something, how it's like week to week, we're just going by the fly of our seats or whatever it's called. And then
Flying by the seat of our pants is the phrase you're looking for.
Yes, that one. And it's like, then you run into like entire like fillery segments. And then you make Pain, who has no way to defeat him because you're like, oh, I was just kind of thinking of it on the go, but I kind of made him invincible. Let's use Friendship Punch to defeat it. Okay, sure. I always advocate for having a point A and a point B, then you fill it out if you're going to go with something. So, I mean, like you said, it sounds like he planned out the other stuff. But yeah.
But you know, this is the weird thing about manga, though, is that some creators have this uncanny, like, you ever sat down and you're like, well, fuck, that research paper I was supposed to be working on for 3 months is due tomorrow, and you just pull it out of your ass, you're like, holy fuck, I'm incredible. You know what I mean? Like, it just legitimately, you impress yourself when under pressure you're able to just pull anything out of your ass and you get a solid B+, you know, kind of thing. I feel like some Japanese mangaka have that ability to just like, they're flying by the seat of their pants and they're pulling out some fucking gold every week. It's just like, you know, it's clear that they're literally just rolling the dice and coming up with a new idea, but they run with it and they make it work. I feel like Hunter x Hunter.
Fair, but like you also have to factor in they have editors too.
True. And you know, a lot of the editors, like Akira Toriyama's editor, is the reason that the show and the series ended up being so good, because he vetoed a lot of shitty ideas.
Yeah, it's like, what about this? It's like, no.
Yeah.
Let's make Popo
like,
the
those
dragon
are the
the whole
androids?
time.
Nah.
Because I feel like, did Young Animal serialize it up at, like, I don't think Berserk was ever weekly. Was it ever a weekly manga? I don't think so.
I don't think you could possibly do that weekly with the art and stuff.
Yeah, I thought it was monthly for a longest while, and then
But I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, eCastro says, yeah, that is the feeling I get for each arc in Hunter x Hunter. Doesn't it? Like, when they fucking go through, like, the tsunami or whatever stuff, it just feels like they're making it up on the spot.
Imagine
somehow
how
pulling out
much
gold.
Imagine if what's his face who did Hunter x Hunter
Togashi?
actually had a plan of where he wanted to take it, and then all the crap in between was replaced with good stuff. So now when you're on hiatus, you're actually
but that's
advancing
part
the
of
story
the
a lot
fun.
further.
That's part of the fun of watching anime, because occasionally you get Rurouni Kenshin, which is fucking fun, and then it goes to the Shishio arc and it peaks way early, and then everything else is painful after that because it doesn't live up to Shishio. And then other times you have Yu Yu Hakusho, which is fantastic from beginning to end. There's not a single bad moment in the whole show, you know? So I just like, it makes the lows make the highs that much higher, you know? So I mean,
I'm still a simp.
They can't all be winners. What is the line from from Incredibles? If everybody has a superpower, no one does.
If everyone's super, no one is.
No one is. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea
Everything
is
I always
that
talk about with
you need them to be lame occasionally for the good ones to really shine.
That's what I usually talk about in music and stuff. It's like if everything's special, nothing's special.
Yeah. So anyway,
So the other
Greenland,
things
what
about
are your
2017?
go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. If Green
Oh,
is... Wait, did
I
Greenlight
didn't-
even watch it?
No, I didn't. I never got around to finishing it, but I know of certain aspects of it. Like I'm familiar
Oh,
with.
do we want to talk
certain
about
things that
Griffith?
happen in the story? What?
Griffith?
What about you want to talk about Griffith? So he's back. I thought that was also
I remember that.
kind of a plus. It's like he's finally back in the picture in some
Mm-hmm.
capacity, and you're just kind of mysteriously like, what the hell is going on?
So,
it felt
how
a
do
bit
you
weird
feel-
that he was suddenly at the graveyard with goddamn it, what's it, Rickett or whatever.
Rickert?
It's like, oh, hello, Griffith.
I love,
Our old
I love
friend."
Rickard's expression. It's like he's like chasing after. He's like, "Oh, I won't forgive you when I understand what. What the fuck are you talking about?" Like,
That was. I don't think he
Guts
said that.
won't
It was,
tell
but
me.
it was just
fucking
like,
goddamn it, Griffith! Why are you flying away on a demon?
geez, it's not like Guts could tell you. I don't know, but okay. Did he even tell him about that? I don't remember. I feel like he just kind of went off, and it's like, I thought you said you were
I
not
like the
going
idea.
away.
I like the idea that it's like Rickard's like Guts looks at him like a little kid. You have to tell the hamster that you flushed down the toilet went to the hospital in the ocean or whatever. Where are all my friends?
Who flushes a hamster down a toilet? What the hell?
Sorry, I had to put the dog down the toilet.
It's like I'd like to see AI design an episode where Guts is looking for people that he can have wear wigs and stuff to pretend to be like Casca and Griffith and Pippin and Judo and
Oh my
Gorkus.
Dude, I just had a flashback to the Whitest Kids You Know, where what is it? He takes his daughter upstairs or whatever it was, and it's like, oh, Sparky hung himself. He hanged himself.
Yeah. For those who aren't following, and you know how we were just talking about how sometimes you lie to kids and tell them that the dog ran away or whatever. Instead, they hang the dog from the ceiling and say that he killed himself.
How did the dog tie the rope? It doesn't have any thumbs, Daddy.
So eCasher says, I get the vibe that Togashi has a mental framework of the world, but then comes to each arc relatively fresh. I think so too. And then he integrates all his material into it. And then he gets really drunk and makes the last mission, which was fucking awful.
Hold on. Say that word again. The second to last one.
Relatively.
Relatively?
You said relatively.
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know if you noticed, but there's been a whiskey in this the
Oh,
whole
that's
night.
not. That's not piss.
Oh, I thought that was
Okay.
piss. My.
No, it's actually. It's actually. Oh, do I not have? Oh wait, I have this one. It's actually like 5
Yeah,
of
he's
these.
got
The sour warhead fluid. I went back to
Jeez, are you gonna put
Dollar Tree.
hot sauce in with it now? Like, get every sense going.
Anyway, so where was I? Okay, so then he integrates all his material into it. Also, for the record, I think the current arc in Hunter x Hunter is amazing. if Takashi ever ends it, it may well end up as one of my favorites in the series.
It better be amazing if he has like a year to think about every goddamn chapter. Like, holy.
Right. And Kono says Outlaw Star was all over the place. Definitely my rewatch of it felt a lot less I don't know, like it for real, right? That ending felt a little weird. That Outlaw Star is one of the shows that's more like you're along for the ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If every anime was a banger, they would all be judged on a curve. In truth, we could do without bad anime. Okay. Well, all right. This is Rick, what happened to everyone? Griffith? That's for me to know. You know. Yeah, Gus is yelling. Yeah. A6, this was a good anime. Wow. I'm waiting for it to come out over here.
Watch Club.
Is
Well,
there
you got
a lot
coffee,
of
don't
piss
you?
in it? Because I'm just saying, I saw their other thing, Jude and June.
There probably is.
Anyway. So, I mean, if so, plus, because that made that show hilarious. Anyway,
so what is it? Actually,
throw a little
before I talk
incest
about
in the mix. It's like it's just gonna. I'm along for the ride.
Like,
Uh,
the
so,
incest is kind of interesting, but if they start pissing on each other, I might be interested in that.
Nah.
Well,
Jesus
it's like,
Christ.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for you to invest in my product. It's an isekai. But wait, there's piss.
I got reincarnated as a girl's piss, an anime girl's piss.
I got reincarnated as a piss bottle at a neat speed.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, back to Berserk.
I got reincarnated as an empty gallon jug in a gamer's house.
So before the other things about Griffith, actually, what do you think of his voice? Because I thought literally when I heard, oh yeah, they recast their voices, including Griffith or whatever, the first voice I thought is Steve Staley, which is who they replaced him with.
I don't remember exactly what he sounds like.
He sounds like
but
Neji.
I think I might remember thinking he actually sounds better than in the 97 one.
That's what I'm saying. He feels like he was made. He was designed for that, like the way he's designed physically. Like he just looks like he's that voice.
I thought it was good.
I think
I'd have to like hear them side by side before I marry myself.
Well, the other thing is the 97 one was more confident and charismatic.
Yeah, I don't think the
and
97
the new one
is the best casting it could have had for him.
Well, the movies.
I think the 97
one
one
is movies, and I think he did a better job in the movies.
I think he's good because he had that like optimism and charisma. And the new one, you could almost say the canon is, oh, this is the reborn Griffith's voice. Not that I actually am gonna run with that, but I'm just saying, like,
let me ask
I
you
feel
guys
this one's a more of a monotone doomer Griffith and I don't know, it seems perfect to me.
Something that kind of bothered me. I don't really like the idea that Griffith can return to Griffith form from Femto. In the lore, I guess it makes sense because the other apostles are capable of doing that. But it just seemed weird. There's like a weird disconnect. I didn't think that the God Hand was going to be able to like do that. Like, what does Slan look like?
I spoiler Terry. I got spoiled on how it works. You want to hear it?
How far into the manga do I need to read?
I don't know, but I haven't even read it through past the end.
Is it a big reveal in the manga, or is it just like? And then here's the exposition that explains how I can do this.
Well, it kind of I see. I got spoiled of what it is, and we see how it happened.
Okay, I'm gonna predict. So here's how it works. Here's how it works. So Kentaro Miura, he wanted to show Dong on the show, but they said, "Whoa, Japan laws, man! You got to censor that with a mosaic." But wait, Femto did. Right? that was the real trick, right? Whenever he
Yeah,
needs to
every
show
part
off.
of him except
That's why Griffith's
except
the
his
only one
dick
who gets
looks
laid.
normal. So when Griffith
Go ahead,
in
Reese.
season 5 pulls off his pants, it's like a really it's completely pitch black. But that's the femto part.
What Reese is about to tell us is that Femto's helmet, that it like comes out like Iron Man over his face, but when it retracts, it just goes down to his dick because he's always Femto dick. Right? Is that the secret?
How did we get to this point? This conversation.
You were gonna tell me how you were spoiled on it, but I figured it out on my own.
I'll let you go with that one. Then. I won't spoil you.
Yes,
I did. I also found it kind of weird that Griffith was just suddenly like kind of back to normal, and I'm like, but Casca's still retarded. But was it so? Griffith, I mean, obviously they're gonna explain something later, but it just feels weird that it's like, oh, I came back to talk to Rickard, and then he still wants to destroy Guts, and then Griffith like low-key apologizes or something for all the things he did or whatever. He acknowledges it, and I'm just sitting here like, what? Then what?
Doesn't he even ask Rickard to join him or whatever?
He says he's open to like, yeah, you're always welcome to join the Hawk again or something.
No, secretly he's like, I just need you to join me so that I can kill you and fulfill the full sacrifice.
Oh my god!
Be one step closer.
I don't know. It could be that.
And then it's just Guts and Cosplay.
It's like it's that scene in the one after he.
No. Hold on.
He's like feeling the power.
Hold on. Rickard. We're talking about Rickard, right?
Yeah, Rickard.
He didn't get the brand, so he wouldn't be in that.
That's true.
He wants to brand him so he can eat him. But I just thought it was weird that it's like he's suddenly civilized and not, rampaging like a demon.
I honestly wonder if the entire reason for that is that the editor was like, "Nah, you got to bring Griffith back. We need something. It's been too many chapters, Miura."
It could have been.
Well, I mean, I will spoil it. Spoilers for ahead of the manga.
For what?
Is this? Wait, I'm gonna guess one more time. That chapter where Rickard slaps Griffith, he is slapping the femto out of him.
Right.
Yes, I knew it.
Slaps the bitch right out of him.
All right, so go ahead.
There's a reason Moonlight Boy is called Moonlight Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Because Moonlight Boy
Moonlight
only
Boy
shows up in Moonlight, and Griffiths has the body for the rest of the time.
Oh, okay. So Griffith.
So it's a Yami Yugi situation.
Griffith is somehow Guts and Casca's son.
He reincarnated into that fetus.
Oh, okay.
That was the other thing that was weird.
Because he emerges from the baylet that's like the ovum or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Turns out those are the they're an anthropomorphic testicles. Anyway, as far as watch clubs go, I'll just say that I thought it was I'm glad I finally did it. And I'm a little like crack Dave Chappelle, like, y'all got any more of that Berserk?
Well, now I can finally let myself start Berserk because I was like, I want to watch all the anime so I can watch the definitive manga version after or whatever, so I can actually complete the story rather than completing it and then getting cucked by the anime, right?
So the going back to our AI discussion, I wonder if so we were talking before about the system that was developed by
that studio,
Corridor Digital, that they created a way to normalize the noise between one frame to the next. But the problem that they're having is that live action footage, as Random 11 said, it's impossible to hold your hand perfectly still. But anime is not that way. If you could create a stable diffusion model based on every page of the manga from Berserk, high quality, could you put Kentaro Miura's art style on a normalized noise version of the 97 anime and see it moving. I don't know that you'd want to see it moving. It would probably lose its appeal if it was moving. I think that the imagery is so striking because it's, you know, whatever.
Actually,
yeah.
something
Wouldn't
that
that be fucking
16,
sick?
17, it might be pretty damn cool, but something that 16, 17 did that's kind of already like that was the shading. The shadows had all these scratches on the scribbles to obviously
I fucking
look like,
hated
oh,
this
it was like drawn. That was annoying, especially because it was all like identical texture, like Monte Cristo or whatever. It was like one texture on multiple different axes.
And it's so funny because when I started my company a couple of years ago, we were trying to develop that kids show. And I was literally building that system in Maya to be able to create a texture that would act as the shade lines, that when it was rendered, we could mask out with the shadow pass and get that look. And I'm so fucking glad I didn't stick with it long enough because it looked goddamn awful in Berserk 2016 and 2017. So I'm just really happy that that fell through.
It felt like a cheap attempt at look how artsy we are, and all it did was just muddy up the image for everything.
Yeah, if there was some direction to it, directionality behind it, I think it could have worked. It looks really good in Kengan Ashura. But in Kengan Ashura, it also looks more procedural, like it's just a straight parallel line, you know, rather than like a texture that is wrapped around the 3D model that is like drawn a bunch of angles and then it just kind of like cuts off and it just didn't look good. It could have been better. But yeah, I can't wait till we finally have a time to make that stable diffusion model and test a couple of these things out just for the fun of it. I mean, fuck, man. Can you imagine how fucking mega viral it would go if you animated an entire scene from Berserk in the style of the manga using stable diffusion? I mean, that'd be a mega viral hit on YouTube. So, anyway. Anybody got any more thoughts on Berserk 2017?
Yeah. So about how they fixed the sword. Now, I was on like episode 10 when I mentioned that to you guys. I'm like, it sounds like the same goddamn horrible wash pan sound or whatever. Yeah. It sounds like the same thing. And then he said, well, it's an improvement from the other one. But what is it? The episode after, they had a different noise briefly, which was like when he was in the Berserker armor. It was more like a whip sound.
But and then they go faster.
Well, no, it just sounds kind of funny. But after that one, they went back to like the wash pan sound when it wasn't Berserk armor anyway. And I'm just saying that it sounds like a hollow whatever thing. And then the what it should sound like is a giant solid hunk of metal having a really percussive thing against the body. You hear more of the body than you hear the sword. Usually, like it would hear like what do they do usually? They like wrap a melon in pillows or something like that.
Marginal says, have you all seen the trailer on YouTube for Smoking Causes Coughing? It's a French-made tokusatsu parody on drugs. It's basically if Seth MacFarlane and Seth Rogen took a lot of LSD
and Joe Rogan. Seth MacFarlane, Seth Rogen, Joe Rogan.
When I first read it, I read that as Todd McFarlane, and I was like, "Oh, that's got to be an interesting style." So yeah, I think the wash pan sound effect grew on me by the end of it. I don't know if it improved from 2016 or not, but having read the manga and legitimately, I'm reading the katakana dodon. You know, like the sound effects that Miura chose to write in katakana, I thought it was appropriate. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a wash pan, but it really does not sound like a giant fucking sword getting swung around. But but the sound effect did bring me back to the moments of reading the manga, And from that perspective, I really appreciated it. And it's a very strange perspective to have because I read the manga with the Japanese katakana, like not a lot of people read it that way in the West, at least.
Now, if you had a sound of like an anvil dropping on a concrete platform, you'd probably
let's
think,
replace it
why
with
couldn't we have
the
this?
Minecraft anvil sounds.
Oh god, even better. But wow, I just forgot whatever I was going to say.
All right, sounds good. eCastro says, in terms of sound design for the sword, they could just have done whatever FromSoft did with the colossal swords in Elden Ring. I mean, I suppose.
They literally should have just ripped it from Elden Ring.
Had a pretty that thing that didn't exist yet. Onimusha 4 had a pretty good heavy sound effect too. But I don't know.
Oh, the other thing I remember is so remember when we covered Steins Gate and I bitched about that one scene where Glasses chick went psychopath and was like banging on the door and they used the identical knock for every single hit and it drove me crazy. I'm like, what are you doing? So that's the same thing. They use the same identical wash pan collision. So that's what
it seemed like they did have a library that they were using over and over again.
It felt so lazy to me.
All right. So, what about you, Reese? Any thoughts?
Nope, I'm falling asleep here.
All right. Well, I'm glad.
The only thing I was going to mention was that I did watch through the I just watched the voice comparisons for Griffith, and I'm sorry, Kevin T. Collins is still, in my opinion, the best voice for Griffith.
Well, like I said, I'd have to experience it side by side to really.
Who's Neji's voice actor again? Who's the other guy?
Steve Saley.
Yeah, Steve Saley. Like he doesn't. I heard his voice, and then I saw like the because it was out of frame, and then it panned up to Griffith, and I'm like, that does not fit. That doesn't fit with Griffith.
Well,
in my
like
opinion.
I was
At
saying,
least not.
The 97 voice actor, he has that charisma of back when he was leading men and everything, and the new one feels like a reformed Griffith that's more stoic and it's more like you do not know the true extent of my power or whatever it is.
Right.
Like he seems like his words are he's like a presence to be feared or whatever instead of like come on guys, let's show him how it is.
There's multiple facets to Griffith. He's not just the bad guy, though. He's more layered than that. And I think Kevin T. Collins portrays that a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that I think the more like feminine and like cunning voice came through in whoever I'm thinking of. Which might be the 97 one. I don't know. I can't picture them, but I gotta know. Does this count as blackface?
I can't tell
Mr. Popo cosplay.
I'm encountering an error where my browser literally took the browser off screen. I can't access it.
Oh, that's great. I'm apparently getting a VPN. Well, if you saw somebody who appears to be a white guy, probably named like Brandon, that looks like a Brandon to me, in complete Mr. Popo attire, would you think does it count as blackface?
I would say probably, yeah.
Can Justin Trudeau convince the world he was just a big fan of Mr. Popo? All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I think it's a good place here to wrap it up because I've got work in the morning. Fortunately, I'm home. Green Line, I'm sorry. I know the time change is making this extra hard on you, so I'm going to let you leave. Everybody, thank you for joining us. It has been an uncomfortable weekend with my kids' project. What's up, Reese?
I was going to say, what's next?
Next is Vivi Fluorite Eyes song.
Oh, the song one that I have to pay like $200 to get. Damn.
You are welcome to sit this one.
You can stream it for free on Crunchyroll. I'm pretty sure.
I was
Can
gonna
I
say,
stream the
Greenline, you
dub
don't
on
have to buy everything.
Reese
And he
wasn't
wants to
nice enough to buy you a copy. I hear.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It hurts.
All right. So it's going to be me and Lance and you guys watching it. All right. So yeah, we're going to do Vivi Fluorite for the next Watch Club. I do not have in the description. I do not have.
And it's for the dub is streaming for free on Crunchyroll.
Okay,
So-
there we go.
All right.
I'll watch it then.
I don't have.
Wait, did you buy Lance a copy too?
No, Lance bought himself a copy.
Oh, thank God! I was like, wait, Lance got a copy, but I
The only ones I bought for were for
Hey, Lance,
FC and AC.
make sure you bring this part up too when you bring it up. All right, so yeah, we're gonna do Vivi Fluorite. Did you guys have any thoughts on what we should do after that? I mean, I think I'm gonna take at least a week with it. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Knowing me.
What's a watch club we've been waiting to do, like Trigun, or I know there's a couple other ones.
Villain Saga.
We could start
Vinland Saga.
Slime.
Oh, True Slime.
Or did you guys want to do?
What do you mean? Oh, True Slime. There's only 60 episodes, and we struggled
You
to get
guys
through
wanna
freaking
do-
12 of Berserk for how many?
Do you guys want to do
Jesus Christ.
Love After World Domination?
Ooh, that'd be fun.
My wife and I. have been
Yes,
wanting
that'll
to.
force me to finish it.
Yes, me too. All right, let's do
All
that
right.
after Vivi Fluorite. All right, so Vivi Fluorite for next Watch Club. If I can swing it on Friday, we'll do a watch party with From Dusk Till Dawn. Anyway, stay tuned. Join the Discord, which I didn't put in the chat this time because I'm an idiot.
Good job,
and then
idiot.
we'll see you then. Thank you for joining us, and I will.
Good night and Godspeed.
Good
Later,
night.
guys.